Chapter 1405, Saintess 10. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Saying no more, Oyuya turned around and walked out. The moment she turned around, the triumphant smile on her face grew wider and she thought, the witchcraft tribe people are really gullible. Seeing the sapphire hairpin and crescent tattoo, they immediately believed that I am the saintess. As for the inheritance, I just made an excuse at random and he also believed me. If it was someone else, maybe Oyuya wouldn't be able to fool them. But the witchcraft tribe people barely socialized and didn't experience many intrigues, so they were so simple and gullible. She made such an excuse because she knew that there wasn't any physician in the witchcraft tribe. After all, if she did go take that inheritance, her real identity would be exposed. Unfortunately, Huang Yingying was dead. Otherwise, she could exchange her blood with her via a secret technique of her family, and then she would be able to enter the inheritance. Thinking of this, Oyuya was a bit upset. It seemed that she had to find a way to get through this. By this time, Yu Nuofeng and her companions had reached the peak of Witch Valley, and a bronze gate came into their sight. This is Witch Valley, Yu Nuofeng pondered for a while, with an unfathomable gleam in her eyes. Let's go. She had to go into Witch Valley, whether it was to save Hong Luan or to solve Oyuya. At the entrance of Witch Valley, two men were guarding the gate. They were surprised when they saw Yu Nuofeng and her companions. Who are you? Why did come to our Witch Valley? When Yu Nuofeng was going to speak, Ji Jutian stepped forward. His red robe was gently fluttering in the wind and he looked so unruly and wicked. Go tell your leader that Ji Jutian of the West Province Academy has come to visit him. The name Ji Jutian was not only well known in the West Province, but also known to the other provinces. To the guard's surprise, the man, whose name had long been known to the people on this continent, looked so young. After saying this, Ji Jutian turned his eyes to the girl's gorgeous face and chuckled. Normally, I don't like fighting. However, once he fought, he would annihilate his enemy's entire family. What happened? Just then, a voice came from inside the door. Soon, a white-clad woman stepped out of the gate, surrounded by a lot of maids. When the woman saw these people in front of her, her face changed. Yu Nuofeng, what are you doing here? And you, Huang Yingying, you're still alive. Oyuya didn't know Ji Jutian, so she didn't know how horrible this red-robed man in front of her was. The moment Huang Yingying spotted Oyuya, her eyes turned bloodshot. She glared at Oyuya intently. If she hadn't kept telling herself that she couldn't defeat Oyuya now, she would have rushed forward and torn this woman into pieces. Oyuya, you killed my parents, my entire family. Now I'm here to take revenge on you. Revenge? Oyuya laughed contemptuously. You want revenge on me? I am now the saintess of the witchcraft tribe. But who are you? You are just a lowly commoner. What makes you think you can take your revenge? But thank God you're still alive. Oyuya seemed not to be ashamed of snatching Huang Yingying's identity at all but took it for granted. She acted as if she was really the saintess of the witchcraft tribe. Chapter 1406, God of Play 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Huang Yingying clenched her fists and trembled all over. Her eyes were filled with hatred and she stared fixedly at Oyuya's sneering face. Oyuya, I came here to avenge my family and take back the only thing my mother left me with. Give it back to me, the sapphire hairpin on your head. A flustered light flashed through Oyuya's eyes, but soon she calmed down and gave Huang Yingying a contemptuous smile. Huang Yingying, the sapphire hairpin is mine. You tried to steal it from me but failed. How dare you claim this sapphire hairpin belonged to your mother? You. Huang Yingying blushed with anger, and the hatred in her eyes grew more intense. Guards, get these thieves. Oyuya flicked her sleeves and ordered in a cold voice. The guards looked at each other but didn't follow her order. Oyuya scowled. Didn't you hear me? Get these people, now. Well, one of the guards reported to her after hesitating for a while. This man is President Ji Jutian of the West Province Academy. Ji Jutian, the man who used to shake the whole West Province. He alone killed almost all the strong masters in the West Province. After that, the West Province lagged behind other provinces in strength for many years. Who dared to provoke such a horrible person? The West Province. Oyuya sneered contemptuously. It's said that the West Province is the weakest one among the 7 provinces. Why should our witchcraft tribe be afraid of a power from the West Province? After coming to the 7-province continent, Oyuya had figured out the powers on it, so she knew that the West Province was undoubtedly the weakest one among the 7 provinces. How could such a weak province be compared with the rest? That was why she didn't take Ji Jutian seriously. You're too noisy. A grim smile appeared on Ji Jutian's enchanting face, and he waved his hand. Before Oyuya could react, a power suddenly struck her and slammed her body away with a thud. Oyuya widened her eyes in shock. She never expected that this man would attack her in the witchcraft tribe. I hate noisy women. If you weren't the saintess of the witchcraft tribe, I would have cut off your tongue. The man looked gorgeous but spoke like a devil. Oyuya felt her heart was instantly wrapped by an aura from hell. Who dares to attack our saintess here? Suddenly, a cold voice resounded throughout the sky as if it came from another world. When Oyuya heard the voice, a gleam of joy flashed through her eyes and she hurriedly shouted, Leader, help me. Then a middle-aged man in a snow-white robe slowly landed from the sky. This man looked as graceful as an immortal, his hands clasped behind his back and his pitch-black hair fluttering in the wind. He turned his cold gaze to the people outside the gate. Oyuya got up from the ground. Though Ji Jutian didn't exert all his strength, she still felt that her insides were aching, as if there was a force running through her body. Leader, that woman in white is Yu Nuofeng who I mentioned to you. I didn't expect that she would dare to come here. Oyuya clenched her teeth. The woman next to her is Huang Yingying. I used to be her brother's fiancé, but she is a thief and tried to steal my sapphire hairpin. Though I found out about it, the Huang family people still tried to shield her. I was so angry that I annulled the marriage. Chapter 1407, God of Plague 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Nonsense, Huang Yingying shouted angrily. I inherited this sapphire hairpin from my mother. You stole it from me and now you're calling me a thief. She never expected that Ouyou Ya was not only a thief but also a brazen BTCH. How could Ouyou Ya have the nerve to accuse me of being a thief? Father and mother must have been blind to find such a fiancé for brother. Humph. The leader snorted coldly. Little girl, I'm surprised that you are so evil even though you are still so young. How dare you steal this holy article from our saintess? This sapphire hairpin represents our saintess. Why did you try to steal it? Did you want to pretend to be our saintess? Ouyou Ya triumphantly raised her chin and looked down at Huang Yingying. She was the saintess of the witchcraft tribe. No one could change that. As for this Huang Yingying, she could pose no threat to her. My mother gave this sapphire hairpin to me. Huang Yingying bit her lips and almost cried. It's not the token of your saintess but the only thing my mom left to me. What a joke, the leader sneered. Since you said the sapphire hairpin was yours, do you have a crescent tattoo on your chest? As Ouyou Ya expected, the leader asked this question. She had an excuse ready. She would just tell the leader that Huang Yingying accidentally saw her crescent tattoo and thought it was beautiful, so she made the same one on her chest. Of course, there was still another way to verify the realness of a saintess, which was the inheritance. However, the leader would not allow Huang Yingying to enter into the inheritance until he was sure that Huang Yingying was the real saintess. Before that happened, she had 1,000 ways to exchange blood with Huang Yingying. How? How did you know? Huang Yingying paused and stared at the leader in astonishment. I did have a tattoo on my chest, but not long ago I was attacked by a strip beast whose claw tore the flesh away from my chest and gashed me down to the bone. Now my wound hasn't been healed, so the tattoo is invisible. The leader was stunned. He didn't expect that Huang Yingying also had a crescent tattoo on her chest. When he was pondering, Ouyou Ya's mocking voice slowly rang. Huang Yingying, you knew I was the saintess of the witchcraft tribe, and you knew the sapphire hairpin and crescent tattoo were the symbols of the saintess, so you tried to steal my sapphire hairpin, made up this lie and dreamed of replacing me. Unfortunately, you underestimated the witchcraft tribe. Our leader is not a fool. He won't be fooled by you. Barely contacting the outside world, the witchcraft tribe people were very simple-minded. Therefore, after hearing Ouyou Ya's inflammatory words, the leader flew into a rage. Do you think you can deceive me? Why did you happen to be attacked on the chest? And why did the attack happen to destroy your crescent tattoo? Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? That's ridiculous. If Huang Yingying came to the leader with the sapphire hairpin ahead of Ouyou Ya, the leader would believe her even though her crescent tattoo was destroyed. However, preconceived ideas had a strong hold on him. Ouyou Ya came to him first, so he wouldn't believe Huang Yingying's words. Unable to prove that the sapphire hairpin and crescent tattoo belonged to her, Huang Yingying fell silent and glared at Ouyou Ya with angry, hateful eyes. If her eyes could kill, Ouyou Ya would have been cut into pieces. It's getting interesting here. Ji Jutian's slanted eyes shone with an unfathomable gleam, and he raised a meaningful smile. Then he lowered his head and whispered to Yun Luofeng, wanna watch a good show? Chapter 1408, God of Plague 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Slow-witted, Huang Yingying hadn't figured out what had happened, but Yun Luofeng and Ji Jutian both discovered something from this conversation. The sapphire hairpin stolen by Ouyou Ya was the token of the witchcraft tribe, which meant that the saintess of the witchcraft tribe was actually Huang Yingying. Why are you interested in these things? Yun Luofeng cast a sidelong glance at Ji Jutian and asked. Well, Ji Jutian stroked his chin, with a wicked smile on his enchanting face, because I find there is a better solution than fighting. You know, I'm always mild-mannered and don't like killing and fighting. I think we'd better convince them by reasoning. Don't talk nonsense. Ji Jutian smiled. Fine, I like flogging the cur that's fallen into the water. Yun Luofeng gave a faint smile, and then the man's low and wicked voice rang behind her again. Besides, if you expose the true colors of Ouyou Ya and make Huang Yingying the saintess, the witchcraft tribe will present you anything you want from them. Yun Luofeng sighed. I finally understand why Chen Yuqing wanted me to help Huang Yingying. Chen Yuqing. Ji Jutian scowled. Who is this guy? Little Feng you are really popular with men. First you have the Ghost Emperor and now you have the Chen Yuqing. Since you've already had so many men, why don't you give me a chance too? Yun Luofeng cast a wicked glance at the stunningly handsome man beside her. I'm not interested in a girly man. A girly man? Ji Jutian's face was so dark that it couldn't get any darker. Wasn't he like a man? Leader. As Ji Jutian was thinking about how to refute Yun Luofeng, Ouyou Ya's angry voice resounded again. I asked you to bring Yun Luofeng here, because she can cure me. But now, I have a better way to cure my insidious disease, which is to use Huang Yingying. She raised her chin triumphantly. Give her to me. I will soon be able to take the inheritance and develop the witchcraft tribe. As she expected, her words moved the leader. He endured this woman so long for the sake of the witchcraft tribe. As long as the witchcraft tribe could prosper, he was willing to do anything. Cough. The leader coughed and turned to Huang Yingying. Miss, you. Before he had finished speaking, there came a chuckle that was filled with contempt. What a good show. Now, is the witchcraft tribe going to bully an innocent woman? With a frown, the leader turned to the man beside him who was so beautiful that he didn't even look like a human being. This is our witchcraft tribe's affair. You'd better mind your own business. Leader, hearing their leader's words, the two guards wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and reminded him carefully, he's Ji Jutian. I don't care who he is. No one can stop me from. All of a sudden, the leader realized what the guards were speaking and widened his eyes in astonishment. Wait, you said he was Ji Jutian. Ji Jutian of the West Province Academy. Oh no, his face immediately turned pale, his lips quivered, and his eyes were filled with shock. Ouyou Ya was stunned. She didn't understand why this name had such a power that even the leader was terrified by it. Was the West Province Academy that powerful? Chapter 1409, God of Plague 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Are you Ji Jutian, President Ji? Cold sweat flowed down from the leader's forehead. He didn't understand why this God of Plague would show up here. Yes, the West Province was not worth mentioning, because many years ago, all the strong masters of the West Province were killed. They were killed by Ji Jutian. Therefore, this name was a nightmare not only for people in the West Province but also for those in other provinces. He had been blacklisted by the whole continent, and some people even claimed that they would never get close to anyone with the family name of Ji, or any plant or flower ever touched by Ji Jutian. Of course, they had a good reason. A strong master once accidentally stepped on a flower planted by Ji Jutian, and he was then torn into pieces by him. No one would be able to forget that bloody scene. Wasn't Ji Jutian missing? Why was he here? President Ji, the leader forced a smile. I didn't know it was you, so I was so rude. Please forgive me, elderly Ji. Ji Jutian narrowed his beautiful slanted eyes. Am I old? The leader was stunned for a moment. Sensing a dangerous aura emanating from Ji Jutian, he quickly shook his head. No, President Ji. You look so young. You never look old. Ji Jutian didn't like to be called a woman, but what he hated more was to be called old. He looked so young. Why did this guy call him elderly? My student and I came here for a walk only to run into a crazy woman who attacked everyone she saw. Ji Jutian's patronizing gaze swept over Ouyar and the dangerous aura came out again. So I don't want to see this crazy woman again while I'm here. The leader froze. What did Jutian mean? He was going to stay here. Besides, he said he came to the Witch Valley for a walk. He was really good at telling lies. President Ji, the leader laughed dryly. This place is too small for you. I'm afraid you won't be able to live comfortably here. It doesn't matter. My student loves living in places like this, where she can enjoy the scenery while torturing people she doesn't like when she's free. Ji Jutian smiled and turned to Yun Luofeng. Am I right? Little Feng Er. Ji Jutian was literally telling the leader that he came here to make trouble for him, so he should be careful. In that case, President Ji, this way please, the leader said respectfully. It was unwise to offend this Lord of the Plague here. He regained his composure and ordered coldly, servants, prepare 4 rooms. Yes, leader. Some people immediately respectfully welcomed Ji Jutian and Yun Luofeng in, for fear that the God of Plague would be annoyed. Ouyar looked at their receding figures sourly. Leader, who is this man? He is nothing but a small president of the West Province. Why are you so afraid of him? A small president. Ha. The leader sneered and cast a contemptuous glance at her. Do you know why the West Province lags behind other provinces, though it had little difference from other provinces in strength before? It was because of Ji Jutian. The leader took a deep breath. You don't know how horrible this man is. On this continent, I can say, very few people dare to offend him. Yes, our witchcraft tribe is very powerful, but even I don't dare to offend him. Chapter 1410, God of Plague 5. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Ouyar stared in astonishment. That beautiful man had such terrible power. Saintess, I know you're grumpy, but you can't mess with him. Absolutely not. If he wants to have some fun, just let him. He'll leave here in a few days. Let's decide what to do after he leaves. Ouyar lowered her eyes and didn't answer the leader because she had a new plan now. The Witchcraft Tribe. On the trail, Yun Luofeng turned her eyes to the man's profile. From this angle, the man looked really mesmerizing and peerlessly handsome. Ji Jutian, when did I become your student? I am the president of the West Province Academy. You are a student of the West Province Academy, so I didn't tell a lie. Yun Luofeng lowered her head, thought for a while and nodded. Indeed, I can be regarded as your student. Little Feng Er, with me behind you, you can do whatever you want here. Ji Jutian turned to the girl beside him, but if you want to get the things you need, you'll have to depend on yourself. Though the Witchcraft Tribe feared him, they would not give him their treasure unless he destroyed the Witchcraft Tribe and plundered it. However, he was not going to do that now. Seeing Ji Jutian approaching Yun Luofeng, Xiao Mo suddenly jumped out and stood between them, and then he looked at Yun Luofeng, smiling. Master, I'm hungry. Though Ji Jutian knew why Xiao Mo behaved like that, he laughed it off with a smirk on his face. Huang Yingying, Yun Luofeng stopped her steps, looked back at the girl who kept silent and asked, your mother gave you the sapphire hairpin. Did she tell you anything about it? Huang Yingying tilted her head and thought for a while, and then she shook her head. I only know that the sapphire hairpin has been handed down from one generation to another since the ancient times, but only to a daughter, not to daughters-in-law. I don't know why, because my mother didn't tell me the reason. With that, Huang Yingying looked up at Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, can you help me take the sapphire hairpin back? That is the only thing my mother left me with. Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly. I will help you take back the sapphire hairpin, and the status you should have had. The status she should have had. Huang Yingying blinked in bewilderment. What did she mean? She didn't ask Yun Luofeng because she believed that no matter what Yun Luofeng did, she was just trying to help her. Inside the luxurious boudoir, Ouyar sat at the table with a frown, thinking of something. Seeing that she fell silent, the maids were all scared and knelt on the floor nervously. Lady Saintess. Suddenly, a maid walked in and respectfully reported, Saintess, I have found out the locations of the guests' rooms. Good, very good, take me to see Ji Jutian now. Ouyar stood up, with a smile on her lips, but before that, I have to prepare myself. At the moment, Ji Jutian was lying in his armchair and picking a grape from the fruit bowl beside him with his slender fingers. His gesture looked elegant and seductive. Ouyar pushed the door open only to see such a tempting scene. Chapter 1411, God of Plague, 6. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. The man was stunningly beautiful. His slated eyes shone with a wicked light and his face was so gorgeous that he didn't look like a human being but an elf. Get out. From beginning to end, the man didn't even raise his head, and his voice was grim and terrifying. Ouyuya forced herself to calm down. If she could win this man's favor, she wouldn't care about giving up the position of Saintess. Master Ji, I'm here to apologize. Ouyuya lowered her head and guiltily said, I didn't know Yun Luofeng and Huang Yingying were your friends. If I knew their relationship with you, I wouldn't care about the big mistake they made. To show her magnanimousness, Ouyuya continued, and for the sake of Master Ji, I have forgiven them. Oh, when Ji Jutian heard this, he raised his head with interest. Do you mean little Feng did something wrong? Ouyuya was pleasantly surprised to see Ji Jutian answer her, but didn't show anything on her face. Actually, it's not a big mistake. It's just that when we were in the Endless City, a man named Nangong Yunyi courted me, but Yun Luofeng liked him, so Yun Luofeng hated me. Ouyuya lowered her head and looked sad. She killed all my family in revenge, and there were more than 500 people. That's why I hate her so much. A light of hatred flashed through Ouyuya's eyes. It was true that she hated Yun Luofeng, but not because Yun Luofeng annihilated the Ou family, but because Yun Luofeng used to make her so miserable. If she hadn't become the saintess of the witchcraft tribe by luck, she would have been dead. Ji Jutian smiled. Do you mean little Feng had a crush on Nangong Yunyi? As far as I know, little Feng has a fiancé, the Ghost Emperor. That's why I disdain her, Ouyuya said with contempt. Though she already had a fiancé, she still hooked up with other men, and even the old men of the medical tower had illicit sexual relations with her, and this was known to everyone in Endless City. President Ji, you are not from the continent of no return, so you don't know her behavior over there. Hearing Ouyuya's words, Ji Jutian suddenly asked a question that seemed irrelevant. Did you know that there is a Ji family on the continent of no return? The Ji family. Ouyuya paused. She had heard about the Ji family. But why did Ji Jutian ask her about this? Wait, the Ji family. Ji Jutian's family name was also Ji. Was he? Are you master of the Ji family? Ouyuya turned pale and her body was wobbly. What a coincidence. Could the president of the West Province Academy be the master of the Ji family? No. Ji Jutian moved his red lips and said. Ouyuya was relieved to hear that. She secretly laughed at herself. How could she connect Ji Jutian with that Ji family? Ji Jutian's next words, however, pushed her into the bottom of hell, and she froze. The master of the Ji family is just my subordinate. Bang. Ouyuya staggered and supported herself with the doorframe. Trying to calm down, she asked, What? What did you say? Ji Jutian gave her a wicked glance. After little Feng went to Endless City, I sent people to collect the information about her. Do you think I don't know what she did? Ouyuya's lips quivered and she was so afraid that she couldn't speak. Chapter 1412, God of Plague, 7. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Now, can you get out of here? Ji Jutian said coldly. One more glance at Ouyuya would make him throw up. Ouyuya didn't dare to say anything more. She quickly turned around and left. The moment she turned around, she burst into tears. Saintess, when she walked out of the room, a maid respectfully reported, Leader asked to see you. Leader. Ouyuya thought for a while and nodded, I see. You can leave now. Yes, Lady Saintess. The maid then left. Without any hesitation, Ouyuya headed for the leader's cultivation room. At this time, in the simply decorated room, the middle-aged man stood with his back to the door. When he heard the door open, he turned and looked at the woman who appeared at the door. Did you go to Ji Jutian? Ouyuya nodded, yes, I did. Hearing this, the leader's face changed greatly and his tone became harsh. I hope you know your responsibility to the witchcraft tribe. Don't you know what kind of a person Ji Jutian is? How dare you mess with him? Since Ouyuya came to the witchcraft tribe, it was the first time the leader spoke to her in this tone. She immediately scowled. I don't think Ji Jutian is as horrible as you described. He's not that murderous. Though Ji Jutian gave her a great pressure and she couldn't even breathe with that pressure. He still let her leave in the end. Ji Jutian didn't hurt you. The leader looked at Ouyuya with strange eyes. No way. Ji Jutian is cruel. He would kill a person just because that person said something he didn't like. Ouyuya was stunned. Was he really so cruel? Then why did he let me go even though I insulted Yun Luofeng whom he claimed as his student? Was it because Yun Luofeng didn't matter as much to him as I did to him? Otherwise, why did he let me go? By the way, the leader seemed to think of something and asked, can that woman, Huang Yingying, really heal your insidious disease? Ouyuya frowned, yes. Leader, just give Huang Yingying to me, and I'll be able to take the inheritance within 3 days. But Huang Yingying is with Ji Jutian, who would have been angry if we attack her. Leader, Ouyuya smiled, I'll just ask Huang Yingying to help me and I won't hurt her, so Ji Jutian won't be annoyed. Besides, I won't force her if Huang Yingying refuses me. Okay, the leader nodded, I'll ask someone to bring Huang Yingying to your room. But you must remember that you cannot touch her, nor force her. Leader, you can rest assured. I won't hurt her. Ouyuya lowered her eyes and raised a smile. She would certainly torture Huang Yingying once she fell into her hands. And she wouldn't leave any trace of it and no one would find out about what she did to Huang Yingying. In the guest room, Huang Yingying was about to go to bed when 2 maids suddenly pushed the door open and said, Miss Huang, our saintess wants to see you. Ouyuya. Huang Yingying asked angrily, what does she want from me? I'm not going. Miss Huang, our saintess said, since it was a matter between you and her, she hoped to solve it privately with you. Otherwise, your friends will be in danger. Chapter 1413, God of Plague 8. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Huang Yingying turned pale. She tried to calm down and said with a sneer, I don't believe you. The witchcraft tribe doesn't dare to hurt Miss Yun. With Ji Jitian protecting her, how would Miss Yun fall into the hands of the witchcraft tribe? The maid lowered her eyes and continued, do you remember the boy with you? Unfortunately, the boy is in the hands of our saintess, so you have to go. The boy. Xiao Mo. A childish, innocent face popped up in her mind, and Huang Yingying turned pale. He is with Miss Yun. Aren't you afraid of irritating her? And why should I believe you? I'm going to ask Miss Yun. There's no need for our saintess to lie. If you don't go with us, the boy will die immediately. Huang Yingying shuddered and she tried to leave to find Yun Luofeng, but these two maids were stronger than her, and she couldn't break through them. She clenched her teeth and said, I'm going with you, but you can't hurt innocent people. Two maids, cold and silent, surrounded Huang Yingying respectively from left and right for fear that she would break their restraint to find Yun Luofeng. They did not expect that the news that Huang Yingying had been taken away by them still reached Yun Luofeng's ears. Master, the woman named Huang Yingying left with the witchcraft tribe people. Shall we stop them? Milk Tea told everything he just heard to Yun Luofeng and asked. Yun Luofeng glanced at Xiao Mo, who was enjoying the delicacy at the side, before turning her eyes back to Milk Tea. Threatened Huang Yingying with Xiao Mo. I didn't expect that Oyu Ya would use such a dirty trick. Master, then we. Quote. Milk Tea, follow Huang Yingying, and I'll come later, Yun Luofeng said, slightly narrowing her eyes. Besides, I'm curious why Oyu Ya came to her at such a time. Bang. As soon as Huang Yingying was brought to the door by the two maids, she was violently pushed into the room. She staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Huang Yingying, Oyu Ya, who had her back to her, slowly turned when she heard the sound. A smile appeared on her beautiful face. Long time no see. Should I thank God that you sent yourself to me? Huang Yingying bit her lips. Xiao Mo is innocent. Where is he? Let him go. Innocent. Oyu Ya sneered. Don't forget that Yun Luofeng destroyed everything I had. Everyone close to her deserves to die. Besides, I didn't catch him. How can I let him go? Huang Yingying's face went white and her eyes got angrier. You lied to me. Huang Yingying, don't you think you're stupid? You just believe everything people tell you. Oyu Ya smiled coldly. I still remember how you followed me like my shadow and kept calling me sister-in-law back then. Huang Yingying was so angry that she wished that she could kill her right away. Oyu Ya, you threatened me with an innocent person and brought me here. What's your purpose? Oyu Ya slightly raised her eyebrows and said condescendingly, it's simple. I want you to do something for me. Bah, Huang Yingying spat, no way. Huang Yingying, as a good person, you don't want to see others suffer because of you, right? Oyu Ya said, smiling and walking toward Huang Yingying, if you don't want to get Yun Luofeng involved, just listen to me. Chapter 1414, End of Oyu Ya, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Seeing Oyu Ya pressing on towards her, Huang Yingying took a few steps back, with an angry gleam in her eyes. Miss Yun has Master Ji by her side. You can't hurt her. Titter. Oyu Ya laughed as if she heard a funny joke, and her eyes were full of contempt. Huang Yingying, yes, our leader doesn't dare to touch Ji Jitian because Ji Jitian is powerful. But no matter how powerful he is alone. Will the witchcraft tribe really be afraid of him? Besides, leader's target is not Ji Jitian, but Yun Luofeng. Upon hearing Oyu Ya's words, Huang Yingying turned pale. She regretted that she got Yun Luofeng involved. Compared with the cunning Oyu Ya, Huang Yingying was simple and pure. Just because of her pureness, she was easily blinded by lies. What do you want me to do? Huang Yingying asked, lowering her eyes and gritting her teeth. There's something wrong with my body. I need your blood to cure me. If you are willing to exchange blood with me, I will let Yun Luofeng and her friends leave safely. Oyu Ya approached Huang Yingying again. She raised her chin high and said condescendingly, Huang Yingying, even if I don't threaten you with Yun Luofeng, it's your honor to help me, the saintess of the witchcraft tribe. With that, she glanced at Huang Yingying who was still hesitating and continued, if you help me this time, I'll forget what Huang family did to me. Let's write off all our old scores, alright? You are shameless. Huang Yingying's eyes turned red. You killed all my family. Do you think I'll forgive you? Your Huang family deserved it. Oyu Ya sneered, if you hadn't prevented me from leaving, I wouldn't have wounded you, the Huang family wouldn't have chased me, and I wouldn't have annihilated the whole Huang family. Even now, Oyu Ya still put the blame on Huang Yingying. She just stole a sapphire hairpin. Why was Huang Yingying so angry about it? And they even wanted to give her to the punishment hall. Since they were ruthless to her, she wouldn't have any mercy on them. Staring at Huang Yingying who was trembling all over in anger, Oyu Ya said coldly, I'll give you a quarter of an hour to think about it. You'd better think it over. Do you really want to watch Yun Luofeng suffer because of you? You are a kind-hearted person. If they're hurt because of you, you'll feel guilty about it for the rest of your life. Huang Yingying fell silent. She wanted revenge on Oyu Ya herself. And she shouldn't have believed Nangong Yunyi and Chen Yuqing who told her that Yun Luofeng could help her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten Yun Luofeng involved. The witchcraft tribe was too powerful. No matter how talented Yun Luofeng was, she would not be able to resist the witchcraft tribe. Quote. Huang Yingying bit her lips, looked up at Oyu Ya and clenched her fists. I have a request. You have to return the sapphire hairpin to me. No problem. Oyu Ya grinned. Return it to her, in her dreams. Since the sapphire hairpin was in her hand, it should belong to her. Why should she return it to her? Huang Yingying lowered her eyes and said nothing more. If Yun Luofeng wasn't involved in this matter, she believed that with her talent, she would be able to avenge her family one day. Huang Yingying, let's start now. Ya took a deep breath. After ordering maids to guard the door, she took out a few silver needles and respectively pierced them into her fingers and Huang Yingying's fingers. Chapter 14-15, End of Ya 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. It hurt. With a sharp pain, Huang Yingying felt that her blood was flowing backward and she couldn't help but panic. Do you regret it? Detecting Huang Yingying's mood, Ya laughed out aloud. Unfortunately, you won't have any chance. Our blood will soon be exchanged, and then I'll be the rightful saintess, haha. The rightful saintess, what did she mean? A touch of confusion flashed through Huang Yingying's eyes. She wanted to speak only to find that her blood kept flowing out of her fingertips, and she became more flustered. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open by a foot, and a white figure rushed into the room. Yun Luofeng lifted up Huang Yingying who was sitting on the ground and kicked hard on Ya's chest. Blech! Ya vomited a mouthful of blood, and her body was slammed hard against the wall. She turned pale with pain. Are you all right? Yun Luofeng glanced down at Huang Yingying only to see the silver needles on her fingers. She frowned and coldly stared at Ya who was lying on the floor. You wanted to exchange blood with her. The girl's voice was cold, like a dagger being stabbed into her heart. Just now, after Milk Tea told her that Huang Yingying was taken away by Ya, she sent Milk Tea to follow her, and she also came to find her. She wondered why Ya took Huang Yingying away. Now it turned out that she wanted to exchange blood with Huang Yingying. What was the purpose of Ya to do this? Huang Yingying hurriedly grabbed Yun Luofeng's sleeve and shook her head. A touch of nervousness flashed through her pale face. Don't worry, Yun Luofeng said, aware of her concerns, I won't let her hurt you. I won't let her hurt you. Huang Yingying turned her head and stared in a daze at the girl's beautiful side face, and warmth welled up in her heart. No one had said this to her since her family perished. For these words alone, she didn't want to get Yun Luofeng involved in this matter. She struggled to stand up, held Yun Luofeng's hands and looked up at Ya. Miss Yun, it was my choice. You don't have to worry about me. Ya, do you really think I'd be willing to exchange blood with you? Maybe you didn't know that I secretly applied poison on the wound, and when my blood is transferred to your body, you will surely die with me. This is the price you should pay for killing my family. Cough. Ya coughed and stood up with a smile, and a grim gleam flickered across her eyes. Yun Luofeng, did you hear that? It was her own choice and I didn't force her. Xiaomo, Yun Luofeng shouted coolly, guard Huang Yingying. Yes. Hearing this, Xiaomo quickly stepped forward, pressed Huang Yingying on the shoulder and stopped her from moving forward. What are you doing? Let me go, Shut up. Xiaomo glared at Huang Yingying and snapped angrily, you stupid woman. Why didn't you just stay in your room? My master had a plan, but you ruined it. Huang Yingying felt so aggrieved that she burst into tears. She just didn't want to get them involved. Now stay here. Don't move. My master will take care of this matter. Xiaomo's tone softened, but he couldn't help but raise his hand and pat Huang Yingying on the head. Wise up. What made you believe that Ya could catch me? I can kill her like swatting a fly. Chapter 14-16, End of Ya 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Huang Yingying didn't dare to move. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Xiaomo piteously. Why was this guy so mean? Though she knew Xiaomo just tried to stop her from killing herself, she was still terrified by him. Undoubtedly, Xiaomo's fierce manner worked better than words. At least, she was rooted to the spot and wasn't as stubborn as before. Ya. Yun Luofeng turned her eyes to Ya and approached her slowly. The medical tower has been looking for you so long, and now I finally found you. Ya's face changed and she stepped back. Don't come here. I'm no longer the You family's heiress, but the saintess of the witchcraft tribe. You'd better be polite to me here in the witchcraft tribe. Bang. As if not hearing her, Yun Luofeng lifted her foot, kicked her hard on the chest and knocked her down. This one is for Nangong. You can refuse him, dislike him, ignore him, or even refuse to see him, but you can't humiliate my brother. Then she kicked her again. Ya vomited a mouthful of blood and turned ghastly pale. This one is for Xiaobai. She was injured by the three families and your You family was part of it. Ya tried to stand up, but Yun Luofeng didn't give her the chance. She lifted her leg, kicked her down to the ground again, and stepped hard on her chest. This one is for the Huang family. Though I have nothing to do with the Huang family, they would not have been killed by you if I hadn't chased you, so I should avenge them. As for the last one, Yun Luofeng lifted her leg again and kicked her hard, is for Huang Yingying. Blood gushed out of Ya's mouth, and she almost lost consciousness. She regretted that she brought Huang Yingying here on impulse. She didn't expect that Yun Luofeng would follow her here so soon. Stop it. Suddenly, a roar came from the door. The leader's eyes turned bloodshot as he saw Ya lying in a pool of blood, and he growled furiously, how dare you attack our saintess? I'm gonna kill you. No one will be able to stop me. The saintess was the witchcraft tribe's hope, so he would never allow anyone to hurt her. He would keep her safe even at the expense of his life. Boom. A powerful aura came out of his body and instantly filled the whole room. A fierce gale sprang up, destroyed all the tables and chairs in the room and turned it to a mess. No. Huang Yingying shouted desperately and her face abruptly turned pale. Not as powerful as Yun Luofeng and Xiaomo, she was unable to resist the gale and her clothes were cut into many pieces by the blade-like gale. Huang Yingying hurriedly covered her chest with her hands and she looked so angry and ashamed. But this time, the leader's fierce and swift attack had reached her and Yun Luofeng. However, spotting something on her chest, the leader was stunned. Though she covered her chest quickly, he still spotted a crescent tattoo on her chest. He was shocked and then turned pale. Tut, I never expected that the leader of the witchcraft tribe was fond of bullying young girls. A wicked laugh resounded throughout the sky and entered into the house. In a moment, it defused the leader's attack, and peace returned to the room. Chapter 14-17, End of OUR 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. A stunningly beautiful man in bright red stood at the door. With a sardonic smile, he slowly crossed the threshold. If it were before, seeing Ji Jutian come, the leader would explain the situation to him first. But now, his gaze was fixed on Huang Yingying's chest, and his eyes were full of astonishment. Why, how could this be? The leader's lips quivered. Why is this pattern on your chest? Huang Yingying was stunned. She turned to Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, I remember you said my wound would recover in half a month. Why did it recover in less than 10 days? The crescent on your chest can heal you. Xiao Mo took a look at Huang Yingying and said, you didn't trigger its strength, so your wound didn't recover for a long time. If I am not wrong, its strength was triggered because OUR forced you to exchange blood with her, and then it healed your wound. Seeing Huang Yingying show her crescent tattoo, OUR was so scared that she almost passed out. It never occurred to her that a change would happen at such a time. The leader raised his hand to touch the crescent. Ah! Huang Yingying screamed in shock and quickly hid behind Yun Luofeng, shouting angrily, you old pervert, what are you trying to do? Indeed, the crescent tattoo was located on her chest. It was a no-brainer that the leader would be taken as a pervert when he wanted to touch there. Xiao Mo. Yun Luofeng looked at Xiao Mo and called him. Xiao Mo immediately understood Yun Luofeng's meaning and walked toward OUR. Stop. OUR's face changed and she kept moving back. Following Yun Luofeng for a long time, Xiao Mo wouldn't have any pity on an enemy. Seeing OUR keep moving back, he scowled, one more step, and I'll kill you right away. OUR dared not move any longer and looked at the leader with imploring eyes, but the leader focused his attention on Huang Yingying and didn't notice her. Xiao Mo took OUR's clothes off and handed them to Huang Yingying. Put them on, in case some old pervert keeps looking at you. Hearing this, Huang Yingying blushed and glared at the leader. Which of you is the real saintess? The leader's voice trembled, and his eyes kept scanning across Huang Yingying and OUR. Leader, OUR gritted her teeth, I am the saintess of the witchcraft tribe. This woman is a fake. She accidentally saw my crescent tattoo and thought it was beautiful, so she made the same one on her chest. You can't believe this woman. Yun Luofeng cast a chilly glance at OUR. It's obvious who is a fake. If you are the real saintess, why did you want to exchange blood with Huang Yingying? Exchange blood. The leader looked at OUR with questioning eyes. Why did you want to exchange blood with her? Don't listen to this woman, leader, I. Quote. Noisy. Ji Jutian frowned and waved his hand. Before OUR could finish her words, she fell violently on the floor. Then he turned his eyes to the leader. I think your witchcraft tribe has a way to tell the real saintess, right? The leader paused. There was a way, but... Thinking of this, the leader made up his mind and said, OUR, since you claim you are the real saintess, go with me and take the inheritance now. Leader, OUR's face changed radically. I have told you I can't take it because I have an insidious disease. Chapter 14-18, End of OUR 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. It does have some impact if you haven't recovered, but now in order to prove you are the real saintess, we have no other choice. The leader paused, and continued, Guards, send the saintess to take the inheritance. The inheritance would recognize the real saintess. Once someone other than the saintess forcibly entered it, it would kill them by detonating their body. No. Seeing two guards approach her and try to drag her off the ground by force, she finally panicked and screamed. I can't go there, I can't go there. The leader, who had just become suspicious of OUR, turned cold after hearing this. OUR, how dare you cheat us? Come on, catch this fake saintess and we'll punish her later. OUR collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with despair. She was finished. This time, she was completely finished. Yun Luofeng, it was all her fault. If it weren't for her, she would still be the saintess of the witchcraft tribe. And Huang Yingying would have been killed by her outside the mountain gate. And this would never happen to her. So, it was all her fault. Yun Luofeng, I swear I will have my revenge on you after I become a ghost, haha. Ghost, Yun Luofeng smiled, I'm sorry, but you won't have the chance to become a ghost. At this time, Huang Yingying staggered and plunged toward the ground. Yun Luofeng quickly held her and hurriedly checked her wounds. Her face darkened after she checked her body. Saintess. The leader trotted up to Huang Yingying, his eyes filled with worry. What's wrong with you? She poisoned herself and planned to die with OUR. She agreed to exchange blood with OUR just for this purpose. If she had to die, OUR had to die with her. Poison. The leader's legs softened with fear. Can you save her? Yun Luofeng nodded gently. She took out a purple medicinal herb from her space ring, squeezed some juice out of its leaves and applied it to the wound of Huang Yingying. She'll be fine. She just needs a rest, but... Yun Luofeng looked up at the leader. The Huang family was annihilated by the witchcraft tribe. She meant that Huang Yingying may refuse to act as the saintess. The leader understood what she meant and hung his head in frustration. I was wrong at every step. If I hadn't been so stupid, I wouldn't have given OUR a chance to deceive us. It's understandable if the saintess gets angry at me, but I'll try my best to win her forgiveness. Xiao Mo, let's go. Yun Luofeng gave Huang Yingying to the witchcraft tribe people and left with Xiao Mo. She had planned how to debunk OUR, but she didn't expect that it would be so easy. OUR suffered from her own actions. If she hadn't exchanged blood with Huang Yingying, Huang Yingying's potential strength wouldn't be stimulated, Huang Yingying's wound wouldn't be healed, and Ouyuya wouldn't have given herself away. As the saying went, never trouble till trouble troubled you. Xiao Mo, did you know Huang Yingying was the saintess of the witchcraft tribe? I didn't know. Xiao Mo shook his head. All I knew was that Huang Yingying's crescent tattoo could heal her. As they walked away, their voices trailed off and finally disappeared. The night was as cool as water. The leader stayed at Huang Yingying's bedside and refused to leave. Chapter 1419, End of Ouyuya, 6. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Slowly, the woman on the bed opened her eyes, and when she saw the middle-aged man waiting at her bedside, her face turned white. Pervert, what are you doing here? Get out. Saintess, the leader smiled in embarrassment. I was worried about you, so. I'm not your saintess. Huang Yingying bit her lips. You have the wrong person. Since Ouyuya is a fake, you must be the real saintess. Don't worry, I've locked up the 2 maids who killed your family and they're at your disposal now. Huang Yingying paused when she heard this. She lowered her head, thought for a moment and said, I want to see them. Okay. Seeing Huang Yingying soften, the leader was very glad and ordered, guards, take the saintess down to the dungeon. The dungeon was dark, damp, and depressing. Ouyuya and the 2 maids were locked in a prison cell. With disheveled hair and dirty faces, they looked desperate. Squeak. The door of the dungeon was opened, and a ray of sunlight shone in from the outside, causing the people in the cell to look up. It's you. Ouyuya's face suddenly changed when she saw Huang Yingying walking in. Huang Yingying, I should have killed you before I left that day. At first, she was glad that Huang Yingying wasn't dead because it gave her a chance to take the inheritance. But she was too stupid. She thought that the leader wouldn't let Huang Yingying enter the inheritance casually, but she didn't expect that the leader would force her to enter it. More unexpectedly, Yun Luofeng had Ji Jutian on her side. Without Ji Jutian, Yun Luofeng would have died outside the mountain gate, and Huang Yingying would have fallen into her hands. Ouyuya, you stole my sapphire hairpin and killed all my family. Now it is time for you to pay the price. Huang Yingying glared at Ouyuya with resentful eyes, but don't worry, I won't let you die too soon. I will torture you to death. Only in this way could the hatred in her heart dissipate. After saying this, Huang Yingying turned to the maids and clenched her fists. Do you still remember what you said when you killed my family? At that time, I was hidden by my brother who told me not to make any sound, but I still witnessed how my family was killed by you. You were so arrogant, claiming that annihilating our Huang family was as simple as pinching an ant. Come on, kill me like pinching an ant. Huang Yingying's voice trembled and the endless hatred poured out from her heart. You also said the people on the continent of no return were just worms, and though you were only maids, you were more honorable than any of us. Huang Yingying's fist tightened and she trembled all over. In fact, I know what you were thinking of. You were angry at being enslaved all these years, so you took your grievance and resentment out on us. You thought you shouldn't have to live such a life because you were powerful. How could the people on the continent of no return who were much weaker than you live a happy life while you couldn't? The 2 maids cowered and shuddered, their hearts filled with remorse. If they hadn't gone that far and had a bit of mercy on those people, perhaps they would not end up like this. Ha ha. Huang Yingying laughed and tears ran down from her eyes. Thank God, I can finally avenge my family. Guards, chop off their limbs and soak their bodies in salt water. Let them die of pain. Chapter 1420, End of Ouyuya, 7. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Ouyuya's eyes widened in horror. She grabbed the iron bars of the cell with both hands and her voice trembled. Yingying, you can't be so cruel. You've always been kind and innocent. How can you do something like this? It's not like you at all. Hearing her words, Huang Yingying laughed sarcastically. Do you still want me to let you go? No way, no matter how cruel I am, it's you who made me like this. With that said, she didn't look back at Ouyuya who was screaming desperately behind her, and walked quickly out of the dungeon. At this moment, her tears kept running down, and she looked up at the sky. Father, brother, I finally avenged you. Quote. But, my heart still aches, even though I avenged you, so what? You'll never come back. Suddenly, a depressing aura came from behind and stiffened Huang Yingying. She turned her head and looked in awe at the gorgeous red-robed man in front of her. Master Ji, what's the matter? I hope you can be the saintess of the witchcraft tribe, Ji Jutian said coldly, unlike how he talked to Yun Luofeng. But, quote. If you want to help little Feng, you have to be the saintess of the witchcraft tribe first. This man had always been cruel and heartless. He didn't take Huang Yingying seriously, but if she became the saintess, she could help Yun Luofeng. Huang Yingying nodded gently. Okay, I'll be the saintess. Only in this way could she repay Miss Yun's kindness. Her mom told her that the kindness of a drip of water must be reciprocated with a fountain. If it were not for Yun Luofeng, she would not be able to avenge her family. Besides, those who killed the Huang family had been punished, so she could put aside her hatred and serve as the saintess. As Huang Yingying finished speaking, Ji Jutian suddenly disappeared, leaving only a gust of wind to prove that he was there just now. Master Ji is really nice to Miss Yun. Huang Yingying chuckled. Unfortunately, Miss Yun already has a fiancé, who is the ghost emperor known to everyone on the continent. The next day, morning. In the early morning, the leader was discussing matters with the elders of the witchcraft tribe. Suddenly, a woman in a snow-white robe came in from the outside and the leader immediately stood up. Miss Yun, you've come. Yun Luofeng slightly nodded. I want to tell you why I came to the witchcraft tribe. In fact, I came here for the witch flower and the witch bone. The leader paused. I can give you the witch flower, but the witch bone. Quote. When talking about the witch bone, the leader obviously paused for a moment, and then he said, okay, I can give you both of them because you saved our saintess. Leader. Though the witch flower was the treasure of the witchcraft tribe, they could gift it to Yun Luofeng. However, the witch bone was too important to give away. After all, it was the remains of their ancestor and of great significance to them. Don't try to stop me. With the saintess, our witchcraft tribe will soon be strong again. Although the remains are the spiritual symbol of our witchcraft tribe, they are not very useful. Our ancestor has already been reincarnated. Why don't we just gift it to Miss Yun? Yun Luofeng smiled, thanks a lot. She thought she must have a war with the witchcraft tribe to get them, but to her surprise, she would get the things she wanted so easily. Miss Yun, I have a request. The leader paused. You have a good relationship with President Ji. If the witchcraft tribe is in danger before the saintess grows up, I hope Miss Yun can ask him to help us. Chapter 1421, End of OU 8. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Okay, no problem. Yun Luofeng agreed without hesitation. She could ask Ji Jutian to help the witchcraft tribe, but it was not her problem whether Ji Jutian agreed or not. Besides, the leader pondered for a while and went on, we hid the witch bone in a relatively secluded place. I'm afraid Miss Yun has to get it yourself. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and looked at the leader with a faint smile on her face. The leader looked a little embarrassed. That place was created by our ancestor. It's just too dangerous for us to go in. In fact, it wasn't that they couldn't get in, but that they didn't dare to go in. Take me there. Yun Luofeng didn't expose him and just smiled. Okay, the leader smiled. Miss Yun, this way please. Yun Luofeng turned and walked to the door. She walked out of the door only to see a man in bright red standing in her way. The gorgeous man gave a stunningly beautiful smile. Little Feng, do you want to leave me behind? Since I promised the Ghost Emperor, I will surely send you out of the witchcraft tribe safe and sound. Yun Luofeng looked up at the man's gorgeous face and gave a chuckle. Ji Jutian, I owe you one more time. A wicked light flickered across his slanted eyes, and he said sourly, don't get me wrong, I'm just bored. It's a lot more fun to be around you. It's not just to protect you. Yun Luofeng knew that this guy said this because he didn't want to make her feel owing him too much. Though I can't pledge myself to you, I will pay you back what I owe you. Ji Jutian lowered his head, looked into the girl's bright starry eyes, and suddenly chuckled, it's getting late. Let's go. Yun Luofeng nodded. She turned to look at the leader. Leader, can you do me a favor? If I haven't come back for a long time, please send the witch flower to Kulong Town, to a woman named Hongluan, who is waiting for the witch flower to treat her injury. Don't worry, I'll have someone send this to her if you don't come back in 3 days. Thanks. Yun Luofeng slowly turned around, looked up at the blue sky not far away and mumbled, Yun Xiao, wait for me. Once I get the witch bone, I'll come back to see you. But this time, it didn't occur to Yun Luofeng that she would spend a long time here. When she finally left, it was already several years later. The witch bone was hidden in a fantasy land. When the leader sent Yun Luofeng and Ji Jutian into the fantasy land and was about to turn back, there came a loud noise outside the mountain door, which made the whole mountain tremble. What happened? The leader was appalled. As he said this, several figures appeared in the sky and looked down at the leader standing below. Leader, I came here for the witch bone. If you don't want to see your witchcraft tribe destroyed, you'd better give us the witch bone. The witch bone. These people came for the witch bone. The witch bone was just the remains of their ancestor. Why did so many people want it? The leader's eyes flickered. The witch bone has been gone for a long time. Please go back. Ha ha. Over the sky, the leading grey-robed old man chuckled. His voice was grim. Did you think I would believe your bullshit? If you don't want to see your witchcraft tribe disappear from the world, open the fantasy land and let us in. Chapter 1422, End of OU 9. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Fantasy land. The leader was even more appalled. How did these people know that their witchcraft tribe had a fantasy land? However, thinking that Yun Luofeng and Ji Jutian had just entered the fantasy land, the leader clenched his teeth. I won't let you in. As he spoke, his figure flashed and he attacked the old man in the sky. The old man gave a contemptuous smile and looked scornfully at the leader. Boom. Just as the leader's fist was going to reach the old man, he suddenly felt powerless. He fell down from the air and fell heavily to the ground, leaving a deep pit in the ground. Leader. The witchcraft tribe people all changed their faces and rushed up to the leader. Cough. The leader coughed and vomited a mouthful of blood. He clenched his teeth. How could this be? Why did the poisonous parasite inside me bite me? The witchcraft tribe was good at applying parasite poison. Whenever they wanted to use parasite poison, they needed to plant a parasite in their bodies in advance. This parasite was called the master parasite. Leader, I'm sorry, I didn't want to harm you, but you're too inflexible. At this time, an old man walked out of the crowd and stood opposite to the witchcraft tribe crowd. Did you do something to my master parasite? The leader stared him and shouted angrily. All the other witchcraft tribe people glared at the old man as if they wished they could cut him into pieces. Leader, you made me do this. I've diligently served the witchcraft tribe for so many years, but you still refuse to promote me to be an elder. If it weren't for this reason, I would not have betrayed you. The old man sneered and turned to the people standing in the air. Masters, I know how to open the fantasy land. Also, a little girl has entered it, accompanied by a man named Ji Jutian. Ji Jutian. The grey-robed old man standing in the sky remained expressionless, but his tone was grim. Ji Jutian of the West Province Academy. He's really strong, but I can handle him. Now open the fantasy land for us. I'll get the witch bone anyway. Stop it. The leader snarled. He covered his chest with his hands and gnashed his teeth. If you dare to let them in, I'll kill you. Now I'm a member of the Poison Valley. What can you do to me? The old man laughed contemptuously. Leader, I still respect you, so my poison won't kill you right away, but instead will gradually consume your life until you die. This process can take 3 years, or even 5 years, during which you can do nothing but suffer in agony. If it was someone else, he may not be able to poison the leader, but the leader trusted the people of the Witch Valley too much, which gave him a chance. Why didn't Yun Luofeng discover that the leader was poisoned? It was because the toxin was not in the leader's body but in his master parasite. Unless she had known about the old man's plot and specially examined the leader's body, she wouldn't be able to find out about it. It was hard to find unless she specifically searched for it. The betrayer went forward and opened the fantasy land again. In an instant, a ray of light hung in the sky and the people of the Poison Valley went into the fantasy land with the betrayer. Leader. The crowd rushed up to the leader and helped him up. They asked him anxiously, what should we do now? Since they've entered the fantasy land, they'll surely take the witchbone away. Chapter 1423, End of OUYA 10. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Where's Saintess? The leader asked. Saintess seemed to go to the dungeon, where she can't hear the sound here. That's good. The leader was relieved to hear that. Let Saintess leave the witchcraft tribe with the witch flower and go to Kulong Town to find Miss Yoon's friend. Besides, tell her to stay there for some time and not come back. Leader. The people all turned pale, because they knew why the leader had given this order. The witchcraft tribe may not be able to survive this disaster. But if Saintess is still alive, our witchcraft tribe will still revive one day. The leader sighed, struggled to his feet and said with a wry smile, I didn't expect that this would happen to us as soon as Saintess came back. Leader, what about the inheritance? Quote. It's too late. If the witchcraft tribe is attacked while Saintess is taking the inheritance, she'll be in danger. So send her away as soon as possible. But Saintess will find out that Miss Yoon has entered into the fantasy land and what happened to us sooner or later. Upon hearing this, the leader sighed again, don't let her know. Of course, you can tell her about Miss Yoon's entry into the fantasy land, but don't tell her that the Poison Valley people have also entered into it, and I am poisoned. Yes, leader. You can leave now. Send some strong masters to protect Saintess and ask them to protect her with their lives. Saintess was the only hope of the witchcraft tribe. Even if the witchcraft tribe was completely annihilated, she must survive. Yes. Finally, after screening, they chose the 2 strongest masters of the witchcraft tribe to escort Huang Yingying. Hearing that Yun Luofeng had entered the fantasy land, Huang Yingying insisted on staying here. The leader tried his best to convince her, and finally, Huang Yingying reluctantly agreed to go to Kulong Town to deliver the medicinal herb. The witchcraft tribe people didn't tell her what happened just now, so she was kept in the dark. It wasn't until several years later that she learned about everything. The fantasy land, a valley. The sun was shining and the scenery was picturesque. Shrouded with white clouds, it was as beautiful as a fairyland. Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin and pondered, I don't know where the witchbone was hidden, but I have a feeling that the more dangerous the place is, the more likely the witchbone is there. Roar. Suddenly, a fierce roar came from the grass nearby. Ji Jitian reacted quickly and hurriedly pulled Yun Luofeng to his side. A gust of wind shot through the head of a lion as he waved his hand. Though it's a fantasy land, the strict beasts here can still kill you, said Ji Jitian, looking at the white-clad girl next to him. Yun Luofeng slightly nodded, I see, but I'm curious about the creator of this fantasy land that is totally an independent world, and even the strict beasts here are so real. Someone is here. Ji Jitian frowned, pulled Yun Luofeng into the grass nearby and whispered in her ear. In fact, as soon as Ji Jitian perceived the existence of someone, Yun Luofeng also felt it. To her surprise, there was someone else in this fantasy land besides her and Ji Jitian. Who was this person? While Yun Luofeng was wondering, an aura quickly reached them from afar. As soon as Yun Luofeng saw the face of the coming person, she suddenly felt that Ji Jitian's breathing became heavy and an aggressive aura surged out from his body. Chapter 1424, Breakthrough. 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Though lush grass, Yun Luofeng saw a fair-skinned baby face. It was a white-clad young man about 15 or 16 years old. His eyes were as bright as the starry sky, and his handsome and cute face looked harmless. He was tall and leggy, with perfect proportions and long silvery hair, which was particularly alluring under the blue sky. If the young man appeared elsewhere, perhaps no one would notice him. However, this was the secret realm of the witchcraft tribe. It was very dangerous. Anyone appearing in this place could not be an ordinary person. Yun Luofeng's heart sank when she sensed the surging aura around Ji Jitian. I felt someone come into this fantasy land, but I didn't expect it would be you, Ji Jitian. There was a bright smile on the young man's fair face. His eyes were still innocent and his voice remained soft and harmless. Little Feng. Seeing that the young man had found him, Ji Jitian slowly stood up and whispered to Yun Luofeng, Go, get out of here. The farther you go, the better. Stop looking for the witch bone. Seeing Yun Luofeng being stunned, Ji Jitian yelled at her more loudly, Go. Go. The young man smiled. His smile was as creepy as the devil waving at you. Do you think you can still leave after coming here? A fierce gale suddenly sprang up. The young man arrogantly raised his chin and sneered at Yun Luofeng. At the same time, Yun Luofeng felt she being held back by an invisible hand. Her heart seemed to be under a great pressure, and she couldn't even breathe under this pressure. The young man was too strong to belong to this world. Ji Jitian flicked his sleeve and walked in front of Yun Luofeng, blocking the young man's pressing power. His face that had always been cynical wore a seldom-seen solemn expression. It's a grudge between us. She's innocent. Let her go. Innocent. The young man sneered and raised a sarcastic smile. His face looked haughty and overbearing. This woman is Ju Qian's successor. How can you say she is innocent? Anyone who is related to Ju Qian shall die. Boom. The young man released a powerful aura which spread and covered up the whole valley. I just wonder why my descendants let you enter here. Descendants. Yun Luofeng captured the two words. She slightly raised her beautiful face and said with difficulty, are you the ancestor of the witchcraft tribe? The witch bone was supposed to be the remains of the witchcraft tribe's ancestor. Why was he still alive? Oh. The young man looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment, his eyes full of doubt. Although Ji Jitian, the bastard, has taken some of my pressing power for you, it's still surprising that you can speak under half of it. Interesting, this Feng Er is really interesting. If you weren't the successor of Ju Qian, maybe I would take you as my disciple. Unfortunately, you have something to do with Ju Qian. The young man seemed to feel sorry and shook his head as if he really thought it was a pity that Yun Luofeng had a relationship with Ju Qian. Mo Chancheng, Ji Jitian, who looked so enchanting in his bright red robe, stood in front of Yun Luofeng. Ju Qian has become a pile of bones. Why are you still obsessed with him? Is it because you can never have him that you can't stop hating him? Chapter 1425, Breakthrough. 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. What did you say? The young man was clearly offended by Ji Jitian's words, and his eyes were burned with anger. Ji Jitian, do you believe I can kill you now? I just told the truth. Ji Jitian didn't seem to take the furious young man seriously, and gave a contemptuous smile. That day, you confessed your love to Ju Qian in public. However, Ju Qian didn't love men, so he refused you. You became angry from embarrassment and took him as your enemy. What's more, you even helped those people to frame him. The young man's body slightly trembled, and his fair-skinned face turned pale. Ji Jitian, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. He thought he was no longer in love with that man after so many years. However, Ji Jitian's words exposed his lie. He was so irritated that he began to attack Ji Jitian like crazy. Little Feng Er, go. At this point, Ji Jitian pushed Yun Luofeng away and confronted the young man. Two powerful forces were released from their bodies, destroying the entire valley and making it into ruins. In the fierce gale, two fists collided and the great power tore their clothes into pieces, revealing their white skin. Of the two men, one was handsome, cute and tall, and the other was peerlessly gorgeous and enchanting. Any woman who saw this scene would be thrilled and couldn't help but drool. Unfortunately, Yun Luofeng's attention was focused on their battle, and she didn't notice their figures at all. Ji Jitian, 1,000 years ago, you were stronger than you are now. How come after 1,000 years, you've gone backward? The young man stepped back, coldly staring at Ji Jitian with his bloodshot eyes. You haven't made much progress either. Ji Jitian gave a wild and domineering smile, and he looked so mesmerizing in his bright red robe. I can kill you 1,000,000 times for your words alone. The young man clenched his teeth and ferociously glared at him. If you could kill me, I'm afraid you would have done it just now, so I think you can't kill me now. Ji Jitian guffawed and didn't take him seriously. The young man snorted, don't you know that this place was created by Ju Qian to trap me? I can't go far away from the cave. I can only exert 1/10 of my power if I leave that place. So, you'd better not step into my place, or I'll torture you to death. He would kill anyone who had something to do with Ju Qian. If it was 1,000 years ago, you can defeat me, Ji Jitian said provocatively, casting a wicked glance at him. It was 1,000 years ago, not now. During the last 1,000 years, I never stopped cultivation even though I was trapped here. Although my cultivation speed was low because of the limitation, I still made progress. But you're going backward. The young man coldly stared at Ju Qian, so, this time, you'll bite the dust. The young man knew he couldn't defeat Ji Jitian here, so he took one last look at him and sped toward the top of the mountain. As soon as he left, Yun Luofeng felt that the aura pressing on her disappeared. However, she didn't look relieved but more solemn. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Chapter 1426, Breakthrough. 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. He's not the ancestor of the witchcraft tribe, said Ji Jitian, looking back at Yun Luofeng as if he could read her mind. The witchcraft tribe's ancestor was a spirit beast, which happened to be his mount. Yun Luofeng frowned. This time, it seemed that she was in trouble. Are you sure you can beat him? Yun Luofeng pondered and asked. If it were before, Tenmo Chancheng would have been no match for me, but now. Ji Jitian, just now he said that you went backward. What's that about? More importantly, I wonder why you look so young after living for thousands of years. Ji Jitian felt silent. His silence caused the atmosphere to become solemn. When Yun Luofeng thought he wouldn't answer her, his voice rang, you should have seen the residual soul of Ju Qian. He specifically left a wisp of his soul in the world in order to pass on his power. And the remaining part of his soul was reincarnated. In fact, his soul was so weak that it would disappear at any moment, and as he forcibly left a wisp of soul behind, his soul had almost completely disappeared. Therefore, I used a secret technique to help him be safely reincarnated. The result of applying that secret technique was that I could never go any further in strength. As for the decline in power, Ji Jitian smiled, that was because I fought against a man more than a decade ago, and fell into his trap by mistake. Yun Luofeng quietly listened to Ji Jitian before she asked, then why do you still look so young, though you've lived for thousands of years? I can't tell you about it now. With your present strength, the less you know, the safer you are, or else it will affect your cultivation. Ji Jitian gazed at Yun Luofeng. Feng you still have a lot of time. As long as you keep going, all the answers you want to know will appear in front of you. Yun Luofeng nodded after a long silence. I see. Besides, I just checked this fantasy land and found that you could only enter it, but can't leave it. After learning the strength of the young man, she had given up on the witchcraft bone. Unfortunately, no one could leave this fantasy land. Oh. Ji Jitian raised his eyebrows. That's really troublesome, Feng. Wait for me here, I'll go find a way out. Ji Jitian. Seeing Ji Jitian was going to leave, Yun Luofeng called out from behind. Be careful. Ji Jitian paused but didn't turn back. His bright red figure soon disappeared from her eyes. After Ji Jitian left, Yun Luofeng found a cave, sat down on the ground and began to cultivate. Huohuo and others were guarding the entrance to the cave for her. Time passed quickly when she concentrated on cultivation. In this fantasy land, there were still days and nights. Yun Luofeng could tell that Ji Jitian had been gone for over 3 months according to the change of sky. At this moment, in the cave, a storm was swirling above the girl's head, which grew more and more intense and finally broke out with a boom. As it was within the fantasy land, Yun Luofeng didn't conceal her trail, nor had she entered the God Code space to make the breakthrough. However, she didn't know that there were other people in the fantasy land besides her. Master Xiang Fei, look, there seems to be someone there. Chapter 1427, Breakthrough. 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. The breakthrough to a Sage King level was so powerful that a spirit pillar appeared between the cave and the sky. The Poison Valley people who lingered in the fantasy land for 3 months easily found the location of Yun Luofeng who had just made a breakthrough. Go. The grey-robed old man named Xiang Fei narrowed his venomous eyes. Let's check it out. It had been 3 months. They wasted 3 months here and found nothing, neither Yun Luofeng who entered the fantasy land ahead of them, or the witchcraft bone. Now, they finally found Yun Luofeng, so they quickly rushed towards her. In the cave. The girl opened her eyes and slowly exhaled a breath. I finally became a Sage King level intermediate rank spirit cultivator. However, she still had a long way to go if she wanted to become a real strong person. Ji Jitian hasn't come back yet. Yun Luofeng slowly stood up, and a worried look flickered across her eyes. He's been away for 3 months. Why hasn't he come back? No, I can't stay here and wait for him. I have to find him. At the thought of this, Yun Luofeng walked slowly out of the cave. As she had just stepped out of the cave, a fiery red figure fell down from the sky. Before Yun Luofeng could respond, she was hit by this figure with a bang. Get off me. Yun Luofeng shouted angrily and tried to push away the person who was on her, but she paused when she looked up at the person. Ji Jitian. At this time, the man was no longer as unruly and domineering as he used to be. His gorgeous face was ghastly pale, with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were tightly closed and he didn't move or make a sound. Fortunately, this guy is still alive. Yun Luofeng breathed a sigh of relief when she felt a faint breath on the tip of his nose. She got up from under him, took out a spirit herb from her space ring and fed it to him. She had prepared this spirit herb before going to the witchcraft tribe. According to the current level of the God Code space, it could grow up within a few days. As soon as the spirit herb matured, she hastily took it away and hid it in her space ring in case Little Tree would eat it. Cough. Ji Jitian coughed up a mouthful of blood and slowly opened his beautiful slanted eyes. What happened? Yun Luofeng asked, frowning. When I was looking for a way out, I accidentally stepped into Mo Chancheng's territory. Ji Jitian struggled to sit up. I couldn't resist him, so I tried my best to escape, but I found out how to get out of the fantasy land. The exit is in the cave where Mo Chancheng lives. Yun Luofeng's heart sank when she heard Ji Jitian's words. Do we have to fight Mo Chancheng again? It seemed that she was really reckless about this adventure. No one expected that there would be such a powerful monster in this fantasy land. In particular, this monster hated Ju Qian so much that he even wanted to kill all the people related to him. Yun Luofeng thought for a while and asked, Ji Jitian, can you tell me the relationship between Ju Qian and Mo Chancheng? Ji Jitian smiled and his voice was feeble. Ju Qian's experience was very similar to yours, but not as lucky as you, as he didn't have so many followers helping him. He, who used to be a trash as well, trod through countless dangers, explored countless secret lands and finally became strong. Mo Chancheng and I met him at that time. Chapter 1428, Breakthrough. 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Neither Ju Qian nor I expected that Mo Chancheng would fall in love with him. Mo Chancheng hated Ju Qian's guts because he was rejected by Ju Qian and felt that he was humiliated by him. He even had a part in hunting down Ju Qian. However, Mo Chancheng came to him the day before the hunting against him began. He claimed that if Ju Qian was willing to stay with him, he would save him from this trouble. However, he underestimated Ju Qian who just locked him up. Ji Jitian looked up at Yun Luofeng, and there was a helpless smile on his enchanting face. In fact, Ju Qian had a chance to kill Mo Chancheng, but he finally relented. That man was always like that. He could never be cruel to anyone who had fought with him. After Mo Chancheng's spirit beast, namely, the ancestor of the witchcraft tribe, died, he sent him into this fantasy land to accompany it. Ancestor of the witchcraft tribe. Isn't it just a pile of bones? How could it accompany him? Yun Luofeng wondered. Ji Jitian laughed. Who told you it was only a pile of bones? If it was, why did the witchcraft tribe enshrine and worship it? When Yun Luofeng was going to continue, swishing sounds were heard and countless figures suddenly appeared in the sky and floated above their heads. Their leader was a grey-robed old man who looked grim and murderous. If he stared at you, you would feel as if there was a poisonous snake winding around your neck and trying to suffocate you. At this time, Yun Luofeng's gaze swept across the crowd and fell on an old man behind the grey-robed old man, and her face changed. Aren't you a member of the witchcraft tribe? Why are you here? The witchcraft tribe. The betraying old man guffawed. The leader of the witchcraft tribe is dying, and now I'm a member of the Poison Valley. Yun Luofeng, Ji Jutian, you don't deserve the witchcraft bone. The witchcraft bone shall belong to the Poison Valley. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. She didn't expect that the witchcraft tribe would be attacked when she stayed in the fantasy land in the last 3 months. Feng Ji Jutian struggled to his feet and said in a low voice, run up the hill. Run. No, Yun Luofeng said, supporting Ji Jutian, I won't leave you behind. If Ji Jutian hadn't been wounded, it would be as easy as pie for him to kill these people. However, he was seriously wounded by Mo Chancheng. Though he had taken the spirit herb, he wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Run. Xiang Fei smiled darkly, I'm afraid you don't have the chance. Ji Jutian, I thought it would take me some time to deal with you. But even God is helping me. You are wounded, so both of you will die today. Quote. There was only one witchcraft bone. Anyone who wanted to take it was his enemy. Go, kill them. With no more words, the Poison Valley people rushed toward Ji Jutian and Yun Luofeng, with a murderous and bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. Looking at those pouncing on him, Ji Jutian laughed. His laughter was wild and domineering and resounded throughout the valley. Even though I am wounded, it is still a breeze to kill you worms. At this moment, the man's red robe was wildly fluttering in the wind and a murderous aura was released from his body, which covered up the whole sky and turned it murky. The whole valley darkened, and under the powerful aura he just unleashed, these men who rushed towards Ji Jutian all dropped from the sky and lay on the ground, unable to move as if being pressed down by a huge mountain. Chapter 1429, Breakthrough. 6. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Black. Ji Jutian had forcibly exerted such a great strength before he recovered, so his blood was flowing backward and he vomited a mouthful of blood, which was as red as a beautiful rosé. That's enough. Yun Luofeng frowned and rushed to Ji Jutian. Ji Jutian, you haven't recovered. Just leave these people to me. Ji Jutian raised his hand and stopped Yun Luofeng. His wildly fluttering red robe covered her eyes and made her heart skip a beat. I promised the Ghost Emperor that I would keep you safe. I must keep my promise. People might criticize him for being cruel or eccentric, but he never broke his word. Besides, even if he hadn't promised the Ghost Emperor, he would never let her be in any danger. Yun Luofeng raised her head and looked up at the Poison Valley people who were running toward Ji Jutian. Once again, she felt that she was not strong enough. If she was powerful enough, Ji Jutian didn't have to take this risk. How many times have I said I would never let anyone around me be hurt, but Yun Xiao, Xiao Bai, Hong Luan, and Ji Jutian. They were all injured because of me. General Wen also died protecting my family. Countless enemies want to threaten me with the lives of my loved ones, but I'm still so weak. Her strength had risen fast. She just spent less than 10 years to become a Sage King level spirit cultivator from scratch. However, as her strength increased, the enemies she met were also stronger. She must become stronger before she could protect those around her. Master, Xiao Mo wanted to comfort Yun Luofeng but didn't know where to start. He understood her feeling. In the last 6 months, Yun Luofeng had seen what Yun Xiao paid for protecting her first and then watched Hong Luan lose all her strength to protect her. Now even Ji Jutian was risking his life for her. But she couldn't do anything. How could she accept this? Strength comes from danger. Xiao Mo, this time, I must confront Mo Chancheng. Only when I get the witchcraft bone will my strength be significantly improved. Yun Luofeng clenched her fists. Scared by Mo Chancheng's strength, she had been wondering whether she should give up the witchcraft bone or not. But now she had made up her mind that no matter how dangerous it was, she must get this treasure. Only in this way could she improve her strength. The people of the Poison Valley fell down one by one. Xiang Fei, who was full of confidence, finally turned pale. I really underestimated Ji Jutian. Even though he was badly injured, he is still so powerful. If he didn't intervene, all his men would be killed by him. Master Xiang Fei, we can't hold on any longer. The betraying old man looked back at Xiang Fei, his forehead covered with sweat. Master, I remember that you told the leader of the witchcraft tribe that you had a way to deal with Ji Jutian. Please subdue Ji Jutian and save us. Xiang Fei snorted coldly and looked up at Ji Jutian. A grim light flashed through his eyes. Ji Jutian, I'll give you a chance. Surrender to me, or else, you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. Ji Jutian gave a sneer and his voice was cold and arrogant. I will never give in to anyone. Show me what you're capable of. I'd like to see what your trump card is. Chapter 1430, Ji Jutian's Achilles Heel, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Haha, Xiang Fei smiled grimly and looked at Ji Jutian with disdain. In that case, I'll have to show you my trump card. He dared to enter the fantasy land even though he learned that Ji Jutian was in it because he knew about Ji Jutian's Achilles Heel. There were very few people aware of it across the whole continent. I didn't want to summon my spirit beast, but now in order to deal with you, I'll have to use my spirit dog. Spirit dog. Yun Luofeng was thinking about Xiang Fei's next move when she suddenly sensed that the aura of the man next to her changed. He looked flustered, which was something she had never seen before. Boom. Just then, a huge dog fell from the sky and hit the ground hard. This spirit dog was enveloped in flames, its eyes fierce and ferocious, and it grimly stared at Ji Jutian and Yun Luofeng. Jitian, Yu Nuofeng cast a wicked glance at Ji Jitian. Are you afraid of dogs? Ji Jitian quivered and his gorgeous face was pale. He was always a daredevil and wouldn't be scared even in the face of the king of hell. However, he really feared one thing, which was a dog. Whenever he saw a dog, he felt his heart freeze and he would be too nervous to use his spirit energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured by those people and his power wouldn't have gone backwards so badly. But only those who wounded him in that battle knew his secret. Why did this man know it? What's your relationship with the beast-starred Wadao? Ji Jitian felt choked as if there was a stone on his heart. He coldly stared at the Poison Valley people, with a chilly gleam in his red slanted eyes. I'm his successor, Xiang Fei sneered. He was afraid that you would come for revenge, so he told me your weakness. Ji Jitian, are you afraid now? Woof. With a wild bark, the spirit dog rushed towards Ji Jitian. Ji Jitian tried to resist only to find that his legs kept trembling and he couldn't move at all. As he saw the spirit dog approaching, he hit himself hard on the thigh bone, and his enchanting face was filled with anxiety and anger. Damn it, why is it a spirit dog? If it was any other kind of spirit beast, he could kill it in an instant. But it happened to be a spirit dog. His Achilles heel. As the spirit dog pounced on Ji Jitian, a white figure flashed by and stood in front of Ji Jitian. Feng, get out of the way. Ji Jitian's eyes were bloodshot, and his domineering voice reverberated throughout the mountains. However, by this time, the spirit dog had reached the front of Yu Nuofeng. As she raised her arm to ward it off, it jumped over, its sharp teeth bit deep into Yu Nuofeng's arm, and bright red blood streamed from between its teeth. The blood was dazzlingly red, like a bright red rose. Ji Jitian felt his heart skip a beat when he saw this. He couldn't say a word as if there was a lump in his throat. Ji Jitian, I didn't expect that you were afraid of dogs. She gave him a wicked grin. If it were before, Ji Jitian would have defended himself, but now he seemed unable to say a word. But his slanted eyes turned redder and redder, as if filled with blood. Chapter 1431, Ji Jitian's Achilles heel, 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Is it because, Yu Nuofeng paused and grinned, you were killed by a dog in your previous life that you're so afraid of it? Yu Nuofeng, Ji Jitian had calmed down, but his eyes were still red. You can't help me by staying here. Leave now, get out. When Mo Chancheng appeared, you wanted me to go. Now the Poison Valley people are making trouble for us, and you asked me to leave again. Ji Jitian, am I such a coward in your mind? The girl laughed, and her laughter hit Ji Jitian hard in the heart and immediately irritated him. If you can survive, it's better than if we both die. That's why I wanted you to go. Why did Feng Er never listen to him? Did she really want to die with him? This time, Yu Nuofeng just ignored him and turned to the spirit dog that was biting her arm. Boom. She exerted a great strength into her arm which exploded out from it. It hurt the spirit dog so much that it finally let go of Yu Nuofeng's arm. However, it soon pounced on her again and vomited a mouthful of flames at the same time. At any other time, Yu Nuofeng would have chosen to dodge the flames, but now she had to protect Ji Jitian behind her. So she couldn't dodge it but had to face it. Bang! Her fist hit the flames, and the flame instantly disappeared. The spirit dog waved its claws that were shining with a chilly glint like sharp daggers and attacked her again. Gazing at Yu Nuofeng who was battling with the spirit dog, Ji Jitian clenched his fists. Perhaps because he exerted too great a force or because he was too afraid of the spirit dog, his fists trembled slightly. This spirit dog was at the sage god level. Though Yu Nuofeng was already a sage king level spirit cultivator, there was still a big difference between her and this spirit beast in strength. Therefore, the spirit dog soon got the upper hand. Meanwhile, Xiang Fei seemed to be unsatisfied with the spirit dog's attacking speed, and also joined the battle. His aura pressed towards Yu Nuofeng like a mountain and struck her away with a bang. At the same time, countless sharp swords formed with spirit energy cut through the sky and stabbed at her. The girl was calm. She stared fearlessly at the sharp swords that were striking towards her, and a solemn gleam flickered across her eyes. Would she and Ji Jitian die here today? No. She hadn't found Yun Xiao. She couldn't die in this place. When she started to fight just now, she had forcibly put Huohuo and other spirit pets into the god code space and cut off the connection with it, so the spirit beasts in it couldn't know what happened outside. Feng Er. Ji Jitian's clenched fist hung down on his thigh, and his anxious eyes were burning with raging flames. Damn it, what are you afraid of? Are you going to watch Feng Er being killed in front of your eyes? If so, how would you explain this to your deceased friend when you met him in the afterlife? Perhaps because of the anxiety in his heart, Ji Jitian finally took a step forward. Not having the time to figure out what happened, he quickly moved forward and pulled Yu Nuofeng who was going to be hit by those swords into his arms. Bang! Countless rays of light shot from his sleeve and collided with the spirit swords. In a moment, all these swords turned back into spirit energy and dissipated in the sky. Chapter 1432, Ji Jitian's Achilles heel, 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. The young girl raised her eyes, looked up at the man's enchanting face, and gave him a faint smile. Ji Jitian, you finally overcame your weakness. In fact, Yu Nuofeng was able to escape with Ji Jitian, even without fighting. But she eventually decided to risk her life because she wanted to help Ji Jitian overcome this weakness. If Ji Jitian still had this weakness, his enemies would tell others about it and then he would be exposed to danger. That was why she wanted to give it a try. Silly girl, Ji Jitian said in a wicked tone, with adoration that he himself didn't even notice. Just now I told you to go. Why didn't you go? I owe you too much, Yu Nuofeng smiled, so I'm paying you back now. What she meant was not that she saved Ji Jitian, but that she helped him overcome his fear of canine spirit beasts. Ji Jitian seemed to be unsatisfied with her words and frowned. Why, do you want to pay me back? Yes. She didn't want to owe anyone, especially the debt of gratitude. However, in her mind, Ji Jutian was already as important as Nangong Yunyi. Anger welled up within Ji Jutian, but he couldn't be angry with Yun Luofeng, so he could only turn his eyes to the Poison Valley people. Impossible, impossible, my master told me you were afraid of canine strip beasts. Why aren't you? Xiang Fei's face turned pale and he recoiled in horror. Ji Jutian sneered, because of you, Feng Er no longer owes me. How should I settle this account with you? Hearing this, the crowd almost fell over. He was so angry not because they attacked him, but because Yun Luofeng no longer owed him because of them. Ji, Xiang Fei swallowed hard, Master Ji, it was a mistake, it's just a mistake. We will leave here right away and I promise we'll never contend with you for the witchcraft bone again. The witchcraft bone was not as important as their lives. Unless Valley Master came himself, they would not be able to resist Ji Jutian. Run, Xiang Fei hurriedly ran up the mountain, leaving the others behind. The people left behind were so scared that they forgot to run away. Xiang Fei, who thought Ji Jutian would surely come after him, found that instead of chasing him, the man vented his anger on the men who were left behind. There was a unilateral slaughter. The Poison Valley people had no power to resist him. Under his attack, they were immediately killed one after another. After a while, except for Xiang Fei who had escaped, all the people became dead bodies, including the old man who betrayed the witchcraft tribe. He had thought that he could become an elder after joining the Poison Valley, but he didn't expect that he would die in this fantasy land. Woof. Seeing Ji Jutian approaching him, the street dog stepped back in horror and warned him not to come near him with his voice. Get down. Ji Jutian raised his gorgeous face, his voice haughty and domineering. The street dog immediately lay on the ground as if surrendering to him. He whined and his eyes that were previously ferocious looked so piteous now. I don't know why I was afraid of such a weak street beast. In fact, Ji Jutian didn't know why he had this weakness. Chapter 1433, Ji Jutian's Achilles heel, 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. If it weren't for Yun Luofeng, he would never be able to overcome this weakness. Perhaps he really was killed by some canine spirit beast in his previous life just as Yun Luofeng said. Ji Jutian didn't notice that Yun Luofeng had quietly hit a certain acupoint of his and put a strit herb beside him before he fought that strit dog. However, she just played a supporting role. What really mattered was his courage. Ji Jutian took out a rope from nowhere and put it around the neck of the strit dog. Then he led him to Yun Luofeng, and said to her briefly yet domineeringly, he's yours now. The corner of Yun Luofeng's mouth twitched and she said, I don't need it. As if not hearing her, Ji Jutian continued, now you owe me one more, so you'll never be able to pay off your debts to me. Quote. How could he forcibly do her a favor? She really didn't want to owe him. One strit beast is not enough. I'm going to catch a few more for you. Anyway, you will owe me forever. You return me one, and I'll make you owe me another one. Yun Luofeng was stunned. Ji Jutian, what are you trying to do? I just want you to owe me forever. That way, Yun Luofeng, you can never get rid of me. Ji Jutian clenched his teeth when he said the last few words. She wanted to return him the favor and never see him again. In her dreams, he would never let this happen. The only way was to make her indebted to him forever, so she would never be able to get rid of him. Ji Jutian. Yun Luofeng was about to get angry when she saw the man standing upright in front of her suddenly fall headfirst to the ground. She quickly stepped forward to support Ji Jutian before she had the time to figure out what happened. However, the strit dog quickly ran up to him and caught him on its back. Canine strit beasts were good at pleasing humans and were loyal to their masters. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a word as faithful dog. Of course, they were only loyal to their real masters whom they would never abandon. Xiang Fei captured this strit dog on the way but hadn't been recognized by him. He fought for him only because he was afraid of being beaten by Xiang Fei. So, he easily betrayed him. Once he found his genuine master, he would never betray him in his entire life. That was why people said dogs were faithful. He hasn't fully recovered from his injury and should take a rest. Unfortunately, Xiang Fei escaped. If Ji Jutian hadn't been seriously injured, none of them would be able to escape. The strit dog whined, carefully put Ji Jutian down, and lay on the ground obediently. Do you want to follow us? Yun Luofeng asked, looking at the strit dog. The strit dog hurriedly nodded and looked at Yun Luofeng with an apologetic look. Oh, you can't speak. Yun Luofeng paused and took a look at him. A strit beast of your level should be able to speak. Why can't you speak? Yun Luofeng looked up and down at the strit dog and finally figured it out. You must have been poisoned so that you can't speak. I don't know why that person did this to you, but I can help you. Chapter 1434, Ji Jutian's Achilles heel, 5. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. The strit dog's eyes lit up and he whimpered piteously. But, what I want is your true allegiance. You can't treat me as you treated the Poison Valley people, only submitting to them perfunctorily. The strit dog fell silent. He really didn't want to take Yun Luofeng as his master. He just wanted to survive. After all, a strit beast was rarely willing to give its loyalty, but once it did, it would be loyal to its master for its entire life. After a long time, the strit dog looked up at Yun Luofeng and whined. Master, he said that if you detoxify him, he will give you all his loyalty. Yun Luofeng had reconnected with the god code space when the crisis was over, so Xiaomo knew what was going on outside. Okay. Yun Luofeng slightly nodded. You take Ji Jutian to the cave and let him have a good rest. After leaving this fantasy land, I will detoxify you. As soon as he heard this, the strit dog excitedly ran, almost throwing Ji Jutian off of his back. Fortunately, Ji Jutian had fallen into a coma, or else he would have slapped the dog to death when he learned this. It was 2 days before Ji Jutian fully recovered. In those 2 days, the Strut Dog dutifully guarded both of them, and any Strut beast in the fantasy land that came close to them was quietly solved by him. Seeing that Ji Jutian had almost recovered, Yu Nuofeng said slowly, "Since there is only one way out of here, no matter how dangerous it is, we have to go there. Have you made up your mind?" Ji Jutian looked at Yu Nuofeng. "If you have, I will keep your company to the end." "Let's go," Yu Nuofeng said, looking at the Strut Dog. "Do you wait here for us, or come with us?" "Woof." The Strut Dog walked up to Yu Nuofeng, put his head against her legs and wagged his tail as if begging her. He was telling her that he would follow her wherever she went. "Well, then, come with us. Besides, you don't have a name. May I give you a name?" Yu Nuofeng asked, looking at the Strut Dog. The Strut Dog looked at Yu Nuofeng, wagging his tail. "How about Cha-Cha? 1. Cha-Cha." Let alone the Strut Dog, even Ji Jutian cast a curious glance at her. "Why this name?" Yu Nuofeng thought for a moment. "I miss my grandfather. And then, he likes drinking tea. Quote. So, just because her grandfather liked drinking tea and she missed him, she named this Strut Dog Cha-Cha. However, the Strut Dog seemed to love this name. He kept wagging his tail, though his eyes were piteous as always. "Okay, let's go." Yu Nuofeng turned around and looked solemn because they were going to face a strong enemy. The top of the mountain with swirling clouds. Unlike the one Yu Nuofeng lived in, this cave at the top of the mountain was like a fairyland and had beautiful scenery. Surprisingly, there was a little world in the cave, including waterfalls, mountains, blue sky, white clouds and everything else. At this time, a white-robed young man was standing on the top of a tree, looking down at the bones below. There were the bones of a giant dragon that looked rather spooky, in which a transparent shadow loomed. If you looked closely, you would find that this shadow was a giant black dragon that was lifelike and looked as if it was about to break free and fly into the sky. Chapter 1435, Ji Jutian's Achilles Heel, 6. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. "Co hey, I met Ji Jutian and Ju Qian's successor." The young man pursed his pink lips. "I should have forgotten Ju Qian after all these years, but he's still in my head and I just can't forget him." The dragon's soul was struggling and growling. His eyes were full of pain and he looked listless. "You know what, I didn't hate Ju Qian for refusing or embarrassing me. When I decided to tell him about the conspiracy of those people, he should have known that I didn't hate him anymore. But, that beastard imprisoned me here for thousands of years. In this place, I won't grow old or die. I have to spend thousands of years here alone. Oh, yes, you're with me. He left you here to accompany me, and he fixed your soul in your bones so that your soul wouldn't disappear and you could stay here forever." Quote. "But I am a human being. Even though you are here with me, so what? I'm imprisoned here, isolated from the world. How can I not hate him? I can accept him rejecting my love, but I can't accept him torturing me in this way. Why was he so cruel to me?" His eyes were full of hatred. He never seemed to understand why Ju Qian imprisoned him here and made him suffer for thousands of years. "You really don't understand why Ju Qian kept you here." Suddenly, a wicked voice came from the front. Mo Chancheng's body tightened and anger welled up within him. "Ji Jutian, I didn't expect you would dare to appear before my eyes again. Since you ran away the other day, why did you come back?" Ji Jutian didn't answer his question, and a mocking gleam flickered across his slanted eyes. "Thousands of years ago, you framed Ju Qian along with his enemies. Did you think those people would spare your life after killing Ju Qian? Those hypocritical old beastards would never admit that they managed to kill Ju Qian because of a young man's help. So, Ji Jutian's eyes turned cold, they would never let you go." "Humph," Mo Chancheng snorted and proudly raised his chin. "I knew that, but so what? Though I couldn't be born with Ju Qian, I could die with him. I didn't regret it." Ji Jutian glanced at him, and gave a wicked smile. "Though you were cruel to Ju Qian, he didn't treat you the same way. He imprisoned you here just to protect you." "Nonsense." Ji Jutian's words, like a needle, pierced into his heart. It hurt so much that he trembled and his eyes were filled with anger. "Ju Qian never cared about me. He never talked to me since he refused me. He hated me. He imprisoned me and tortured me because he hated me. I'm telling you the truth, believe it or not." The man's words irritated the young man, who jumped to his feet, released a powerful aura and began to attack Ji Jutian. "Shut up, don't bullshit. Ju Qian hated him. Otherwise, how could he be so cruel to him?" Ji Jutian said this nonsense to beguile him into sparing his life. Yes, he must be talking nonsense. His attack was so powerful that Ji Jutian kept retreating. Mo Chancheng's eyes turned red like a lunatic who only wanted to destroy the enemy in front of him. Chapter 1436, Ju Qian's Treasure, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. At this moment, the sun and the moon were dimmed, and the sky was murky as if being shrouded with a layer of dust. It was gloomy and chilly. Mo Chancheng attacked Ji Jutian like mad. As if demonized, he had totally lost his mind, and his pitch-black hair was wildly fluttering in the air. Bang! His fist, with an earth-shattering power, hit Ji Jutian hard on the chest. Ji Jutian immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, but there was still a mocking smile on his slightly raised enchanting face. Mo Chancheng, I'm telling you the truth, believe it or not. Shut up, you shut up. Mo Chancheng released another powerful aura and kept shooting spirit forces at him, stirring up a cloud of dust and leaving deep ditches on the ground. Boom. Ji Jutian held up his hand to block the attacks. He kept retreating but his face remained sarcastic. Mo Chancheng was trembling with anger. How ridiculous that Ji Jutian said that Zhu Qian, that jerk, imprisoned him in this deserted place to protect him. He just wanted revenge on me. Ji Jutian was telling lies. What he said were all lies. As if trying to further convince himself, the young man rushed to the front of Ji Jutian and kicked him hard in the chest. Ji Jutian raised his hand to resist him, but Mo Chancheng's strength was way greater than his. Kicked by him, Ji Jutian flew backward, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Mo, is there a way to solve him? Yun Luofeng clenched her fists and looked anxious. So far, Mo Chancheng was the most powerful enemy she had ever met. Boom, boom, boom. Mo Chancheng didn't stop attacking him and kept kicking him with both legs. His voice was trembling with anger, and he snapped, Ji Jutian, I want you to tell me that Zhu Qian hated me. He didn't hate you. The man's voice was low and feeble but made Mo Chancheng's heart tremble more violently. He never hated you. No, you're lying. The young man's eyes grew redder and his attacks became fiercer. However, his moves were clearly disorderly, and even his breathing became restless. Apparently, Ji Jutian's words distracted him. Bang! With the last kick, Ji Jutian could no longer resist him. He flew away and fell heavily to the ground with a bang, leaving a deep pit on the ground. The man lay in the pit, his fiery red robe stained with blood, but there was still a mocking smile on his gorgeous face. Ji Jutian, tell me you're lying to me. Zhu Qian never cared about me. He just wanted revenge on me. The young man clenched his teeth, his eyes were full of hatred, and a powerful storm was gathering in his slightly raised hand. This storm contained an earth-shattering power. Whoever was hit by it would have their soul shattered and they would never be able to be reincarnated. If you say that, I'll let you go, otherwise I'll kill you right away. His robe was fluttering wildly in the gale. He looked crazy yet powerful. Ji Jutian sneered, looked into his reddened eyes and said calmly, I will never take back what I said. Chapter 1437, Zhu Qian's Treasure, 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. In the grey sky, lightning was accompanied by peals of thunder. A great many powerful gales converged on the young man's palm, grew increasingly stronger, and looked powerful enough to destroy everything. Ji Jutian. Yun Luofeng frowned and quickly ran up to Ji Jutian. She stroked the man's feeble body and frowned, let me take you away. Ji Jutian smiled, Feng, do you still think we can escape from here? Yun Luofeng fell silent. For the first time, she felt regretful. She regretted going into this fantasy land, and involving Ji Jutian in this matter. Humph. Mo Chancheng stared at the two in the pit, and a murderous gleam flickered across his bloodshot eyes. Ji Jutian, since you refuse to say that, let me send you to the ghost realm to accompany Ji Jutian. A fierce gale sprang up and spread across the whole mountain. Yun Luofeng struggled to stand up in the gale, but couldn't even move her feet. This was the strength of Mo Chancheng. No one was stronger than him. Go to hell. Mo Chancheng's voice was filled with resentment, and the storm on his palm was about to take shape. No one would be able to resist him, just like lambs to the slaughter. No. Yun Luofeng's heart sank, I can't die here. Yun Xiao is still waiting for me. And I can't watch Ji Jutian being killed because of me. So she can sit still waiting for death. At the thought of this, Yun Luofeng put Ji Jutian down, looked at the handsome young man standing in the gale, and staggered towards him. What are you doing? Seeing Yun Luofeng's movement, Ji Jutian changed his face and tried to stand up, you won't be able to resist him. As if not hearing him, Yun Luofeng gazed at Mo Chancheng with her dark eyes. Mo Chancheng, do you know why I could become Zhu Qian's successor? The girl's voice was calm and cold and slowly rang in the gale. Mo Chancheng paused and soon responded. He said sarcastically, do you think I will let you off because you're the successor of Zhu Qian? You are wrong. If you had nothing to do with Zhu Qian, maybe I would let you go. But since you are his successor, I must kill you. After this, the murderous aura of Mo Chancheng that was shockingly thick spread again. Yun Luofeng's eyes were fixed on Mo Chancheng, and her wicked eyes were so bright at this point. Even in the face of such a crisis, she was still calm, composed and unhurried. Do you think a person as exclusive as Zhu Qian would just hand over his inheritance to a random person? Mo Chancheng frowned, but his hand was still gathering power. What do you mean? After Mo Chancheng said this, the storm on his palm had finally taken shape like a giant ball and Mo Chancheng hurled it at Yun Luofeng. Seeing that Yun Luofeng was in danger, Cha Cha rushed over and barked at Mo Chancheng. His eyes were fixed on the huge wind ball and he didn't retreat, even though he was trembling with fear. Because Yun Luofeng didn't pay attention to Cha Cha and said calmly, I am the reincarnation of Zhu Qian, so his residual soul gave his inheritance to me. Chapter 1438, Zhu Qian's Treasure, 3. Translator, Zen_Editor, Rock. Boom. Mo Chancheng's mind turned blank, and Yun Luofeng's words continued to reverberate in his mind. It is because I'm Ju Qian reincarnated that he would pass on his inheritance to me. That's right, how could a person as cautious and haughty as Ju Qian casually pass on his teachings to other people? It was because it was a girl in front of him that his thoughts did not turn in that direction. However, when Mo Chancheng regained his wits, he saw that the powerful force had already reached Yun Luofeng. It was similar to a giant mouth wanting to swallow the girl standing as a barrier in front of Ji Jutian. No, no, Mo Chancheng finally panicked. He madly dashed toward Yun Luofeng, having no qualms about his life in his desire to reach Yun Luofeng before the power swallowed her. When he got there, he extended his arms, blocking the force that had enough power to destroy the heavens. Boom. The force slammed into Mo Chancheng's back, and he spat a mouthful of scarlet blood on Yun Luofeng's lapels, dyeing them red. At this moment, the youth did not have his previous pride and strength. His handsome face was ghastly pale, and he appeared as if he was a fragile doll, making people's heart ache. I should hate you. You have injured me so many times and also locked me up here for 1,000 years. Yet, why can't I hate you at a crucial moment? But this is good too. If I can die, then I won't be in pain anymore and won't have to wait here. You made me unable to age or die to punish me, but did you know that I really long for death? Ju Qian, if there is a next life, I absolutely won't fall in love with you again, I absolutely won't. 1,000 years of waiting. How could anyone know the pain in his heart? After a misstep, every subsequent step was wrong. If his love did not turn into hate back then, would he have not lost him then? Ju Qian, in truth, I had already decided back then that I would die together with you. If there was a next life and you were a man, then I want to be a woman. If you were a woman, then I want to be a man. Like that, would you not have had a chance to reject me? The youth finally heavily fell, planting towards the ground head first. The moment he fell, he could feel a hand pulling on him and the other party's face appeared to be emotionally stirred. Wasn't this enough? He insisted that he hated him, but could he really hate him? For 1,000 years, he had merely been deceiving himself. The giant dragon spirit clearly felt the youth's condition and released grieved whines one after another. Those whines shook the layers of great clouds away, revealing the azure sky again. Jutian, did I make a mistake? Yun Luofeng aloofly asked, her eyes downcast. No, you didn't. You merely wanted to live. That's right, she merely wanted to live, which is why she made a bet. She bet on whether Mo Chancheng still had feelings for Ju Qian. Evidently, she bet correctly. Ju Qian still dominated a large position inside Mo Chancheng's heart, and he absolutely could not allow Ju Qian to die here. This was why she uttered that lie. Apologies, Yun Luofeng slowly placed the youth on the ground. People are selfish. I'm also very selfish. I didn't want to die here, so I could only deceive you. Suddenly, the whole ground started shaking and countless rocks started falling from the sky, as though they wanted to bury the entire world. This is bad. Ji Jutian's expression abruptly changed. Mo Chancheng can't die. If he dies, we will be trapped inside the illusory realm forever and can't leave. Chapter 1439, Ju Qian's Treasure, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. As though sensing something, astonishment entered her eyes. The matrix core of this illusory realm is Mo Chancheng himself. Ju Qian actually used Mo Chancheng's person as a matrix and created this illusory realm. If Mo Chancheng died, then they would certainly be forever trapped in this place. If you want to save Mo Chancheng, you will one day discover you are pretending to be Ju Qian. Are you sure you want to save him? Ji Jutian asked in a low voice after he discovered her thoughts. Yun Luofeng grew silent. If she kept Mo Chancheng by her side, he would certainly be a time bomb, the type that could explode at any time, and would pose an extremely large threat to her future life. However, Yun Luofeng looked up. Mo Chancheng can't die. I also must leave here. All right. Ji Jutian's lips turned up. No matter what you do, this lord will support your decision. Yun Luofeng did not hesitate anymore and placed her hand on Mo Chancheng's back, sending spirit energy to his wound. Thankfully, she had Little Tree's giant chrysanthemum endless supply of spirit energy to the God Code space, so there was an abundance of energy that she could employ. Even so, when she was saving Mo Chancheng, she was not as careful as she was when treating Yun Xiao. Saving his life was enough. A moment later, the eyelashes of the youth on the ground fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. What entered his sight was a beautiful face, a face that was unrivaled in the world. Her hair gently flew up with the breeze, and an enigmatic light emitted from her pitch-black eyes. Are you okay? Mo Chancheng was startled and faintly pursed his lips. Why did you save me? If you died, Ji Jutian and I would be forever trapped inside this illusory realm and wouldn't be able to leave. This time, Yun Luofeng did not lie and told him her objective for saving him. Mo Chancheng cast down his eyes, a wry smile appearing on his fair and handsome face. I knew you wouldn't be worried about me. You would only feel disgust for me, so how could you possibly care about my life? Yun Luofeng mercilessly tossed Mo Chancheng on the ground, the pain from his back causing him to shout. His delicate brows knitted, and he clearly found Yun Luofeng's attitude unbearable. I don't have many feelings toward you, unlike Ju Qian once did, so I indeed don't care about your life or death. The girl's brows were slightly raised as she calmly said, although you did get injured while saving me just now, I haven't forgotten that you wanted to kill Ji Jutian and me. Do you think I would be benevolent enough to care about an enemy? Mo Chancheng's body shuddered, and his head lowered. Even if she was not Ju Qian from 1,000 years ago, she still loathed him. However, Yun Luofeng paused briefly before saying, back then, Ju Qian did lock you up here with your safety in mind. Ji Jutian spoke the truth. You were saying, Mo Chancheng bit his lips and looked up at Yun Luofeng. You did not loathe me back then. Looking at the youth's joyful expression, Yun Luofeng could not find it in herself to be cruel. Ju Qian is Ju Qian, I am me. After all, she was not Ju Qian in the end and did not feel much friendship toward Mo Chancheng. I understand. Mo Chancheng bitterly chuckled. The current you is not the Ju Qian from before. You aren't as powerful as him, and even your gender has changed, female. I also don't sense that familiar feeling from you. Chapter 1440, Ju Qian's Treasure, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. However, I don't mind remaining by your side like previously. Can you give me another chance? The youth's voice was pleading. He had been all alone for 1,000 years. He did not want to be alone anymore. No, Yun Luofeng refused Mo Chancheng without mercy. Who knew whether Mo Chancheng would go crazy after seeing Yun Xiao? There was no way she would keep a time bomb by her side. Mo Chancheng felt disappointment in his heart. I know you won't forgive me. I once helped other people attack you and now wanted to kill you because I didn't recognize you. How could you forgive me? Perhaps he would never obtain her forgiveness even if he used his life to make it up to her. However, the youth lightly pursed his lips, his face palely illuminated by the sun. I will use my hard work to show my determination. You will eventually accept me again one day. Yun Luofeng did not answer the youth and headed toward Ji Jitian inside the pit. She carefully helped Ji Jitian up and fed him a stalk of a spirit herb. The spirit energy inside God Code Space can treat every injury, only external injuries like how Mo Chancheng's back was sliced open by spirit energy and ceaselessly bleeding. At that time, she needed to use spirit energy to stop his blood. Ji Jitian's injuries were an internal injury, so spirit energy could only act as a supplementary aid, and spirit herbs were needed to treat him. Watching Yun Luofeng feed the herb to Ji Jitian, rage crept onto Mo Chancheng's face. His long, silver hair danced in the wind, and anger flickered through his eyes. Ju Qian, you. My name is Yun Luofeng aloofly stated with a glance toward Mo Chancheng. Being at the end of the girl's gaze caused Mo Chancheng's fury to miraculously disappear, but his face still contained satisfaction. If he were not afraid of angering Yun Luofeng, perhaps he would have already acted against Ji Jitian. The same happened 1,000 years ago. He clearly met Ju Qian first, but Ji Jitian's relationship with Ju Qian surpassed his. Also, after he confessed to Ju Qian, the man treated him very indifferently. Now, it was like this as well, so how could he be happy? Can you tell me how to leave this illusory realm? After Yun Luofeng fed Ji Jitian the herb, she turned her head to look at Mo Chancheng. Mo Chancheng started, confusion flickering through his eyes. Weren't you the one who laid down this illusory realm? How come you don't know how to leave? Yun Luofeng's heart jolted. She calmed her heart and said, I don't have memories of the past. Oh, I nearly forgot. You reincarnated, so how could you remember matters from 1,000 years ago? Mo Chancheng came to a realization. Not far from this cave, there is a mechanism, you can activate that mechanism to leave. Mo Chancheng pursed his lips before continuing, unfortunately, I can't go to that place. As soon as I go near it, my whole body will go numb. Also, spirit beasts can't go near there either, otherwise, I would have commanded the spirit beasts inside the illusory realm to open the path for me long ago. Cha-Cha, wait here, Yun Luofeng ordered with a glance at Cha-Cha. Woof woof. Cha-Cha barked and obediently sat on the ground, anxiously watching Yun Luofeng. Don't worry, I will bring you with me. As for the spirit beasts inside God Code Space, as long as they didn't leave the space, there should not be any problems. Chapter 1441, Ju Qian's Treasure, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. I will go with you. Ji Jitian struggled to stand up and walk to Yun Luofeng's side. Your injuries? It's fine, don't worry. All right. Yun Luofeng nodded and walked forward with her head raised. The cave was very long, similar to an endless mountainous field, and one could not see the end in the distance. If we leave, does that mean Mo Chancheng will also leave here? Yun Luofeng's brows lightly knitted. She had noticed the fury and killing intent in Mo Chancheng's eyes when she fed the herb to Ji Jitian earlier. Keeping a time bomb like that by her side was truly too dangerous. There is a way to get rid of him. Ji Jitian's lips slightly turned up. Find Ju Qian reincarnated as soon as you can and then toss this trouble at him. At that time, even if he finds out you impersonated Ju Qian, you returned another one to him. Yun Luofeng glanced at Ji Jitian. You're selling your brother out. It can't be helped. Ji Jitian's smile was enticingly wicked. Having this guy latch onto Ju Qian is better than him following us. Don't you think so? That is a decent idea indeed. Yun Luofeng lightly stroked her chin. Perhaps she would be able to rid herself of Mo Chancheng if she found Ju Qian reincarnated. It appeared that she would have to go and find Ju Qian when she left here. Right, what if Ju Qian still won't accept Mo Chancheng, what then? Ji Jitian also grew silent. A long while later, malice flashed through his eyes. Don't you have a medicine that can alter one's sex? If you change Mo Chancheng into a woman, perhaps you can even matchmake a couple. Yun Luofeng's forehead twitched. If I had that type of medicine, I would turn you into a woman first. Perhaps you could then immediately get married to someone and avoid being an old virgin for life. Ji Jitian's complexion immediately darkened. Would this woman die if she didn't mention those words? A dark door appeared in front of them. Yun Luofeng gently pushed the door open and slowly entered. When she saw the contents of the room, she was startled. Treasures littered the whole room, whether it was medicinal herbs, books, or weapons, it had everything. There was even a blood-colored spring at the center of the room. The sound of the water flowing down was like the sound of bloodletting, making people's hair stand up on end. However, the spring water did not emit a copper smell and was permeated with a faint fragrant scent instead. When Yun Luofeng inhaled the scent, she felt the spirit energy inside her body raise a bit. Master, this is Bloodstrode Spring. If you soak in this spring, your strength will raise very quickly. Jackpot, we've hit a jackpot this time. Xiao Mo excitedly shouted. His voice was like a starving man who saw delicious food and wished nothing more than to inhale it all. Beside her, Ji Jutian was not very surprised, and the smile remained in his eyes. I didn't expect Ju Qian to hide all of his treasures inside this illusory realm. No wonder all the dispatched experts did not find anything despite their numbers. Feng heir, as Ju Qian's heir, these will naturally be inherited by you. Yun Luofeng grew silent. For some reason, she kept feeling like everything was fated. Just like how the reason she came to this illusory realm was that Ju Qian's puppet technique that she obtained required wishbone to make puppets. Chapter 1442, Ju Qian's Treasure, 7. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. She only stepped into this place and saw all of Ju Qian's treasures in order to create puppets. Ha ha ha, a mad laugh rang out. Immediately after that, Xiang Fei, who had escaped earlier, charged out like a lunatic and broke into deranged guffaws while looking at the treasures that filled the whole room. Jackpot. I've hit the jackpot this time. Everything belongs to me, it's mine. His eyes were bloodshot as he unwaveringly glared at Yun Luofeng and Ji Jutian. Whoever dares to fight over these treasures with me, I will take them down with me. Yun Luofeng coldly glared at Xiang Fei and the chilly evilness settled on her face. In truth, she had long since sensed Xiang Fei sneakily following him, but she did not mind him. She did not expect him to lose his reason and charge out after seeing these treasures. His eyes were completely bloodshot, his greed written all over his face. Xiang Fei hugged one of the long swords, wishing nothing more than to lick the entire sword. However, he did not do so in the end and merely held the treasure sword tightly in his embrace and stared at the other two people with bloodshot eyes. Humph. Everything here is mine. Get lost. Don't touch my treasures. As long as he had these treasures, his strength would rapidly increase. Who else would be a match for him on this continent from now on? Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Xiang Fei madly guffawed. His disheveled hair shook with his laughter, giving him the look of a lunatic. Scram. All of you get lost. He loudly screamed when he saw the lack of response from Yun Luofeng and Ji Jutian, wanting to evict the two of them out of his territory. That's right, after discovering these treasures, Xiang Fei had gone completely mad, lost all of his fear toward Ji Jutian, and even considered the room before them as his territory. This lord originally wanted to take care of him after leaving here, but now. Ji Jutian airily smiled, this lord must kill him first. Boom. A powerful aura suddenly exploded, the pressure causing Xiang Fei to tremble and fall on the ground with a plop. When he fell, he wanted to find something to catch himself but accidentally knocked down a porcelain jar on the side, exposing the hidden button on the jar. At the same time, his hand pressed on the button, and this button exploded with a boom and flung his body flying back. Boom. The whole space started to crack and the room started shaking, as though it would collapse at any moment. What is happening? Yun Luofeng frowned, seriousness flickering through her eyes. No. Suddenly, a frightened voice was heard from in front of them. When Yun Luofeng turned around, she caught sight of Xiang Fei's body gradually turning transparent, as though he would shatter with a touch. His panicked eyes witnessed his body slowly disappearing. It was not long before his vision turned white and he disappeared from the room. He has disappeared. Yun Luofeng's brows knitted, and her eyes flickered. Did he die, or? Before she could finish her question, a familiar haughty voice rang in the space. My heir, you have finally appeared. It appears you have received my books and came for Witchbone. A transparent and imposing figure slowly appeared in front of them. Chapter 1443, Ju Qian's Treasure, 8. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The man in front of them was also clothed in red, but compared to Ji Jutian's vixen look, this man appeared more aloof and haughty. His gaze felt like he was peering down on the world, as though he was a mighty ruler pridefully looking down at the insignificant beings beneath him. Yes, haughty. Only a true superior ruler would look down on the world like this. As though a gaze alone was enough to kill everything in a second. Ju Qian. Ji Jutian's expression was incredibly unhappy. Back then, I was suspicious about why your soul would be weakened to that extent. No matter how big the injury, it should not be so weak. However, I didn't expect that you had divided your soul into several parts. Did you know that your actions would affect your talent after reincarnation? Ju Qian's chin was loftily raised, his figure tall and powerful, similar to a giant mountain pressuring people to the point of being unable to breathe. This was Ju Qian. The medical god Ju Qian who struck everyone with terror when they heard his name. After entering this illusory realm, there is only one way to leave, and that is to inherit all of my abilities. I will allow you to leave once you pass your assessment. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. Mo Chancheng mentioned that the mechanism here will allow me to leave the illusory realm. Was he deceiving me or? No, he doesn't know anything. In truth, it was Ju Qian who established this illusory realm. Mo Chancheng only knew that he could not approach this place, so he was certain that the mechanism must be here. He had no idea that there was only one way to leave the illusory realm. All right. Yun Luofeng lightly inhaled. Tell me, how can I leave? The figure of Ju Qian was transparent but his hegemonic aura could not be hidden. It was so strong that it caused people who stood before him to feel pressure. First, you must break through 3 levels. Breaking through 3 levels, in other words, meant that she must go from intermediate rank Sage King level to intermediate rank Sage Lord level. My man is waiting for me outside, can you allow me to go say goodbye to him first before coming back to do the assessment? Ju Qian's voice remained imposing. You can't leave unless you complete the assessment. Hearing his response, Yun Luofeng's brow twitched again. She was reminded of the man from Void Mirror, he was just as stubborn and tyrannical as Ju Qian. After Yun Xiao gifted the Void Mirror to her, she accidentally entered the Void Mirror on her journey to meet Yun Xiao. She originally pleaded with the man inside Void Mirror to allow her to save Yun Xiao first before continuing the assessment. However, that person was just as stubborn. Unless she finished her mission, she could not even think about leaving. Thankfully, the time inside Void Mirror was not matched with the time in the outside world, so she was able to make it in time to face those strong enemies with Yun Xiao. You mentioned this is only the first assessment, then what about the second one? Yun Luofeng inquired. The second assessment, you must successfully create a puppet. If you can't create a puppet, you also can't leave this illusory realm. The first assessment required a lot of time, but the second assessment required just as much time. Who knew when she would be able to create a puppet? Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment. I can stay here for the assessment, but I have a request. I hope my spirit beasts can come here. Having a treasure like the Blood Spirit Spring, she must share it with the spirit beasts. Perhaps the spirit beast's strength could also raise a few levels during this period of time. Zhu Qian domineeringly glanced at Yun Luofeng. Spirit beasts could come here from the beginning. I merely did not permit the spirit beasts who originally existed inside the illusory realm to come to this place. The ones you brought naturally are permitted to appear. It's Mo Chancheng who misunderstood. Chapter 1444, Time Was Like Water, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Zhu Qian, can I ask you a final question? Yun Luofeng intently stared at the man. How can I find your reincarnation? You will know when you see him. Zhu Qian's answer remained unchanged. Boom. At that moment, Yun Luofeng felt her mind explode in pain. She tightly furrowed her brows. It was as though a bomb detonated in her mind. A moment later, a wave of memories that did not belong to her rushed into her mind. The memories featured a youth who was abandoned by his clan and betrayed by his companions. He walked towards the apex step by step and became an unrivaled strong person. In truth, Zhu Qian and she were very similar. They came from the lowest leveled Longshao continent and reached the land of no return step by step until finally coming to the 7-province continent in the end. However, what shocked Yun Luofeng was that these memories also included Zhu Qian's lifetime of knowledge. The questions that she originally did not understand from the text about puppet creation were all suddenly unraveled, as though she was enlightened. Now, you have inherited my previous memories. Zhu Qian haughtily looked down on Yun Luofeng. With these memories, you will be able to successfully create a puppet. I have even passed on all of my fighting techniques to you. I hope you will treasure it. The pain in Yun Luofeng's head finally disappeared. She looked up at the man in front of her. Back when I made your first soul fragment, why didn't you directly pass these on to me? Why did you lure me here instead? The you from back then was still weak. Knowing too many things wouldn't benefit you, so even now, I did not give you all of my memories. You still can't come into contact with some things with your current strength. How could Yun Luofeng not understand Zhu Qian's meaning? She was silent for a moment before slowly uttering, thank you. Zhu Qian sent Yun Luofeng a final glance. His imposing and arrogant eyes contained solace, as though knowing Yun Luofeng's current accomplishment already made him very satisfied. Zhu Qian. Witnessing Zhu Qian's figure slowly turning transparent, Ji Jutian's brows slowly furrowed. Do you still remember what you promised me back then? Zhu Qian smiled. It had to be said that this man's smile was very good looking. Unlike his previous haughtiness, it made people feel like they were looking at a gorgeous painting. She is my heir, so she will naturally help you with your matters. Ji Jutian did not say anything more. His expression was calm, and the hard-to-detect glint flickered through his eyes. Hearing their conversation, a foreboding feeling suddenly arose in Yun Luofeng's heart. She appeared to have been sold by Zhu Qian. Zhu Qian, your reincarnation can't help me. Ji Jutian was silent for a moment and ended up asking a final question. Zhu Qian shook his head. Back then, I divided my soul to guide my heir, and this made my soul incredibly weak. Even if I have already reincarnated, according to the circumstance of my soul, I won't have my previous accomplishments again. So now, the only one who can help you is her. As he finished speaking, Zhu Qian's haughty and domineering figure finally disappeared and silence settled on the room. Ji Jutian, help me summon Cha-Cha here. The other spirit beasts, enter the Blood Spirit Spring and cultivate. With a treasure blessed by heaven here, she believed that it wouldn't take long for her to break through to intermediate rank Sage Lord level. Chapter 1445, Time Was Like Water, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Time was like water and the years flew by. Inside this illusory realm, 3 years passed without notice. Yun Luofeng's talent was very formidable, so with the help of the Blood Spirit Spring, she merely spent 1 year to break through to intermediate rank Sage Lord from Sage King. Typically, once people reached a certain level, unless they had the assistance of rare materials they would not be able to break through even with 10 years of cultivation. Hence, Yun Luofeng's fortune was quite good in that she received Zhu Qian's inheritance. Otherwise, she would not possess this Blood Spirit Spring and reach intermediate rank, Sage Lord level in a mere year. Unfortunately, even if she broke through to Sage Lord, she could not leave this illusory realm. Hence, she spent the subsequent 2 years studying the puppet technique. The technique of puppet creation was very difficult. It took her 2 whole years before she managed to study it thoroughly, but even so, she might not succeed. In these 2 years, all the spirit beasts broke through one by one. First was Huohuo. She directly bypassed Sage God level and reached low rank Sage Lord level. Xiaomo proved to be no match for her and only stayed in advanced rank Sage God level. Of course, if he was given more time, he could pass Sage God and reach Sage Lord level. Additionally, Milk Tea and Hamster Queen both reached intermediate rank Sage God a few months ago. Meng Meng, in their footsteps, also advanced yesterday and also became an intermediate rank Sage God level gold-seeking hamster. The tribesmen of Hamster Tribe also improved. Their weakest member was advanced rank Sage King level while the majority broke through to low rank Sage God level. Initially, Cha-Cha was stronger than Huohuo, but his talent could not compare to hers and his speed of absorption was fairly slow, so he only recently broke through to Sage Lord level. Although both Spirit Beasts were Sage Lord, one was originally at low-rank Sage King level while the other was already at Sage God level. The contrast between their talent was apparent. The only one whose strength could not be seen through was Little Tree. Even Yun Luofeng did not understand Little Tree's current strength. In these 3 years, Huohuo and the other Spirit Beasts were busy cultivating. The hamster tribe could not break through by absorbing spirit energy, so their cultivation method was to consume the spring water of the Blood Spirit Spring. The hamster tribe was probably the only one who could do this. If other spirit beasts consumed the spring water, they would immediately meet the death by exploding. However, Little Tree merely played with the water in the spring and did not show any signs of breakthrough, but for unknown reasons, everyone could sense that an extremely large transformation occurred in him. His transformation surpassed everyone. Under the azure sky, Yun Luofeng was busy fiddling with the puppet in her hand while Mo Chancheng sat on the side and was watching her with infatuation. It was as though his eyes could see an old friend from 1,000 years ago through her. I finally succeeded. The girl slowly relaxed and stood up. She wiped the sweat on her forehead, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. A young maroon-haired Lolita lay before her. The Lolita's eyes were also maroon but they were lifeless. However, under Mo Chancheng's shocked gaze, the little Lolita slowly stood up. It was as though a layer of fog covered her eyes, making them appear dull and lifeless. However, her limbs were very nimble and did not have an ounce of stiffness. You have created a puppet. Mo Chancheng eagerly dashed toward the young Lolita. He lifted his hand and touched the elastic skin, excitement flashing through his eyes. Her skin is no different from a human skin, very elastic. Ju Qian, you are truly outstanding. Chapter 1446, Time Was Like Water, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. I said, my name is Yun Luofeng, Yun Luofeng dryly said with a glance at Mo Chancheng's excited face. Mo Chancheng's eyes darkened, and his downcast eyes hid the disappointment in his eyes. I'm sorry, I won't call you by the wrong name again. What would happen if he committed a mistake and Ju Qian no longer wanted him? This puppet still isn't very perfect. Yun Luofeng smiled. Her strength is merely at low-rank Sage King level. To me, this puppet's strength isn't enough. Mo Chancheng nodded, half understanding. You mean that this is still a failure? No, she is merely a half-finished product. Thankfully, after 2 years of learning, I have finally understood the core of puppet making. Next time, I am 100% certain I can create a finished product. She had wasted many ingredients during these 2 years, but fortunately, Ju Qian had already prepared all of the ingredients for her so she had the supply to waste. After saying this, Yun Luofeng stopped paying attention to Mo Chancheng and focused on puppet creation again. Mo Chancheng silently retreated to his rock and propped his chin in his hand, his gaze unwillingly moving away from Yun Luofeng. Time slowly passed. This time, Mo Chancheng did not have to wait too long before another puppet appeared in front of Yun Luofeng. In contrast to the previous puppet, this one did not look like a cute, harmless, little Lolita. Instead, it was a sharply dressed man, his muscled body taut and well-defined, resembling Hercules. Even if he had an average face, he could still be easily spotted in a crowd. Mo Chancheng's face fell, and he angrily questioned, Yun Luofeng, why did you have to create a man? However, the previously furious Mo Chancheng appeared to have spotted something, and his fallen face instantly turned into a smile. Yun Luofeng sent Mo Chancheng a peculiar glance. Was this guy's mind all right? He was angry one second and joyful the next. Did he go mad from being trapped for too long? Roar. The soul of the giant dragon from inside the witch bone was silently dwelling beside Mo Chancheng after being released. He also did not know why Mo Chancheng's expression changed so swiftly and roared in incomprehension, his eyes full of confusion. Mo Chancheng was naturally very happy. When Yun Luofeng created her puppet, she forgot to create something that was very important to a man. Hence, even if this puppet possessed a human's consciousness in the future, he would still be a eunuch. Yun Luofeng, I knew you were nice to me. Mo Chancheng's beaming smile was incredibly brilliant and showed off his 2 eye teeth. Otherwise, you wouldn't treat the puppet like this. After saying this, Mo Chancheng climbed onto the dragon's spirit and flew into the air. Coincidentally, Ji Jutian walked to Yun Luofeng's side at this time. Unable to make sense of the matter, Yun Luofeng pointed at her head and asked, does Mo Chancheng have a screw loose in here? Ji Jutian lightly stroked his chin and seriously nodded. It appears so. If he did not have a screw loose in his head, as a man, how could Mo Chancheng fall in love with Ju Qian? How is it? Ji Jutian's eyes drifted and landed on the muscular man behind Yun Luofeng. His eyes slightly narrowed. This is the puppet that you created? Yun Luofeng nodded. Unfortunately, I still can't make him possess a human's consciousness yet. Chapter 1447, Time Was Like Water, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. It's already quite good that you successfully created a puppet. As for consciousness, Ji Jutian paused before continuing. Ju Qian was unable to discover a perfect method even after many years of research. The books left behind by Ju Qian only proposed suggestions that could make a puppet generate consciousness. Ju Qian himself merely discovered the tip of an iceberg and did not develop a perfect method before misfortune struck him. One day, I will successfully create a conscious puppet. Yun Luofeng's voice was very determined. I have now finished the assessment given to me by Ju Qian, so we can immediately leave the illusory realm. 3 years. She had stayed inside this illusory realm for 3 whole years and had no idea about the events in the outside world. Was Yun Xiao madly searching for her? Suddenly, Yun Luofeng felt a new imprint appear in her mind, making her startled and confusion flicker through her gaze. What is this? Master. Xiao Mo's voice drifted from her soul. You have finished Ju Qian's assessment, so he has given the illusory realm to you. From now on, you can come and go as you please inside this illusory realm. Hearing this, joy flashed through Yun Luofeng's eyes. Did this mean she could send the people from the core to this illusory realm to cultivate in the future? If I control this illusory realm, what will happen to Mo Chancheng as the matrix core of the illusory realm? Yun Luofeng asked in a low voice, her eyes flickering. Xiao Mo was silent for a moment before answering. Master, although Mo Chancheng is the matrix core of the illusory realm, he isn't a treasure nor is he a strict beast, so he can't be forcefully contracted by you. Hence, he will follow beside you your whole life. If he learns you impersonated Ju Qian, it will certainly bring danger to you. Disappointment entered Yun Luofeng's heart. She originally thought that the time bomb that was Mo Chancheng would be defused since Ju Qian transferred this illusory realm to her possession. Also, Mo Chancheng can't die. If he dies, the illusory realm will also collapse. The gains don't make up for the loss. Xiao Mo continued, however, the only bright point is that Mo Chancheng can't leave the illusory realm for the time being. For the time being? What does that mean? Does Master know why Mo Chancheng's cultivation inside the illusory realm is so slow? That was purposely installed by Ju Qian. After Mo Chancheng reaches a certain level, he can leave the illusory realm. Yun Luofeng's heart abruptly jolted. It appeared she must raise her strength as soon as possible to respond to the danger she would eventually face. Swish! Mo Chancheng flew down from the sky atop his dragon. As though detecting something, his eyes intently watched Yun Luofeng. Are you about to leave? He quietly asked, his lips slightly pursed. Yes, Yun Luofeng answered with a nod. I still have family and friends in the outside world. I can't stay here forever. A red glint flickered past the bottom of Mo Chancheng's eyes. He forcefully pulled on Yun Luofeng's arm and stated in a huff like a child, you aren't allowed to leave. I won't allow you to leave. I have waited for you for so many years, why are you abandoning me again? Mo Chancheng, release her. A bloody light shone in Ji Jutian's dark eyes as they coldly glared at Mo Chancheng. Mo Chancheng returned the glare, not to be outdone. Don't think I don't know. You merely want to steal her from me. I won't let her leave. If you want to leave, leave by yourself. Just as Ji Jutian was about to take a step forward, Yun Luofeng raised her hand to stop him. Chapter 1448, Time was like water, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Mo Chancheng, let go first, she said with a slight furrow of her brows. Mo Chancheng started. It was only then that he discovered his hold on Yun Luofeng's wrist had turned it red due to his excessive force. His heart was squeezed, and heartache flooded his eyes. He started sputtering due to his anxiousness. I didn't do it on purpose. Does it hurt? I can help you rub. Mo Chancheng, I now control this illusory realm. When I leave, I will bring the illusory realm with me, so you will also follow me, Yun Luofeng solemnly stated. Joy entered Mo Chancheng's heart, appearing to be in disbelief about her words. You won't abandon me. You are willing to bring me along when you leave. Yun Luofeng nodded. Also, in the future, my subordinates will enter the illusory realm to cultivate. Before Mo Chancheng saw through her lies, the people around her were safe. It would not cause any harm even if she had the members of the core enter. All right. Mo Chancheng's eyes remained for us on Yun Luofeng. You aren't allowed to deceive me again. Otherwise, I won't spare you. When he said his last sentence, Mo Chancheng released the vicious aura in him, and the red glint in his eyes intensified. Ji Jutian, let's go then. Yun Luofeng sent a last glance at Mo Chancheng before turning her sight onto Ji Jutian. We have stayed here for 3 years. It's about time for us to leave. Because the current owner for the illusory realm was her, she only needed a thought to leave the illusory realm. Naturally, she left the strict beasts behind inside the illusory realm to continue cultivating. Yun Luofeng did not know that during the 3 years she was gone, a heaven-turning transformation occurred in Central Province. First, 3 years ago, a light suddenly flashed inside the illusory realm of the Witchcraft tribe. Then, Xiang Fei's figure appeared above the plaza of the Witchcraft tribe. After hearing this, the tribe leader of the Witchcraft tribe immediately hurried there with other people. They were met with the unexpected sight of Xiang Fei madly laughing like a lunatic. The tribe leader was going to ask about Yun Luofeng's status, but Xiang Fei only spoke a few words. All dead, they're all dead. Hearing his words, the tribe leader's heart skipped a beat. They're all dead. In other words, the people who entered the illusory realm are all dead except for Xiang Fei. Unfortunately, the tribe leader spoke too soon. After Xiang Fei spoke those words, his body turned transparent and slowly disappeared. Seeing this, the tribe leader angrily charged toward Xiang Fei and tightly clutched onto his lapels and furiously shouted, Xiang Fei, was it you who killed them, bastard? Xiang Fei merely glanced at the tribe leader with a sneer. Then, before he could speak a word, he turned into smoke and dissipated. The smile he left behind made the tribe leader misunderstand that it was the people of Poison Valley who killed Yun Luofeng. Hence, he immediately sent an order to find the family of Yun Luofeng, planning to inform them of this news. Without waiting for the death of Yun Luofeng to reach the ears of her family, the people of Poison Valley arrived at the doors of the Witchcraft tribe again. The previously poisoned tribe leader stepped closer toward death under the Poison Valley's attack. Fortunately, Grandfather Jun arrived and eradicated the people of Poison Valley. Grandfather Jun just learned that Yun Luofeng was his granddaughter and caught wind of her journey here for the Witchbone, so he excitedly came here. Who knew? He would receive a nightmare like this. Can you comprehend the feeling of receiving news of one's family and following the news but receiving a nightmare upon arrival? Chapter 1449, Time was like water, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The originally high-spirited Grandfather Jun aged several decades in an instant. Even his back bent as he left the Witchcraft tribe with a face of sorrow. Someone naturally had to pay the price for the old man's sorrow. He blamed everything on the Poison Valley, so he charged into the valley on his own and began a massacre. At the same time, the news of Yun Luofeng's death traveled to the continent, evoking rage from all parties. East Province, where Hongluan was located, and West Province, where West Province Academy was located, both launched an attack toward Poison Valley. Although the experts of the Spread Province Jun family did not act, Grandfather Jun alone was enough to crush Poison Valley. The Lord of the Poison Valley was dazed from shock. Who would have expected a nobody would attract the strong cultivators of these provinces to the valley? What made him more furious was that the bastard Xiang Fei could have provoked anyone, but he just had to provoke the woman called Yun Luofeng. Hence, for survival, the Lord of the Valley brought a group of confidants with him and retreated to God Burial Mountain. If the most dangerous location in Longshao Continent was the Forest of No Return, then the most dangerous place in Seven Province Continent was God Burial Mountain. According to legends, even if a god headed to God Burial Mountain, they would still narrowly escape with their life. However, the Lord of Poison Valley would rather die inside God Burial Mountain than land in the hands of his enemies. Maybe his luck will be good and he can survive in the mountain. The actions of the members of Poison Valley were very effective. When the strong cultivators saw them escaping to God Burial Mountain, they all halted. However, they all kept watch outside the mountain. If the people of the Poison Valley came out, they would kill them without hesitation. Just as everyone thought that no one besides the escaping Poison Valley people would enter God Burial Mountain, a handsome man wearing long, black robes flew into the mountain under everyone's watch. On top of his handsome and sharp looks, his aura was impressive as well. Anyone in his vicinity could sense the icy, uninviting aura from him. Hence, they did not dare to go up and question him upon seeing his entrance. It was not until his figure disappeared that everyone reacted. Who was that man? I don't know, but his aura is too imposing. When I stood next to him just now, I felt like my body was encased in ice, as though I could die in his hand at any time. Being able to kill someone with his aura alone, just how strong was this man? Perhaps only the old senior from the Jun family could contend with him. Central Province. Inside the old estate, Grandfather Jun was crying like a child. Tears covered his face and sadness pervaded his eyes. Mu Dong sighed. It has already been 3 years. Even if she died, she has already passed away for almost 3 years. How long will you cry? The one who died wasn't your granddaughter, so you naturally aren't sad. Grandfather Jun sobbed non-stop. Those bastards of the Poison Valley, they actually dared to touch this old man's granddaughter. If they end up in my hands, this old man will make them have a fate worse than death. The corner of Mu Dong's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something but ended up helplessly closing his mouth. Forget it, I can't provoke the old man anymore or he might charge inside God Burial Mountain to seek retribution from the people of the Poison Valley. After all, 3 years ago, the old man nearly charged inside. If he did not happen to promptly stop the old man, perhaps he would have already become the meal of the spirit beasts inside God Burial Mountain. 3 years have already passed, perhaps the people of the Poison Valley have already died inside. That place is so dangerous, even we don't dare to carelessly step inside, let alone them. Chapter 1450, Time Was Like Water, 7. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Mu Dong said with a wry smile, moreover, we haven't seen little Yun's corpse, so why are you so sure she is dead? The people of the Witchcraft tribe said that it was the Poison Valley who caused my granddaughter's death. Grandfather Jun uttered between gritted teeth. They have also felt that a change occurred inside the illusory realm, so my granddaughter must be gone. Back then, when he darted to East Province and learned that Yun Luofeng was Junse's daughter from the governor of East Province, he was so excited that he wanted nothing more than to immediately find her and hug her without inhibition. However, fate toyed with people. Before he could meet his granddaughter, this nightmare occurred. How could he not be sad? So what if it had been 3 years? He would not be able to leave this sorrow behind his whole life. Jun Lingshan, your relationship with little Yun, do you not plan to tell the Jun family? Mu Dong asked with knitted brows. The old man shook his head. It's enough that I alone am sad, why should I make other people grieve with me? If Yunsa was still alive, then I would definitely introduce her to members of the Jun family, but since she's no longer with us, if I told this to them, wouldn't I make everyone sad with me? The old man began to sob again. His tears flowed like a river, causing Mu Dong's expression to turn helpless. In these 3 years, he had listened to the old man's crying every day, heaven knows how torturous that was. Wasn't this old man afraid of crying himself blind? However, recalling the girl who wrote down that answer back then, pity entered Mu Dong's heart. Poison Valley caused the continent to lose a peerless genius, so they must bear this responsibility. Right, Jun Lingshan, I heard that a man charged inside God Burial Mountain 3 years ago. That man must have a good relationship with little Yun since he took this risk to kill the people of Poison Valley. Hearing this, Jun Lingshan glared at Mu Dong. If it weren't for you bastard blocking me, I would have charged inside long ago too. I won't feel satisfied unless I personally kill those people. Wasn't it enough that you stopped me back then? Must you watch over me every day? I merely want to revenge my granddaughter, so what? Mu Dong was no match for Jun Lingshan if it involved their medical skills. But their strength was not too different. Back then, in his attempt to enter God Burial Mountain, he fought with Mu Dong for more than half a month before he stopped. Ever since then, Mu Dong had stayed glued to his side, afraid that he would charge inside God Burial Mountain in a moment of irrationality. That man is the Ghost Emperor. Grandfather Jun glanced at Mu Dong and sighed. I asked around, Yunsa participated in that examination that day in order to see the Ghost Emperor. They are married. Grandfather Jun looked into the distant sky and faintly said, the Ghost Emperor is certainly someone loyal and true. He dared to charge into the God Burial Mountain to revenge Yunsa. Now, it has been 3 years since he entered the mountain, but his fate remains unknown. If this man is the Ghost Emperor, then I believe that he is still alive for certain. The Ghost Emperor was a new legend on the Seven-Province continent. They said that he was young, but his strength was extraordinary, and he was vicious, merciless, and callous. A man like him would come back alive no matter what. Mu Dong, just how long will you keep following me? Zhen Lingshan furiously roared when he stood up and discovered that Mu Dong stood up as well. Rage covered his tear-stained face. Chapter 1451, Time was like water, 8. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Until you give up on entering Burial God Mountain. Anyway, I don't mind fighting with you for half a month again. Hearing this, Grandfather Zhen angrily left with a flick of his sleeve. As soon as he thought of his pitiful granddaughter, tears would stream down his face again. At the same time, in a considerably dangerous mountain range in the central province, Hong Luan spun in the midst of a group of strip beasts. Viciousness dominated her eyes as her attacks mercilessly pierced through the chest of those strip beasts. Encircled by so many strip beasts, Hong Luan was severely injured, but even so, she was able to support herself through pure willpower. Finally, the last strip beast fell. She coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her gorgeous face palely shone under the rays of the sun. Yun Luofeng, wait for me. She stood up with struggles and wiped the blood from her mouth. Her domineering eyes filled with determination. Wait until I grow powerful enough. I also want to enter God Burial Mountain and find those people and avenge you. If they have unfortunately died inside the mountain already, then I will whip their corpses for 100 days to soothe the hatred in my heart. The exhaustion from the past days caused her body to grow limp and she nearly collapsed on the ground. Thankfully, she managed to steady herself by stabbing her sword into the ground. Yun Luofeng, do you know, every time I enter the most dangerous parts of the continent, I would have fear inside my heart. But as soon as I thought of you, I would have the motivation to work hard again. The Ghost Emperor told me that you haven't died yet. You will appear before us one day, and he will take care of your enemies before you return, so he went to God Burial Mountain. Now, can you appear and tell us you are still alive? Tears streamed down Hong Luan's exquisitely beautiful face. Her eyes were brimming with grief and pain. Her heart would be harshly squeezed every time she thought of the name, Yun Luofeng, and the pain was unbearable. Yun Luofeng, I will wait for you a while longer. If you still don't appear, then I will go to God Burial Mountain to seek out the people from Poison Valley. If I unfortunately die inside, then I can enter the underworld. At that time, we can make our mark in the world side by side, just like before. Hong Luan's expression turned determined again, and she strode deeper into the forest. In these 3 years, she had gone to all the places considered dangerous on this continent. Only these places could help her raise her strength. Fortunately, she managed to leave these dangerous places alive. Yun Luofeng had just left the illusory realm and clearly did not know the ongoings of the continent. More importantly, the illusory realm did not send her to Witch Mountain and sent her to the base of the mountain instead. Due to this, she missed an opportunity to learn about the events of the continent during these 3 years. I have already been gone for 3 years, Yun Xiao and Hong Luan must be waiting for me still. I will go find them now. If it were before, perhaps Yun Luofeng would go to Witch Mountain to bid farewell. But now, to her, bidding farewell was the same as wasting time. However, I still have something to do before leaving, Yun Luofeng remarked, suddenly recalling something. I will wait for you here, Ji Jutian responded in his vixen voice with a glance at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng nodded at him before walking toward a small house in the small town. Outside the house, an old man was working. When he saw Yun Luofeng walking toward him, he started. Chapter 1452, Time was like water, 9. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Miss, it's you. The old man stood up and chuckled. Right, not long ago, I saw Miss Yingying. She appeared to come back crying. What happened? This old man's home was evidently the place that was Yun Luofeng's lodgings when she came to Witch Mountain. It was also here that she met Huang Yingying. Huang Yingying came back crying. Yun Luofeng was startled, and her eyebrows furrowed. Did something happen while she wasn't here? I came here to fulfill my promise. Promise? The old man started and looked at Yun Luofeng, dumbfounded. I didn't pay for my stay here that day, Yun Luofeng dryly stayed. So before I left, I promised to find a companion for you. The old man did not understand the meaning behind Yun Luofeng's words. Just as he pondered over it, he saw a little Lolita walk out from behind the girl. This little Lolita had a cute appearance and looked to be about 6 or 7 years old. However, indifference dominated her fair and delicate face, and her eyes were out of focus, akin to a puppet with strings. From now on, she belongs to you. The old man was stupefied. Just as he wanted to ask more, he suddenly realized the girl who stood before him just a second ago had already disappeared without a trace, and only the little Lolita remained. Little girl. The old man had joy in his heart, but there was more unease. If you are willing, you can stay here from now on. The little Lolita did not respond to the old man, and her expression remained aloof. You can't speak. The old man came to a sudden realization. Not a problem. Having you accompany me is more than enough. With a smile, the old man wanted to have the little Lolita enter the house, but several hooligans rushed out from behind it. Old man, you already owe us the protection fee for a month. If you don't pay it this month, I will toss you to Witch Mountain to feed the strip beasts. A large man walked up with a ruthless expression and coldly threatened, the knife in his hand harshly stabbing into the ground. The old man trembled from fear. Can't I extend it for another month? Humph. The man snorted, his lascivious eyes drifting to the liter beside the old man. If you want to extend it a month, it's not a no. Use this little girl as payment, how about it? Hearing that these people wanted to take the liter away, the old man's eyes reddened with panic. No way, this girl is my granddaughter, you can't take her away. Granddaughter, the man guffawed and lifted his hand, reaching for the liter. Who doesn't know that you're a lonely old man? You don't even have a son, how could you have a granddaughter? Who knows where you kidnapped this girl from? Hand her over to me now. Boom. The moment before the man pulled on the girl, a little fist abruptly landed on his chest. In an instant, a bloody hole appeared in the man's chest. His eyes shot open and he fell back, dying with grievances. The little Lolita's expression remained indifferent, and her eyes were unfocused as she coldly watched the man lying in front of her. Although the puppets created by Yun Luofeng were currently without consciousness, they would still obey orders and protect their master to the death. Everyone was stunned out of their wits, and even the old man was stupefied. No one expected that this innocent and harmless-looking little girl would be so powerful. It was only at this point that the old man understood what kind of treasure Yun Luofeng had given to him. This type of treasure is a waste on an old man like me. The payment for lodging isn't that costly. The man sighed with gratefulness in his heart. He knew the large favor that he owed her. Chapter 1453, Time was like water, 10. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Where did you go? Ji Jutian asked with raised eyebrows when he saw Yun Luofeng walking toward him from the distance. To repay a debt, Yun Luofeng shrugged, her wicked eyes landing on Ji Jutian's alluring face. Weren't you planning to leave? Ji Jutian's smile was extraordinarily seductive. You don't want me to accompany you? I'm going to find my man, you want to follow too? As soon as she said that, Ji Jutian's gaze turned greatly resentful. Woman, you're abandoning me now that you've achieved your goal. It's not a problem if you want to follow, I won't mind. Yun Luofeng glanced at the aggrieved Ji Jutian with a beaming smile, a glint flickering through her pitch-black eyes. Ji Jutian evilly smiled. Forget it, this lord won't go bother you. Also, if you are in any danger, you can go to West Province Academy to find this lord. This lord won't leave West Province for a while. All right. Yun Luofeng's gaze at Ji Jutian changed from its previous teasing expression to being emotionally moved. Thank you. Ji Jutian had helped her too many times, and even though he had helped her for many different reasons, she still owed him a lot of favors. After their farewells, the two people parted ways. What Yun Luofeng did not notice was that after taking a few steps, Ji Jutian turned around and watched her back until she disappeared from sight. Master, where do we go now? Xiao Mo spoke up from her spirit. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment. It's been 3 years, so who knows if Yun Xiao is still at Kulong Town. I will go and take a look first. I also need to make a trip to the Jun family of Spirit Province. She had raised her strength to a decent level now, so it was time for her to go find the Jun family and learn about Jun Fengling's background. However, since she had been away for 3 years, she was unfamiliar with the current situation of the continent, so she grabbed a random person and asked, what has happened on the continent during these past 3 years? That person was clearly shocked by Yun Luofeng. When he turned around and saw that it was a gorgeous woman, he answered in good spirits, if you're referring to anything major, then the governor's estate of East Province teamed up with West Province Academy to attack Poison Valley. Oh, right, I heard that Grandfather Jun of the Jun family also went. 2 major factions teamed up to attack Poison Valley. Could it be that while I was gone, Poison Valley did something infuriating? Yun Luofeng did not associate the Poison Valley's predicament with herself. After all, she thought that everyone from Poison Valley had died, and she was not harmed by Poison Valley, so why would the members of those 2 factions seek retribution from Poison Valley so impulsively? After a moment of silence, she asked, do you know the reason? The youth was clearly startled and cautiously answered, you are better off not asking about this. People are forbidden to mention this situation within the continent. Otherwise, if you accidentally provoke these 2 major factions, you will be in a sea of misfortune. Everyone thought that Yun Luofeng had already died and was heartbroken and grieved, so people were afraid to tread on their toes and did not dare to even mention the name, Yun Luofeng. The reason was that initially a person was discussing the death of Yun Luofeng and was seen by Hong Luan. In her rage, Hong Luan immediately beat up that person, nearly to death, and also laid down an order that she would not spare anyone if she heard anyone discussing her friend's death again. Chapter 1454, Huang Yingying's Transformation, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Miss, I suggest that you don't ask. No one will answer a question like that. Afraid that Yun Luofeng would ask anything else, that youth hurriedly waved his hand at her and dashed off. Yun Luofeng was startled, and her eyebrows slightly knitted. She snatched a hold of another person and inquired but received the same result. This confused her a great deal. Just what had happened to cause these people's lips to be so tightly sealed? Anyhow, she would understand upon seeing Yun Xiao and Hong Luan. She did not linger any longer and swiftly headed toward the direction of Kulong Town. Which valley? The tribe leader laid on the bed, seriously ill. His face was deathly pale, and he was clearly beyond the cure. A guard hurriedly entered and reported, tribe leader, not good. Something major happened. Hearing this, the expression of the 2 old men watching over the tribe leader darkened instantly. Their severe eyes turned to the guard who charged in, fury clear on the geriatric face. This elder already ordered that no one is allowed to come and disturb the tribe leader, have you forgotten? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. The tribe leader was already so seriously ill, but these people still dared to come and disturb him. Plop. The guard hurriedly kneeled on the ground and shakily said, "Tribe leader. The illusory realm containing the witch bone has disappeared." "What? The illusory realm disappeared? How could that be possible? Many people have stolen valuable treasures in the world, but they had never heard that an illusory realm could be stolen as well. So there could be only one explanation: the illusory realm had disappeared. That's right, the illusory realm was not stolen. Instead, it disappeared from the world and would not exist ever again." Thinking of this, the elder's face became extremely unsightly. He subconsciously glanced at the middle-aged man laying on the bed and abruptly realized that the man's fatigued eyes had opened at some unknown time. The illusory realm truly disappeared. The man's voice was faint and weak, as though he would stop breathing at any time. Reporting to tribe leader, the illusory realm really disappeared. The guard reverently reported, his head lowered. The tribe leader wryly chuckled, his chuckle full of helplessness. 3 years ago, the people of Poison Valley claimed that Yun Luofeng had already died. But in truth, in these 3 years, many people were hopeful and believed that she was still inside the illusory realm and had merely not come out yet. The tribe leader closed his eyes, helplessness entrenched in his pale face. Yet, now that the illusory realm doesn't exist anymore, Miss Yun must not be in this world anymore as well. "Tribe leader, should we let Saintess know of this matter?" an elder asked after a period of silence. The tribe leader shook his head and said, "We can't. 3 years ago, after the Saintess heard about Yun Luofeng's death, she rushed back from outside and no one could stop her. In order to stabilize the Saintess' emotions, I weaved some lies and claimed that Yun Luofeng didn't die and was merely trapped inside the illusory realm, and Yun Luofeng could return if the Saintess finished receiving her inheritance. This was why the Saintess went to accept the inheritance. Now that 3 years have passed, she has already reached the key moment. We absolutely can't go disturb her, otherwise, we will ruin everything." Boom. Suddenly, a thunder-like sound clapped across the sky not far from Witch Mountain. All the spirit energy gathered towards that location and created a whirlpool in the sky, forming a very spectacular sight. Chapter 1455, Wang Yingying's Transformation 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The Saintess has succeeded. The elder was overjoyed. If the Saintess succeeded in obtaining the inheritance, it meant that the witchcraft tribe's survival was ensured. Cough, cough. The tribe leader coughed and struggled to climb up from the bed. "Bring me to the rear mountain. I want to see the Saintess." Tribe leader. The elder hurriedly went up to support the tribe leader's extremely weak body. "Your body's condition is too poor. You are better off resting here. Me going to see the Saintess will suffice." "No." The tribe leader insisted on getting up. "Having obtained her inheritance, the Saintess' position is above mine. As her subordinate, I naturally should go see the Saintess." Seeing how stubborn the tribe leader was, the elder did not say anything else and merely sighed before supporting the tribe leader and leaving the room. The tribe leader's figure was shaky, as though he could fall over at any time. The previous high-spirited man had disappeared 3 years ago. Rear mountain. The opening of the stone door was accompanied by a pretty figure in yellow clothes stepping out. The girl did not have the inexperience and spirit from 3 years ago. Her small face was cold and proud. Overwhelming power emanated from her figure, causing the members of the witchcraft tribe, who had come to welcome her, to kneel on the ground. "We respectfully welcome your highness the Saintess," everyone called out simultaneously. Their voices rang in the sky and pierced the air, deafening in volume. "Rise." The girl's hand swished, and the people kneeling on the ground appeared to be forcefully pulled up by a force. Instantly, shock filled their eyes. After receiving her inheritance, the previously weak girl had broken out of her cocoon and transformed into a butterfly, immensely powerful. Saintess. With the support of a group of elders, the tribe leader strode over with quick steps. Solace filled his face. "Congratulations to the Saintess for successfully receiving your inheritance." The girl's gaze swept over the surroundings before returning to the tribe leader. A smile finally appeared on her aloof face. "Tribe leader, can I go rescue Miss Yun from the illusory realm now?" Wang Yingying's upbringing was rather good, so she had always understood the meaning of gratitude and repaying kindness. If it weren't for Yun Luofeng's assistance, she would not be where she was today. Perhaps she would have already died at the hands of Ou Ya, let alone avenging herself. So she had never forgotten it was Yun Luofeng who gave her her current position. Hence, she was heartbroken after learning of Yun Luofeng's death and charged back without regard, planning to seek retribution from the tribe leader. Who would have expected the tribe leader to tell her that Yun Luofeng did not die? She merely could not leave the illusory realm. As long as she succeeded in receiving her inheritance, she could rescue her. This was why she'd dwelled inside the rear mountain for 3 years. Hesitation entered the tribe leader's expression, but he hardened his heart and said, "Your Highness the Saintess, a major event happened today, the illusory realm." The illusory realm disappeared. The illusory realm disappeared. Wang Yingying's smile froze. How could the illusory realm disappear? "You're lying to me. Bring me to the illusory realm this instant." "Saintess." The tribe leader bitterly chuckled. "I'm speaking the truth. The illusory realm really went missing. As for Yun Luofeng, her fate is unknown." Even now, the tribe leader did not speak anything absolute and merely used the words, "Her fate is unknown." However, regardless of how naive Wang Yingying was, she still understood the meaning of those words at a time like this. The illusory realm had already disappeared, so how could Yun Luofeng still be alive? Wang Yingying stumbled and staggered back a few steps. Colors drained out of her face, giving her skin the appearance of fragile paper. Chapter 1456, Wang Yingying's Transformation 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Back then, Ou Ya caused the deaths of my entire family, and I suffered through hardships of all sorts in the outside world. There was not a single person who showed care for me or helped me. But then Yun Luofeng appeared. Not only did she treat my injuries, but she also gave me warmth. She was my sole warmth ever since I was bereft of my home. If Yun Luofeng had merely helped her, perhaps she would not place Yun Luofeng in such an important position in her heart. But imagine that you lost both of her parents and did not have a single relative left. You suffered through all sorts of disdain and torment. Not only was your throat damaged and your body riddled with injuries, but you also had to watch your enemy live comfortably, unable to do anything, and were nearly killed by your enemy. At a time like that, a person appeared. She treated your injuries and took you to seek revenge. She also gave you your biggest warmth, protecting you beneath her wings and not allowing your enemies to have the chance to harm you. If a person like that really existed, wouldn't you treat her as your most important family member? And now that the fate of this family member was unknown, wouldn't you drown in despair? Clearly, in Huang Yingying's heart, Yun Luofeng had become her only family. Saintess. Everyone was stunned and hurried up, but their steps were quickly halted by the girl's icy shout. All of you, stand right there, I forbid you to approach. Huang Yingying's voice was trembling. She looked up at the extremely weak tribe leader and uttered between clenched teeth, why did you lie to me? The tribe leader was at a loss of words, but he did not have any regret in his heart. If Huang Yingying did not have enough strength, she could not help the witchcraft tribe, let alone protect herself. This was why he had her accept the inheritance first. Huang Yingying coldly watched the tribe leader. You clearly told me that I could open the illusory realm as long as I accepted the inheritance. Why did you lie to me? 3 years ago, it wasn't that the tribe leader did not have the desire to investigate the situation inside the illusory realm, but when they wanted to open the illusory realm again, they unexpectedly discovered that the illusory realm could no longer be activated. Hence, he retained hope. Perhaps the Saintess could open the illusory realm. However, no one could have imagined that the illusory realm would disappear before the Saintess' inheritance finished. Saintess, where are you going? Seeing the Saintess about to leave, the tribe leader's expression shifted, and he anxiously called out. Huang Yingying's steps paused, but she did not look back. I am going to find Miss Hong Luan. After saying this, she continued her way toward the base of the mountain. Saintess, the tribe leader's face turned paler. He took a few steps forward, wanting to chase after Huang Yingying, but power suddenly left his body, and he fell face forward on the ground. Tribe leader, sir. All the elders turned pale with fright and hurried supported the tribe leader's body. Cold sweat freely flowed due to their panic. Hurry and take the tribe leader back. The witchcraft tribe was in a state of panic. Eventually, a group lifted the tribe leader and took him towards his bedroom. Who knows how long the tribe leader's body can hang on? One of the elders forlornly uttered, his eyes brimming with worry. The Saintess is truly thoughtless. The tribe leader is already so seriously ill, but she still has no concern. Another elder was frowning, clearly dissatisfied with Huang Yingying's actions. In truth, we can't blame the Saintess. Her parents were killed by our tribe. Although the culprit was punished, if it weren't for the witchcraft tribe's mistake, her parents would not die. So she did not have any feelings towards the witchcraft tribe in the first place, and then this happened. The elder sighed. If it were not for Yun Luofeng, perhaps the Saintess would not come to the witchcraft tribe again. Yet, Yun Luofeng just had to encounter danger here, so how could she forgive them? The entire tribe was enveloped in a dark cloud. The departure of the Saintess caused the originally excited witchcraft tribe to fall into panic and low spirits. Chapter 1457, Huang Yingying's Transformation, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng summoned Cha Cha out and rushed to Kulong Town on his back. Unexpectedly, she discovered the originally deserted Kulong Town had recovered its residents, but the people she was seeking had already left. It appears I'm late, they have already left. Yun Luofeng scanned the empty house. It will be easier to find Hong Luan. I should be able to find her whereabouts if I go to East Province, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy if I want to find Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao's whereabouts had always been uncertain, so finding him would be extremely hard. Yun Luofeng contemplated for a moment before coming to a decision. However, Central Province is between East Province and Spirit Province, so I will waste a lot of time going to East Province. I would be better off heading to the Jun family first. If it's fated, I will meet her on the way. Suddenly, a commotion originated from Little Tree inside her spirit, and her brows knitted. Little Tree, you want to come out? Mom, I want to accompany you. Little Tree's voice was akin to marshmallow, its cuteness making people wishing nothing more than to hug him and eat him up. After hearing his voice, Yun Luofeng's heart melted and with a thought, Little Tree appeared beside her. Mother. Little Tree threw himself toward Yun Luofeng, his little fair arms looped around Yun Luofeng, and a brilliant smile took over his pink, cute face. Woo woo. Cha Cha rubbed his head against Yun Luofeng's leg, his eyes pitifully staring at her, as though he was jealous of Little Tree. Hey, Little Tree's arms propped against his waist, and he angrily glared at Cha Cha. Lug, don't think about stealing my mother. With how big you are, there is no way mother would like you. Compared to Little Tree from 3 years ago, his speech had become more skillful. He was merely 4 years old, but he looked like he was 7 or 8 years old. His originally chubby cheeks had also become more exquisite. His features were extremely similar to Yun Xiao's and extremely imposing. Cha Cha mulled over it for a bit before his body was suddenly enveloped by a light. In the blink of an eye, he turned into cute little puppy the size of a palm, his large and bright eyes tearfully staring at Yun Luofeng. Little Tree originally wanted to kick Cha Cha to God's code space, but upon seeing how the big guy had turned so adorable, light emitted from his eyes. Mother, how about giving this guy to me as a pet? After saying this, Little Tree threw himself at Cha Cha and took him into his hand, his other hand mercilessly petting the puppy. Right, why do those people keep looking at us? Little Tree asked with incomprehension, his cute face scrunching up after he discovered the stares of the pedestrians. Probably because you are good looking, Yun Luofeng responded with a smile while squeezing Little Tree's sleek and smooth cheeks. Little Tree blinked. Why did he feel like those people were looking at the puppet man following Mother? This was because Yun Luofeng took the puppet out as well after releasing Little Tree. However, the intelligent Little Tree did not ask that question. He went up and grasped Yun Luofeng's hand, a smile spreading on his exquisitely adorable face. Mother, when will we go find Daddy? We will go to Sprit Province first. I want to verify a matter. We can ask around for news of your dad on the way. Yun Luofeng inwardly sighed, her eyes cast down. Chapter 1458, Wang Yingying's Transformation, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. After much difficulty she had left the illusory realm but had lost track of Yun Xiao. She also had no idea what had happened on this continent that had caused these people to be so tight-lipped. If the illusory realm had sent her to Witch Mountain, perhaps she would ask the tribe leader, but who knew it would send her to the base of the mountain. Yun Luofeng was in a hurry to see Yun Xiao and did not wish to waste so much time climbing the mountain. Have you heard? The tribe leader of the witchcraft tribe is nearly on the brink of death. Yun Luofeng suddenly overheard two people's conversation, causing her to stop walking. The tribe leader of the witchcraft tribe. This isn't a secret in 7 province continent. The witchcraft tribe is very powerful. I wonder who plotted against the tribe leader. Hehe, I know a little about this matter. They say that a traitor appeared inside witchcraft tribe and poisoned the host parasite inside the tribe leader's body, causing the host parasite to attack its master and harming the tribe leader. Yun Luofeng deeply frowned. Back in the illusory realm, she was puzzled over why a member of the witchcraft tribe would team up with Poison Valley. It turned out it was because he betrayed the witchcraft tribe. As Yun Luofeng ended her contemplation, she saw a muscular man heading straight for her. The man did not look at where he was going. He was looking everywhere instead, and he was walking very fast and did not halt his steps even when he was in front of Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng dodged the man with a twist of her body. However, there was a brick on the ground behind Yun Luofeng. The man wasn't watching the ground in front of him, so he tripped over it with a bang, and a screeching howl rung in the sky closely after. The man tightly clutched onto his toe and furiously glared at Yun Luofeng. You DMN girl, you dare to conspire against me. Yun Luofeng did not look at the man and continued walking forward, as though the person behind her did not exist. Stop. In a rush, the man wanted to grab a hold of Yun Luofeng's shoulder. But before his hand could touch Yun Luofeng, a calloused and powerful hand tightly squeezed his wrists, the pain sending him howling again. The puppet man coldly watched the man. He used a lot of force, so much so that the sound of bones cracking could be heard. You are a big man, but you don't watch where you're going. Yet, you dare to blame other people. Little man sneered and pulled a face at the man. The man refused to admit his error and insisted, if it weren't for this DMN girl, I wouldn't trip over the brick. I would hit her at most, so this is all her fault. Steps and turned to look at the man. You mean that I should stand still and allow you to crash into me? The man clenched his teeth. You wouldn't lose anything if I hit you, and it's better than me stubbing my toe. Apologies, Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. I consider you hitting me a humiliation. You. The man had gotten used to being a bully and trampling over everyone, so even though he was seized by the puppet man he remained unyielding. However, this time, the puppet man did not give him a chance to speak and tightly squeezed his wrist, nearly crushing his bones. Instantly, the intense wave of pain caused the man to be unable to speak another word. Yun Yi won. Yun Yi was the puppet man's name. After hearing his name, the puppet man did not make another move, but his eerie gaze crashed into the man's eyes, causing him to shiver. Yun Luofeng slowly walked toward the man, pulled out a pill from somewhere unknown, and forcefully stuffed it in the man's mouth. Chapter 1459, Wang Yingying's Transformation, 6. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. The huge man dryly coughed, attempting to spit out the medicinal pill. However, the pill melted in his mouth and already dissolved into his lungs. What did you feed me with? The huge man widened his eyes and furiously shouted. Poison. The young lady's smile was wicked while her voice caused one to feel horrified. The huge man's expression was filled with fear. Only now did he understand what kind of person he had offended. I only asked you a few questions, and you want to kill me? No, Yun Luofeng shook her head. If I wanted to kill you, I would have already attacked you. I fed you poison because I need your help with something. The huge man was afraid to speak, and his body shook uncontrollably. Yun Luofeng retrieved a purple stalk of a medicinal herb from her space ring and gave it to the huge man. Deliver this medicinal herb to the witchcraft tribe and hand it to the tribe leader. At that time, people from the witchcraft tribe will detoxify the poison for you. Yun Luofeng sneered as she saw the huge man expression while staring at the detoxifying herb. This detoxifying herb is not effective for every poison, and the one I fed you can only be sucked out by the witchcraft tribe's parasite. If other methods are employed, you'll die without a doubt. The huge man shook uncontrollably once again. He shiveringly reached out to take the detoxifying herb. He had always been afraid of death and naturally, he did not dare to try other detoxification methods. Let's go. Not sparing another glance, Yun Luofeng turned and walked towards the end of the street. Little Tree obediently followed beside her and pulled on her hand as a dazzling smile surfaced on his delicate face. While Cha Cha was lying on Little Tree's head, pulling on its ears and using a sad expression to glance at Yun Luofeng from time to time. Woo woo. He did not wish to follow Little Tree, but he had taken him by force, not allowing him to leap into Master's embrace. Speaking of which, Mother, Little Tree recalled something and stretched his little hands to scratch his butt. Taking out a fruit from his anus, he passed it to Yun Luofeng. This is the new anthropomorphism fruit I produced. You can give it to Meng Meng to consume. All the fruit beasts were already sufficiently strong to transform into a human, but unfortunately, the production of the fruit was too slow, and only one fruit had been produced till this date. Naturally, this would go to Meng Meng. Yun Luofeng's face darkened as she looked at the anthropomorphism fruit Little Tree took from his anus. Give it to Meng Meng yourself. Little Tree was unaware that Yun Luofeng was disgusted with the fruit and smiled happily. Alright, I'll enter the God Code world in a while and give it to Meng Meng. Little Tree, a glint streaked across Yun Luofeng's eyes. How can you produce anthropomorphism fruit at a faster rate? This little tree turned taciturn. Turning his head to one side, he said, providing me with more spirit medicine, the more powerful, the better. Not only can I produce anthropomorphism fruit, but other fruit is also possible, and the speed would not be as slow. Spirit medicine. Yun Luofeng suddenly felt that the requirement she had for spirit medicine was never ending. Spirit Province, Jun family. The family head sat in the study room with a frown and a worried expression. Looking at the adorable young lady walking in the room, his expression softened. Linge, why have you come? Did you locate your grandfather? Linge naturally knew where her grandfather was, but she would never reveal his whereabouts. This was what she promised her grandfather. Therefore, Linge told a barefaced lie. I don't know. Grandfather didn't tell me. Chapter 1460, Huang Yingying's Transformation, 7. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. I wonder what's with your grandfather. He suddenly killed his way into the Poison Valley 3 years ago and massacred countless men. The Jun family head smiled bitterly and shook his head. Say, how did Poison Valley offend your grandfather? In any case, Poison Valley belongs to the Central Province's influence, and the governor even come looking for me a few years back, wanting an account from the old lord. Linge blinked her eyes. That year, grandfather took a liking to a genius, and just as he acknowledged her as his granddaughter, men from Poison Valley killed that genius. Thus, grandfather was furious and went to get even with them. He went to get even with Poison Valley, yet left a terrible mess for me. Originally, there were already many enemies of the Jun family, and now he has once again provoked more. The Jun family head rubbed his temples. Does this master of mine feel uneasy for a day if he doesn't cause trouble for me? Now that enemies are surrounding us, he's enjoying his free life somewhere else. If it was possible, the Jun family head wished that he could abandon this mess, and those who were willing to take over his position should take it. Unfortunately, his master only had him as his disciple, and if he didn't support the Jun family, the only other choice was for it to be handed over to outsiders. Not to mention that the old lord would be reluctant, he felt the same way. Linge, it would be great if your aunt was here. She's master's biological daughter, and it's only natural for her to inherit the Jun family. At that time, I could travel from north to south together with your mother and forget about this mess. Evidently, the current family head had a stomach full of complaints about the old lord abandoning the Jun family, yet he couldn't do anything to him. If you find your grandfather, remember to tell him that his absence in the family all year round has caused all the Jun family's enemies to get restless, intending to eliminate the Jun family. If that really happens, tell that old man that he must return. Father, rest assured, grandfather knows this well in his heart. If the Jun family encounters a calamity, he will return, Linge said while beaming with smiles. After all, the Jun family was the old lord's blood and sweat, so it was impossible for him to abandon it. You should look for your old friends and play. Let me be alone. The Jun family head needed his temples. As long as he recalled the news reported by his intelligence gatherer, he couldn't help but sigh. It's been so many years, and the old lord had been traveling outside without returning, causing the Jun family's enemies to believe that the old man had passed away. If the old lord hadn't killed his way into Poison Valley all of a sudden, everyone probably would have assumed that he was dead. Even so, 3 years had passed, and those factions could no longer suppress themselves and began to stir again. Family head, something bad happened. Suddenly, an anxious voice could be heard from outside, and shortly after, a guard hurriedly ran in. As he was overly worried, he nearly staggered and fell to the ground. The Jun family head frowned and asked, what happened? Family head, something happened. Someone spread the news that the old family head had a missing granddaughter who is in this 7-province continent. What? The Jun family head slammed the table and stood up, with a gloomy expression. Where did this news spread from? It was spread from the Jun family. The Jun family head tightly clenched his fists. From the looks of it, there were other faction spies in the Jun family, and they had gotten hold of this news. Investigate. I want to know who spread this news at once. If he found out who did it, he would make that person wish he was dead. Chapter 1461, Huang Yingying's Transformation, 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. I understand, family head. The guard accepted the order and retreated. The Jun family head sat down with a dispirited expression only after the guard had left. Unexpectedly, this news was ultimately disseminated. If those people were to locate Master's granddaughter, they will definitely capture her to threaten the Jun family. At that time, Master will definitely go crazy. Therefore, he had to locate her before these people. Thinking of this, the Jun family head tightly clenched his fist and made a firm resolution. Strud Province, in a small town not far away from the border, it was extremely lively, unlike before. A lady was currently hastening on her journey when all of a sudden, a small voice sounded from in front of her. Auntie, can I ask, why are there so many people in this desolate small town? The lady stared blankly for a moment, and looking down, a small face like jade entered her view. Originally she had no intention to answer the question, but such an adorable and delicate little boy made her unable to reject. Little boy, why are you here alone? Where are your parents? My parents aren't here. I was only curious why there's so many people here. Did something happen? The little boy blinked his eyes and asked while beaming with a big smile. It was said that an abnormal situation would definitely mean something was amiss. It was reasonable to think that a small town near the border would not be very crowded, but right now this small town was bustling with activity. It had also taken quite some time to find a lodging place. In addition, the factions behind these people were influential, and in all likelihood, they must have come for a reason. Perhaps there might be precious medicinal ingredients. Once he thought of his food, Little Tree decided to uncover what's happening. Little boy, we came here mainly because of the traces of gods in Wormwood Mountain. Wormwood Mountain, traces of gods. There were gods in the 7-province continent. The lady smiled and told the little boy, it's better if you don't know of these matters. After all, it is extremely dangerous on Wormwood Mountain. You had better return to your parents' side. After saying this, she hastily left. The little boy pondered for a long time, looking in the direction that she left, and walked towards the inn. At this moment within the inn, Yun Luofeng was seated on the table while absent-mindedly tasting the tea. Cha Cha obediently lay on his stomach and looked up from time to time with vigilance, afraid that there would be enemies rushing in to hurt Yun Luofeng. Creak. The door was pushed open by a small hand, and a face like carved jade appeared in Yun Luofeng's view. Lifting her brow, Yun Luofeng asked, "Where did you go?" "Mother." Little Tree walked to Yun Luofeng's side. "Earlier on I was curious as to why there were so many experts in this desolate place, and so I went out to inquire. It said the traces of a god appeared in a mountain range around this vicinity." Traces of a god. An undetectable glint streaked across Yun Luofeng's eyes. Little Tree raised his head and hugged Yun Luofeng's neck. "Mother, aren't you looking for Father, Aunt Hongluan, Xiao Bai, and the rest? Perhaps they were curious about this and went to the mountain." Yun Luofeng was silent for a while. "All right, then we'll go and have a look at the so-called god remains." Perhaps what Little Tree said was right. If Yun Xiao and the others were headed to the same destination, she would be able to locate them. "That's great." Smooch. Little Tree kissed Yun Luofeng. "Mother, if there are medicinal ingredients there, you have to snatch everything for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to produce anthropomorphism fruit." Chapter 1462, Huang Yingying's Transformation, 9. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng's mouth twitched. The reason why Little Tree was urging her to go to the mountain was very simple. He was hungry. Nowadays, the spread medicine evolved from common medicinal herbs could no longer meet his requirements, and the medicinal herbs he required must at the very least be in the millennium-old range. If there wasn't a fortuitous meeting, it was challenging to find such medicinal herbs. The next day, Yun Luofeng brought along Little Tree to Wormwood Mountain. Fortunately, the mountain was very near to her current lodging and could be reached in half an hour. Currently, it was packed with people headed towards Wormwood Mountain. Other than factions who had allied, there were also other dispersed experts. For example, the lady who Little Tree had talked with yesterday. "It's you." The lady turned back and saw Little Tree, who walked over. With a smile surfacing, she slowly walked over. "Auntie, thank you for yesterday," Little Tree courteously said. The lady smiled and then looked at Yun Luofeng. "This is your mother." From the start, Cha Cha had stared unwaveringly at her while complete vigilance could be seen in his eyes. However, sensing no evil intentions from her, his expression relaxed as he lay on Little Tree's head and relaxed. Seeing Little Tree nod, the lady reached out her hand. "Hello, I'm Yankee. How should I address you?" "Yun Luofeng." Yun Luofeng slowly said her name. Cough cough. The youngster beside Yankee couldn't help but cough after hearing Yun Luofeng's name, and his expression was odd. Yun Luofeng had keen perception and naturally sensed the peculiar look and unconsciously furrowed her brows. "Why? Is there a problem with my name?" The lady gently smiled. "Miss Yun, perhaps it's a coincidence that you have this name, but I'd like to warn you about this. You must not tell others your name is Yun Luofeng when you're outside." "Why is that?" Yun Luofeng's expression became increasingly puzzled, clearly not understanding what had happened. "This is..." Yankee carefully surveyed her surroundings, and after checking that no one was looking, she continued, "Because the name Yun Luofeng is a taboo in the 7-province continent. Rumor has it that if you mention this name, and Miss Hongluan of the East Province finds out, you'll be beaten half to death by her." Yun Luofeng was confused. "Hongluan? How was this related to Hongluan? I was in closed-door cultivation for 3 years, and I'm unaware of what has happened. Why would speaking this name incur Hongluan's fury?" Yankee gave a questioning glance at Yun Luofeng. No wonder she wasn't aware that this name was a taboo. It turns out she was in closed-door cultivation. The matter is like this. Yankee decided to take the risk and told Yun Luofeng about the story behind this name. 3 years ago, people from the Poison Valley caused the death of this woman named Yun Luofeng, who knew that she had relations with various factions. First, it was the old lord of the Jun family, and after that, it was the East Province Governor's estate and the Western Province Academy. They collectively killed their way into the Poison Valley. Originally, this matter was only related to the Poison Valley and would not implicate others. However, Hongluan has an irritable temperament. There was once she walked past a random restaurant and heard someone talking about Yun Luofeng. She instantly went to beat him up, and he was nearly beaten to death. Yun Luofeng was thoroughly stupefied. Had she been killed by people from the Poison Valley? When did that happen? Furthermore, even though Hongluan's personality was overbearing, she would not be unreasonable. Those people must have said something while discussing her matter, or were taking joy in her death, thus resulting in Hongluan's violent rage. However, as the rumor spread, it had naturally become more and more ridiculous. Chapter 1463, Jealous Xiao Mo, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Miss Yun, now that I've informed you of the reason, you shouldn't introduce yourself with this name in the future. Otherwise, if it were passed on to Hongluan's ears, she would come looking for trouble with you. Yankee cautiously spoke, for fear of someone overhearing them. I understand. She finally understood why the 3 huge factions attacked the Poison Valley. It was actually for her sake. Actually, Poison Valley was not wrongly accused. If Ji Jutian hadn't been by her side, perhaps she would have fallen to their evil scheme. However, when Yankee heard Yun Luofeng's response, she assumed that Yun Luofeng had listened to her warnings and so unconsciously relaxed. Auntie, Little Tree looked at Yankee while smiling. When can we go up the mountain? The person standing beside Yankee was stunned when hearing his words. This little boy intends to follow their team. Wormwood Mountain was filled with dangers, and it would cause a huge burden for them to bring along a weak woman and child. As for the robust puppet following behind Yun Luofeng, even though it looked sturdy and fearless, they could not sense his real strength. However, before others managed to raise their objections, Yankee was melted by Little Tree's voice, so how could she reject any of his requests? We can go up anytime. Little boy, are you and your mother willing to follow us? The smile on Little Tree's face became increasingly radiant. Then I'll have to trouble Auntie. In any case, it was their first time here, and they had yet to familiarize themselves with the situation. If Yun Luofeng followed them, it would prevent them from taking the wrong path, and this was Little Tree's motive. Junior sister. The expression of the young man in brocade clothing changed and furrowed his brows. It's fine if both of them are strong, but there's a child. Besides, there are no traces of spirit energy on the other man. Aren't we adding to our load if we bring him along? Senior brother, rest assured, I know my limits. You don't have to worry. Yankee wrinkled her brows. Furthermore, our trip this time is to increase our knowledge and experience and not for the treasures within the god traces. Seeing Yankee's determination, the young man in brocade clothing did not say anything else. However, he softly sighed, revealing a helpless expression. Little boy, I have yet to get your name. Yankee was indeed fond of kids, or else she wouldn't have been willing to bring along Yun Luofeng and Little Tree. Little Tree blinked his eyes. I'm Yun Shu 1. Yun Shu. Yankee stared blankly. Unexpectedly, there was someone who would think of such a name. This name did not tally with his appearance like carved jade. Let's go. Yankee did not think about it much and recovered her senses. Many have gone up the mountain, and if we do not hasten our steps, perhaps the treasures will fall in others' hands. Although Wormwood Mountain couldn't be compared with other dangerous places, there were still countless traps present. In addition, there were numerous people who came there and they discovered the corpses of humans and spirit beasts while traveling. Along the way, Yun Luofeng got to know that the young man in brocade clothing was called Fu Jin and was a fellow apprentice along with Yankee. However, they had long left the sect and were wandering around in this huge continent alone. Within the team, the other sturdy huge man was called Zhao Hong. Other than that, there was a young man with a delicate and pretty appearance. Although his strength was weak, he was the only physician among the team. Chapter 1464, Jealous Mo 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yankee and her senior brother encountered and made friends with them while traveling. After getting to know them well, they had decided to stay and move together as a group, wandering around dangerous places on this continent. That delicate and pretty-looking young man looked at the dark skies before turning towards Yankee and the rest and suggesting, "It's late, should we have a rest and continue setting off tomorrow?" Yankee nodded, agreeing to his suggestion. Chi Xiao is right, nighttime on Wormwood Mountain is very dangerous. Let's stop and rest for a night, and continue setting off tomorrow. Currently, numerous factions were setting up camp on Wormwood Mountain, and after Chi Xiao finished pitching his tent, he saw Yun Luofeng seated below an ancient tree resting. He stared blankly for a moment and said, "Miss Yun, you didn't bring a tent. Why don't you squeeze together with Yankee?" "There's no need." Yun Luofeng shook her head, and replied with an indifferent tone, "I don't need a tent." Seeing Chi Xiao wanting to say something, Fu Jin walked to his side. "Since they do not wish to accept our help, you and Yankee should ignore them. They'll do so however they like, and it's none of our business." Chi Xiao sighed and entered his tent. Nighttime on Wormwood Mountain was very long. For Yun Luofeng, her mind was occupied with that man's cold and unfeeling figure, but she did not know when she would be able to meet him. "Yun Xiao, where are you? These 3 years of my absence, how did you get through it?" She could imagine that man going frantic after hearing that she was buried in the witchcraft tribe. Therefore, she couldn't imagine how did Yun Xiao endure these 3 years. "Mother." Little Tree seemed to sense Yun Luofeng's sadness. He climbed on her and revealed 2 adorable canine teeth while his delicate fingers stroked her head. "Be at ease, father will definitely come for you." Yun Luofeng's heart suddenly thumped. Indeed, it was similar to searching for a needle in a haystack if she went looking for Yun Xiao alone. If she were to spread the information of her being alive, those people would come searching for her after getting the news. "Thank you, Little Tree." Yun Luofeng smiled. Her smile was gorgeous, and even the moon in the night skies couldn't compare. Dawn. Yun Luofeng was meditating when she suddenly heard a commotion in front of her and slowly opened her eyes. "Junior sister Yankee, senior brother Fu Jin. Long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here." The moment Yun Luofeng looked up, she saw a handsome man standing before Yankee and the rest, speaking in an arrogant tone. Yankee's expression had turned ashen, and she tightly clenched her fist. Her furious gaze stared unwaveringly at the handsome man standing before her. "Fu Jin and I have already left the sect. What else do you want from us? TSK, do you think by leaving the sect, you can erase the mistakes you've committed?" A smile quirked up on the handsome man's lips while his eyes contained scorn. He looked down on him with an overbearing aura. "If it weren't for your master's pleading, perhaps you would have been punished with death by my father." Bang! In the end, Yankee could not restrain her temper and released a punch towards the man's handsome face, while her eyes radiated flames of fury. "You have the cheek to mention this. At that time, it was you who delusionally wanted to insult my sister, and I had hit you to revenge her. Who knew you were so unreasonable and even wanted to kill me?" Chapter 1465, Jealous Mo 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Recalling the previous matter, Yankee gnashed her teeth in hatred, wishing she could dismember this man before her. "BTCH, you dared to hit me. The handsome man shouted in rage. Men, arrest this BTCH. I'll bring her back to be punished. Having heard his words, two elders behind him went up and attacked Yankee. The expression of Fu Jin and others changed and they hastily wanted to stop them. However, they were still too late, and after they reached Yankee's side, the two elders had successfully grabbed Yankee. Su Luochen, you son of a BTCH. I would rather die than land in your hands. After saying this, Yankee raised her hand and ruthlessly aimed a palm toward her head. Junior sister, no. Fu Jin's legs turned wobbly from fright as he anxiously cried out. Yankee's palm nearly landed on her head but was tightly grabbed by an elder's hand. Young master has ordered that you are to be personally punished by him, and you can't commit suicide. The elder's voice was one of indifference as he expressionlessly looked at Yankee. HMPH. Su Luochen coldly snorted and looked down on Fu Jin with his company. They're all related to Yankee, arrest them all without sparing anyone. Fu Jin tightly clenched his fist. At that moment he felt so useless. They had already left the sect and didn't expect that Su Luochen didn't intend to let him off. Just then, a small voice sounded and was heard by everyone. Uncle, you shouldn't be so shameless. You'll incur everyone's hatred if you're shameless to this extent. A little boy in brocade clothing unknowingly appeared beside Fu Jin and the rest, with a resplendent smile on his little face like carved jade. His eyes were similar to the night stars, staring intently at Su Luochen. Su Luochen did not place any importance on Little Tree as he snorted and asked, "Is this little kid one of yours?" No. Fu Jin's expression became increasingly pale. He fiercely glared at Little Tree. Scram and go back to where you came from, get lost. After that, he looked up at Su Luochen and said, I don't know him. From the start, Fu Jin looked down on Yun Luofeng. Even if she had brought a tall and mighty bodyguard, he was unable to sense any spirit fluctuation from their body. Therefore, he had been dissatisfied with Yun Luofeng tagging along. However, that did not mean he was a bad person. Yun Luofeng and Little Tree were innocent, and since they were destined to land in their hands, why should they implicate them? Young master, a subordinate whispered in Su Luochen's ears, I asked around earlier. This little kid is together with them. Since Yankee this woman is so evil, we cannot let any one of them off. Yankee stiffened, with regret on her face. If she had known that she would encounter Su Luochen at this place, she would never have agreed to bring along Little Tree. Men, arrest every single one. Su Luochen waved his hand and coldly commanded. In an instant, two elders reached out, wanting to capture Little Tree. However, that aged hand did not manage to touch Little Tree and had been grabbed tightly by a rough and powerful hand. Everyone was in shock, seemingly not understanding who had such guts and dared to oppose the Xuanqing sect. Chapter 1466, Jealous Xiao Mo, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Just as everyone was wondering who this was, a sinister voice slowly sounded, containing a dense killing aura. Yun Yi, cripple his hands. Crack. Yun Yi suddenly exerted force and suddenly, a wailing cry resounded throughout the horizon. Bang. Soon after, Yun Yi fiercely flung his hands and the elder retreated several steps. His face turned pale from pain while sweat poured from his forehead. He stared intently with a sinister gaze at Yun Luofeng who had given that order. In an instant, everyone also looked at Yun Luofeng. The morning sunshine shone on this young lady's pure white robes. She was facing the sun, seemingly as beautiful as a celestial being from a painting, appearing unreal. Su Luochen stared foolishly. He had never seen any lady who possessed such beauty that was capable of causing the downfall of a city. Even the number one beauty of the Xuanqing sect did not have 1/10 of her beauty. What's going on? Suddenly a stern voice sounded from the back, causing Su Luochen to recover from his shock. Before he could reply, he suddenly saw a white silhouette floating past, rushing towards Yun Luofeng. She who was expressionless smiled after seeing the white silhouette pouncing towards her, while her bewitching eyes were filled with smiling intent. Bang! Without hesitation, that white silhouette fiercely rammed towards Yun Luofeng, while her arms tightly hugged the other party. Lifting her head, tear stains could be seen on her pretty and adorable face. Master, I finally found you again. Woo woo. The young lady cried miserably and clung to Yun Luofeng with her entire body, afraid that the lady before her would abandon her and leave if she loosened her grip. The last time she left she had been gone for 3 years. Xiao Bai. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Yun Luofeng faintly smiled and asked, Why are you here alone? Where's Uli and Wu? Initially, she had left Xiao Bai and the rest behind when she went to Kulong Town in search of Yun Xiao. Right now, she had only seen Xiao Bai, while Hu Li and Wu were not by her side. Lin Ruobai dried her tears. Hu Li thought you had died, so he sent me to his old house and entrusted me to his father. After that, saying that he had to see your corpse even if you were dead, he brought Wu along and left. I didn't want to stay there and wait for you, so I escaped when Hu Li's father wasn't paying attention. Recalling the news of 3 years ago, Lin Ruobai revealed a grieving expression. Master, where have you been all these years? You were clearly alive, but why didn't you return to meet us? For Xiao Bai, who had lost all her memories, Yun Luofeng was her only kin, and the sole support she had in this world. Su Luochen was stunned. Miss Lin was acquainted with these people. This second brother, what happened? The grave and stern voice of before had once again sounded. This time, Yun Luofeng turned towards him. A handsome man with an appearance similar to Su Luochen slowly walked over, and it wasn't hard to guess their relationship. However, recalling that Lin Ruobai had come together with him, Yun Luofeng's expression tightened, while a cold glint flashed across her eyes, containing an eerie killing aura. Big brother, this woman's bodyguard injured the fifth elder. Su Luochen had recovered his senses and spoke while grinding his teeth. Su Jun furrowed his brows, shooting a grave and stern glance at Yun Luofeng. He coldly asked, Miss, you've injured someone from my Xuanqing sect, shouldn't you provide us an explanation? Chapter 1467, Jealous Xiao Mo, 5. Translator, DRZ editor, Rock. Give you an explanation, Yun Luofeng sneered. These people wanted to arrest my son. Crippling one of his hands is being especially kind. Su Jun's expression was very unsightly. All these years, he had never seen someone who disregarded the Xuanqing sect. In the entire Strit province, only the Jun family was feared by their Xuanqing sect. Did this woman think she belonged to the Jun family? What a joke. Miss, on Miss Xiaobai's account, I don't wish to bicker with you. I hope you can apologize to my subordinate. Su Jun's voice was incomparably cold as he spoke. Yun Luofeng turned towards Xiaobai, and her expression seemed to be asking what relationship she had with them. Master, a year ago when I encountered danger, they saved me. Therefore, I followed them. Lin Ruobai blinked and honestly answered. However, Su Jun demanding an apology from Yun Luofeng caused Lin Ruobai to be dissatisfied. Although Su Jun had helped and taken care of her for a year, her master was not in the wrong. Even if she committed a mistake, that would also be correct and no one could bully her master. Obtaining the answer she wanted, Yun Luofeng turned to Su Jun. On account of saving Xiaobai, I'll spare your life. If this happens again, it'll be your Xuanqing sect that is eliminated. Get lost right now. Whoosh. After Yun Luofeng spoke, the robust puppet stood guard before her, like an imposing gigantic mountain that coldly stared at Su Jun and the rest. Big brother, Su Luochen became anxious. This woman is too overbearing. We should tie her up and dump her into the black pool to feed the snakes. Su Jin did not reply as he stared coldly at Yun Luofeng. Miss, I hope you'll remember your words of today. You will regret this in the future. Let's go. After saying this, Su Jun gave Lin Ruobai a meaningful glance and flung his sleeves, turning and leading the group of Xuanqing sect men to leave. When they walked out of sight of Yun Luofeng, Su Luochen unsatisfactorily commented, Big brother, why didn't you kill them and that BTCH Yankee? I don't feel at ease letting her stay alive. Su Jun halted and shot a chilly glance at Su Luochen. At that time, it was because you humiliated Yankee's sister, resulting in her attacking you out of rage. However, as the Xuanqing sect is protective of our own, we push the blame to Yankee. Even so, I'm sure you're clearer about the situation than anyone else. Su Luochen stopped speaking but disapproved in his heart. As the young master of Xuanqing sect, it was her sister's fortune that he took a fancy to her. What right did she have to reject his advances? Without a doubt, I'm sure that today's matters were caused by your provocation, Su Jun solemnly said. Big brother, I didn't expect that woman would be Lin Ruobai's master. Oh right, didn't father instruct you to obtain Lin Ruobai's affection? Would there be any repercussion with your actions? Su Luochen had traces of worry on his face. If he had interfered with their father's instruction because of this, his father would definitely punish him. Xiaobai and I have been together for over a year and I believe she has completely fallen for me. A strange glint flashed across Su Jun's eyes. Second brother, you have to be clear on this. Once a woman falls for you, they'll only see, hear, and obey your commands. Between her master and me, who do you think she would choose? Chapter 1468, Jealous Mo 6. Translator, DRZ editor, Rock. Among the two brothers of Xuanqing sect, Su Luochen was arrogant and conceited. He stirred up trouble everywhere he went and was a profligate through and through. Su Jun was comparatively prouder and had a huge ego. Over the last year, Lin Ruobai frequently followed him, causing him to be sure that her heart belonged to him. Even this time, it was Lin Ruobai who forcefully requested to follow him outside. If she hadn't fallen for him, why would this girl be glued to him? The arrogant Su Jun was utterly unaware that Lin Ruobai had a naturally playful disposition. How could she possibly stay in a boring place like the Xuanqing sect? If there were an opportunity to go out, she would never say no. However, Su Luochen cautiously shot a glance at Su Jun. From today's events, it can be seen that Lin Ruobai's relationship with her master is very close. Would she be willing to betray her master for our Xuanqing sect? Su Jun smiled with confidence. The master and disciple have not met for a long time, and they'll definitely be more intimate at this moment. I'll let them hang out for a few days, and after that, Xiaobai will return to my side. At that time, as long as I promise to marry her, she'll definitely burst into tears from happiness. Su Luochen hesitated for a while and continued asking, Big brother, are you confident that Miss Lin will marry you? Who can she marry if not me? Over this past year, I can sense the camaraderie Xiaobai has for me. If it weren't to make her fall for me even more, I wouldn't be loosening the reins to grasp them better. Su Jun's voice was brimming with confidence. Evidently, he had determined that Lin Ruobai was his woman. Even though Xiaobai had never confessed, he firmly believed that she was deeply in love with him. Big brother, I only know that father asked you to win over Miss Lin, but I am unaware of her origins. Su Luofeng frowned and asked the question that had been troubling him this period. Su Jun glanced at his brother and replied in a tone neither hot or cold. Lin Ruobai seems to be someone from that place. If I can marry her, then our Xuanqing sect will develop according to the situation and even surpass the Jun family. A person from that place. Su Luochen's eyes widened in shock. It was no wonder his snobbish father would instruct Big Brother to get into Lin Ruobai's good graces. So as it turns out, she was someone from that place. Above the mountain range, Yankee and the others used a surprised expression to look at Yun Luofeng, seemingly never expecting that the bodyguard beside her had such powerful strength. Fu Jin felt somewhat ashamed. He walked up and spoke apologetically. I'm sorry Miss Yun, I shouldn't have looked down on you previously. Earlier on, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid it would be hard for us to escape death. Yun Luofeng's pitch-black eyes were crystal clear while her voice was wicked and stern. Can we borrow your tent? Having heard her request, Fu Jin hastily said, Miss Yun, feel free to use the tent. Getting his approval, Yun Luofeng pulled Little Tree in one hand and dragged Lin Ruobai in another and walked towards the tent. Just as Fu Jin and the rest wanted to enter together, the robust puppet stood guard outside the door. His austere expression forced Fu Jin and the rest to retreat. Fu Jin, Yan Qi sighed. This time, it's all thanks to Miss Yun that we were able to chase away Su Luochen and the rest. Actually, it shouldn't be difficult to save her son from the Xuanqing sect's hands. There was no need for her to injure them, or oppose the sect. Fu Jin was naturally not trying to side with Xuanqing sect. In his heart, he had long wished to dismember the sect into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 1469, Jealous Xiao Mo, 7. Translator, ERZ Editor, Rock. Opposing the Xuanqing sect would definitely bring disaster on herself. Was it worth it? Fu Jin, you should rejoice that you chose to berate Little Tree at that time. Yan Qi bitterly smiled. If it weren't for your actions of asking Little Tree to leave, perhaps Miss Yun wouldn't have helped us. At that time, even though Fu Jin had chided Little Tree, it was for Little Tree's sake and wouldn't that be clear to Yun Luofeng. However, they did not know that was merely one of the reasons. The second reason was that Yun Luofeng always repaid enmity against her. That elder had to pay a price for daring to touch Little Tree. Within the tent, after Xiao Mo appeared out of thin air, a smile surfaced on Lin Ruobai's face. She quickly rushed over, fiercely hugging the young man's slender waist and kissed his cheek. Xiao Mo's face instantly reddened and he hastily pushed Lin Ruobai away while glaring at her. Do you know something called forbidden physical contact between men and women? Lin Ruobai didn't know why Xiao Mo was angry and she looked grieved. I was too happy to see you, so I couldn't suppress my excitement. Xiao Mo's expression became even more unsightly. Do you kiss others when you meet them? Actually, what he wanted to ask was the relationship between Lin Ruobai and that man named Su Jun. At this moment, Xiao Mo didn't know that he had already started caring about other men appearing with Xiao Bai. Yun Luofeng sat down and casually took out a teacup. Pouring it fully, she looked at both of them while beaming with a big smile. I didn't. Lin Ruobai felt wrong. I only do that with you. Hearing her words, Xiao Mo's mood finally relaxed. He slowly walked to Yun Luofeng's side and a smile surfaced on his young face. Master, I wish to stay by your side from now and I don't intend to return to the God Code world. Is that so? Yun Luofeng quirked her brow. Weren't you previously hiding from Xiao Bai? Xiao Mo had an awkward expression on his face. Wasn't that because Xiao Bai was too scary in the past? I find the current Xiao Bai to be adorable. Oh. Teasing was apparent in Yun Luofeng's eyes. How does vinegar one taste? Master, when have I eaten vinegar? You're aware that I don't consume food. Then why do I smell vinegar all over you? Xiao Mo, who had yet to react, suddenly understood the hidden meaning behind her words and his face flushed red. Master, you're teasing me again. How could I possibly be jealous? Impossible. Shooting a sideways glance at Xiao Mo, reluctant to admit to his feelings, Yun Luofeng shifted her attention to Lin Ruobai. Hu Li left together with Wu. Lin Ruobai nodded. Hu Li said he did not feel at ease leaving me and Wu together, so he brought him along and left. Master, I constantly found Wu strange but I couldn't pinpoint the cause. For the time being, we will not endanger Hu Li. Right now I want to locate Yun Xiao and Hong Luan first. Do you know their whereabouts? Thinking for a moment, Lin Ruobai shook her head. I don't know. She was really unaware of anything. Last question, what's your relationship with Su Jun? This question was what Xiao Mo wanted to ask, but Yun Luofeng asked in place of him. Master, why are you asking this? Lin Ruobai stared distractedly. He saved me before and treats me well. People from Xuanqing are also good to me. However, I've started to loathe them from now on. Chapter 1470, Jealous Xiao Mo, 8. Translator, ERZ Editor, Rock. Why? They claimed that Master was in the wrong and wanted you to apologize. How can you be wrong? It must be them who is at fault. Lin Ruobai spoke while bursting with anger. Recalling how they bullied her master, she was in a bad mood and long forgotten how well Su Jun had treated her during the past year. There was nothing more important than Master. I've asked what I wanted to know. Xiao Bai, let's go. Yun Luofeng put away the teacup, turned and walked out of the tent. Outside the tent, as Fu Jin and the rest saw Yun Luofeng, a trace of astonishment streaked across their eyes. The reason was that they did not see Xiao Mo before and right now, a young man appeared out of thin air. How could they not be curious? However, almost as though they agreed beforehand, no one raised a question. Miss Yun, are you done conversing with your disciple? Yan Qi happily went up. Should we set off too? Unknowingly, this small four-man squad now regarded Yun Luofeng as their leader and asked her opinion on the departure time. Let's go. Yun Luofeng glanced at the mountain range reaching through the clouds and her expression became solemn. Just as everyone wanted to continue traveling, a group suddenly appeared and blocked their path. What do you want again? There was anger in Yan Qi's tone. Get lost already. Su Jun did not spare her a glance, and the instant his stern expression looked towards Lin Ruobai, it was similar to an ice mountain melting, filled with warmth. Xiao Bai, I promised you that I would protect you. It's safer if you come with our team. In the beginning, he intended to let Lin Ruobai and Yun Luofeng hang out for a few days. But after careful deliberations, he felt that he would be more at ease if Lin Ruobai followed him. Lin Ruobai shook her head. Thank you for your care and concern over the past year. Now that I've found my master, I will definitely follow her and I won't be returning to the Xuanqing sect. Su Jun furrowed his brows. He thought that after he asked her, she would immediately return to his side. Unexpectedly, he was rejected. Thinking of this, Su Jun's frown softened. Since that is so, then I won't force you. If you have any needs, you can feel free to return to Xuanqing sect. Our gates will always be open for you. Lin Ruobai snorted. If the previous incident hadn't happened, perhaps she might ask Yun Luofeng to travel together with Su Jun. But because of the Xuanqing sect's mistake, she had decided she would draw a demarcation line. Xiao Bai, Xiao Mo shot a glance at Su Jun, stretching out his hand to grab Xiao Bai. Let's go, it's a waste of time speaking with them. Su Jun's brows furrowed once again as his sharp gaze shot towards Xiao Mo. Where did this little brat come from? He was an eyesore and even dared to grab Xiao Bai's hands. If not for Xiao Bai, I would have already beaten this beastard to death. Big brother. Witnessing the departure, Su Luochen slowly walked to Su Jun's side and cautiously asked, does Miss Lin not intend to return to our Xuanqing sect? She will return. Su Jun had a confident look. I can give her time, she'll be back. Big brother, that young man alongside Miss Lin seemed as if he intended to fight for her with you. Su Luochen felt unhappy. Where did this little brat come from, daring to snatch her from their Xuanqing sect? Chapter 1471, Jealous Xiao Mo, 9. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Su Jun snorted. Even if he wants to poach what's mine, that will depend on whether he has the ability. Xiao Bai must have felt that I was slow to act and became disheartened, thus finding this brat to provoke me. Unfortunately for them, I've seen through their tricks. He used the word poach, which meant that deep down he regarded Lin Ruobai as his woman. Furthermore, he confidently believed Xiao Mo did not have the ability to vie with him. As for why Lin Ruobai did not struggle to pull away from Xiao Mo's hands, it was only to provoke him and force him to reveal his feelings. Some distance from him, Lin Ruobai's hands were firmly held in Xiao Mo's hands, causing her heartbeat to increase, and she felt uncomfortable. She wanted to pull free of his hands, but who would have thought that Xiao Mo would tighten his grasp? Master. Lin Ruobai's eyes reddened and she pitifully glanced at Yun Luofeng, seeking her help. Xiao Bai, Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before asking, does Su Jun like you? Her words were very direct, intimidating Lin Ruobai in an instant. A long time later, Lin Ruobai recovered her senses. Master, no matter whether he likes me or not, I will not like him. The reason? I'm not sure, but I feel uncomfortable by his side. If it wasn't the head out to play, I wouldn't frequently follow him. Comparatively speaking, Xiao Mo had given her a very comfortable feeling. Yun Luofeng lightly stroked her chin. It seems like we have to find a soul fruit as soon as possible to help Xiao Bai recover her memories. Otherwise, with her current wisdom, it is too easy for her to be deceived by others. Soul fruit. Fu Jin was somewhat surprised. Are you looking for a soul fruit? Yun Luofeng's heart leaped and she asked, you know about a soul fruit? It's rumored that there's a soul fruit on the summit of Wormwood Mountain. However, I've never personally seen it, so I can't verify the authenticity of this rumor. No matter true or fake, I will check it out, even if it was just a gleam of hope. Yun Luofeng looked at Lin Ruobai, who was as pure as a piece of white paper, and became more determined. She could only be at ease by obtaining the last soul fruit. Croak croak. Suddenly, a falcon's cry sounded, and just as everyone was in confusion, a huge bird appeared out of the blue, landing before everyone with a crash. Oh no, it's a sky falcon. It isn't supposed to initiate an attack unless others threaten it first. Why is this sky falcon blocking our path? Other than Yankee and others, there were also experts from various huge factions. After witnessing the sky falcon obstructing their route, they were puzzled. A sky falcon blocking the road means that the sky falcon's egg. Su Jun had unknowingly rushed over and led Xuanqing sect's members forward. He turned towards Lin Ruobai with a smile on his face. Xiao Bai, you mentioned you wanted a spirit beast before. Would you like it if I gave you this sky falcon's egg as a pet? Su Luochen coordinated with him at the rear. The Xuanqing sect wants this sky falcon egg. If you don't wish to oppose us, please detour and leave. Both their speech and actions evidently showed that they were determined to obtain this sky falcon's egg. Looking into Su Jun's gentle eyes, Lin Ruobai snorted. If I want a spirit beast, my master will snatch one for me. There's no need for you to stick your nose in our business. Xiao Bai, are you angry with me? Su Jun's smile became increasingly gentle. Although I'm not sure why you're angry, I have a reason to coax you. This egg will be my apology gift. How does that sound? Chapter 1472, Jealous Xiao Mo, 10. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Lin Ruobai furrowed her brows. In the past, Su Jun only made her feel uncomfortable, but she didn't realize that he was so irritating. Lin Ruobai's silence caused Su Jun to assume she had agreed. His sharp gaze swept past everyone, and he coldly said, why are you still here? Get lost. After hearing Su Jun's words, everyone hastily distanced themselves. As this was the only path towards the summit, they did not leave and merely made it known that they would not compete with the Xuanqing sect. You should get lost too. Su Jun's line of sight swept the Yankee and her company. Yun Luofeng was Lin Ruobai's master, so he would not chase her away, but there was no need for others to remain. Fu Jin snorted and did not move a single step. Su Jun's expression suddenly darkened, and just as he intended to mobilize his men to chase them away, a cold and sinister voice sounded, causing their footsteps to stop all of a sudden. Yun Yi, cripple the legs of those who dare to take a step forward. Perhaps due to Yun Yi's previous display of strength, this caused fear to emerge within all of them. They did not dare to move a single inch, afraid that this robust man would break their legs. It's fine if you're unwilling to leave. Su Jun no longer tried to force them to leave, and he turned towards Lin Ruobai. Xiao Bai, wait for me. I'll bring the Strut Beast egg to you very soon. This Sky Falcon was indeed mighty, reaching the realm of Sage God level, intermediate rank, with only a step distance from breaking through to advanced rank. Therefore, Su Jun staked everything to please Xiao Bai. Attack and kill the Sky Falcon. Snatch that Strut Beast egg. Su Jun gnashed his teeth and sternly commanded. In that instant, everyone from the Xuanqing sect unsheathed their weapons, taking the lead in launching attacks. Looking at their actions, Yun Luofeng did not stop them. A wicked smile surfaced on her face, with a devilish spark in her eyes. This Sky Falcon is only Sage God level, intermediate rank, but it will break through to advanced rank shortly. Coupled with the behavior of protecting their own, the battle will certainly increase a notch. The actions of the Xuanqing sect are no different than seeking death. In a moment of crisis or when the close ones are in danger, anyone would explode with their most powerful strength. This was the same for Strut Beasts. Furthermore, this was a Strut Beast on the verge of breaking through, and fighting against it was simply seeking death. That Su Jun doesn't seem like a good man, yet he dares to have designs on Xiao Bai. Xiao Mo snorted. They deserve a lesson so that they don't dare to pester Xiao Bai in the future. Frankly speaking, Xiao Mo did not want their lives. Even if they had designs on Xiao Bai, at least they had saved her before. If it weren't for this, Xiao Mo probably would have attacked them. Evidently, the Xuanqing sect's strength couldn't be compared to an average faction. Even while facing the Sky Falcon that was protective of their own, they still had an advantage, to the extent that there was a faint winning trend against the Sky Falcon. Of course, that was the case initially. Under anxiousness and fury, the Sky Falcon had suddenly broken through. Endless Strut energy hovered around its body, causing a massive wind with its wings. It raised its head and screamed, releasing angry cries, and cruelly locked its sight on these people in front of it. *T. Why did it break through at this moment? Su Jun's expression suddenly changed, turning deathly pale. An elder retreated and said with an unsightly expression, "Eldest young master, if it were the previous Sky Falcon, we would still be confident of defeating it. However, now that it has broken through, we are absolutely not its opponent." Chapter 1473, Xiao Bai became two-faced. 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Su Jun felt bitter inside. If he knew that this Sky Falcon would break through, he wouldn't have attempted to boast about his abilities. Right now, after this warning, no one dared to deal with the Sky Falcon. As such, Su Jun intended to abandon this Sky Falcon's egg. However, just as he looked towards Lin Ruobai, he noticed that she was impatiently looking at him. The glint within her eyes caused Su Jun's heart to turn resolute, and he gnashed his teeth. "I will never give up on this Sky Falcon's egg. Continue attacking. I don't believe we can't deal with a single Sky Falcon with our numbers." The Xuanqing sect's members revealed a bitter smile. They did not dare to disobey Su Jun's commands and could only brace themselves to rush forward. Just as Su Jun had turned towards the Sky Falcon, Lin Ruobai looked away with disdain in her lively eyes. "Who asked you constantly trouble me? This time, you'll have to suffer." In any case, there was only her master in Lin Ruobai's heart. Even if Su Jun had saved her, she would not care about their camaraderie. "Who asked this beast to bully master? Those who bully my master are no good." Croak croak. The Sky Falcon's voice was penetrating as it fanned its wings, rushing towards these humans who dared to provoke it. Revealing savagery in its eyes, its wings similar to a hurricane fiercely slammed towards Su Jun. In that instant, Su Jun was sent flying and incessantly vomited blood while his appearance was deathly pale. Eldest young master. Everyone was in shock but were unable to care for Su Jun and could only cope with the Sky Falcon's attack that was as fast as lightning. "What are you staring for?" An elder finally could continue and bellowed towards the groups who were spectating. "Why aren't you helping us deal with the Sky Falcon?" Everyone was hesitating, not knowing if they should help out. However, someone ultimately went forward, intending to help the Xuanqing sect. Just as he took a step, a pair of cold eyes swept over. The young lady's even-tempered voice sounded. "Don't forget their previous words. If you help them, they might think that you delusionally want to snatch the egg. After all, the Xuanqing sect has always been unreasonable." The middle-aged man who originally wanted to help immediately retreated after her words. What she said wasn't wrong. What if the Xuanqing sect thought that he wanted to snatch the egg from them? He would be unable to defend himself if that happened. Furthermore, risking his life dealing with the Sky Falcon yet not obtaining anything made him feel unmotivated. The elder from Xuanqing sect nearly went mad from anger from Yun Luofeng's words, wishing he could split her in half. However, they had difficulty dealing with the Sky Falcon and he had no spare time to deal with her. "If we don't kill this Sky Falcon, don't even think about going up the mountain." The elder gnashed his teeth and furiously glared at Yun Luofeng. Revealing a wicked and sinister smile, she said, "I can attack it after you're completely wiped out." "You." The elder trembled from anger. "On what condition will you be willing to help?" The robust man behind her was powerful, and with his help, perhaps they could subdue this Sky Falcon. "An item for a life. If you have items of the same value, take them out to exchange and I'll save you." The elders of the Xuanqing sect were about to vomit blood. They knew that among everyone, only Yun Luofeng could provide help. Chapter 1474, Xiao Bai became two-faced. 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. How could the other factions subdue this Sky Falcon when they were weaker than the Xuanqing sect? "I have a stalk of 1,000-year medicinal herb. How many lives can it be exchanged for?" The elder gnashed his teeth when he spoke, clearly angered to the extreme by Yun Luofeng's actions. "How many lives do you think 1,000-year medicinal herb can be exchanged for?" Yun Luofeng's eyes flickered. "However, I won't haggle with you. Hand over the space rings in your hands and I'll help you. The Eldest's complexion was ashen. For cultivators of his realm, all their treasures would without a doubt be stored in a space ring, and this woman demanded their space rings. Seeing his furious countenance, Yun Luofeng faintly smiled. You can think it through. Are space rings or your lives more important? The few elders breathed deeply. Even though they were reluctant, they had taken off their space rings, throwing them to Yun Luofeng. We've given you the items, can you help us now? Yun Luofeng glanced at the elder who spoke. I'll check the goods first. Under normal circumstances, space rings are contracted to the holder to prevent them from being stolen. Other than the holder, no one could take out the items inside. However, what happened next caused everyone to be dumbstruck. With a swipe of her mental energy, the original contract of the space ring had been wiped away. She then threw away items of no value from the ring. A few of the elders spat out blood due to the contract disappearing, and their expression was extremely pale. To be able to directly wipe their mental trace. How terrifying was her strength. What monster had the Xuanqing sect encountered? These few old men deserved to be the elders of Xuanqing sect, as their items were very precious. Yun Luofeng put away their space rings while her cold gaze fell on the Sky Falcon, and she sternly shouted, "Stop!" Not expecting a human to dare to shout at it, the Sky Falcon became increasingly furious. It waved its wings, wanting to dash towards Yun Luofeng. However, the moment it sensed the aura radiated from Yun Luofeng's body, its entire body stiffened while fear surfaced in its eyes. Are you an idiot? Seeing that Yun Luofeng had merely shouted without taking any action, he couldn't refrain from angrily saying, "Who do you think you are, that it will follow your orders with a shout? Get your bodyguard to attack right now. We can no longer hold on." He was already regretting it, regretting seeking help from such an idiot. The Sky Falcon was haughty, and how could it possibly listen to a human's orders? What a joke. However, while he was cursing in his heart, a slap fiercely landed on his face the next moment, causing him to be shocked silly. The reason was, the Sky Falcon, who was so aggressive, had suddenly retracted its aura and halted on the spot. Its expression even contained fear as it cautiously looked at Yun Luofeng. Everyone was shocked silly. What exactly happened? How was a human able to command a Sky Falcon? The Sky Falcon was unaware of their thoughts. He only knew that the gorgeous woman radiated an aura not belonging to a human. Chapter 1475, Co. Bai became two-faced 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Co. Bai became two-faced 3. Only a Sage Lord level Spirit Beast had such an aura. Of course, he did not know that this suppressive aura did not belong to Yun Luofeng, but originated from Huohuo. The difference in levels between Spirit Beasts was very obvious. Upon encountering a stronger beast, they would halt all attacks. Otherwise, what awaited them would be suffering. Yun Luofeng glanced at the Sky Falcon before shifting to look at Su Jun. Her wicked voice coldly sounded, "I didn't demand your ring to return the favor of you saving Co. Bai in the past. From now on, if the Xuanqing sect dares to provoke me, I will exterminate your sect." The young lady's words caused Lin Ruobai to be emotionally moved. Although her wisdom was not complete, it didn't mean she was foolish. Yun Luofeng spared Su Jun this time to repay this favor for her. Even though her master wasn't afraid of others making thoughtless remarks, she was someone who paid attention to favors. If she repaid this favor in her place, then if after this the Xuanqing sect continued looking for trouble, she would have a reason to exterminate them. Su Jun coldly looked at Yun Luofeng. "I didn't ask for your help. No matter what you say, I've repaid the favor of saving Co. Bai." Yun Luofeng smiled and then turned towards the Sky Falcon. "Take me to that Sky Falcon egg." Su Jun's expression changed. Pulling himself up, he coldly said, "This Sky Falcon egg ought to be mine. What do you think you're doing by snatching it?" For the Sky Falcon egg, the Xuanqing sect had lost several experts. Could it be they had to give it away for free? "I subdued the Sky Falcon," Yun Luofeng sneered. Su Jun snorted. "You accepted compensation and completed a task. Our Xuanqing sect gave you numerous treasures, and it means that we employed you to deal with this Sky Falcon. As for the spoils of war, they naturally belong to the Xuanqing sect." "Is that so?" Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. "I only agreed to save your lives and didn't agree with other demands. If you wish to obtain the Sky Falcon egg, you can ask the Sky Falcon if it agrees." Hearing her words, the Sky Falcon's sharp eyes shot towards Su Jun and company. The ruthless glint became denser, ready to pounce and dismember them into pieces at any time. "You're shameless." Su Jun spoke these words while grinding his teeth. He had toiled for half a day, yet the benefits would go to others. "Let's go. Bring me to your nest." Yun Luofeng ignored Su Jun and continued speaking with the Sky Falcon. The Sky Falcon was silent for a moment before ultimately turning and bringing Yun Luofeng and her company to enter the depths of the jungle. Within this jungle, a falcon's nest was supported in between two trees, and a huge egg was seated in the nest, while numerous Sky Falcons encircled in the surrounding area. Although their strength was not as powerful as the leader they encountered, they were all in Sage King level. A Sky Falcon egg that was protected by so many Sky Falcons was certainly not average. Xiao was silent for a moment and suddenly said, "It's a King Sky Falcon egg." King Sky Falcon. These three words caused them to be thoroughly shocked, and people from the Xuanqing sect felt so much regret that their intestines turned green. This wasn't an ordinary Sky Falcon's egg, but a King Sky Falcon's egg. If they did not ask Yun Luofeng for her help, perhaps this egg would be theirs. Su Jun clenched his fists with hatred. The moment he turned, he cast a sideways glance towards Xiao and Co. Bai, who were whispering in each other's ear, and he became increasingly furious. He spoke in a cold tone, "Since you've taken this Sky Falcon's egg, you have no right to obtain any other treasures on Wormwood Mountain." Chapter 1476, Bountiful Harvest 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yan Qi angrily glared at Su Jun. Why? This Sky Falcon was subdued by Miss Yoon. What rights do you have to prevent her from obtaining other treasures? Based on the fact that she can't afford to defend the various factions at present. Su Jun sneered and his grave and stern appearance radiated an eerie aura, glancing past Yun Luofeng and company. At present, other than the Xuanqing sect, there were also experts of various factions. Although they weren't the most powerful in their factions, the majority had the strength of a sage god level. Furthermore, so what if they weren't able to defeat Yun Luofeng's bodyguard after combining forces? Could it be that she really dared to offend all the factions in Spirit Province? Xiao Bai. After threatening Yun Luofeng, Su Jun turned towards Lin Ruobai, revealing a gentle smile. Rest assured, I will give you the portion that belongs to you. It's better if you come with my team. No. Lin Ruobai pouted, I only want to follow master. Xiao Bai, I know you're angry with me because I treated you vaguely. I know that you love me and your close relationship with this young man is to provoke me. Now that you've succeeded, can you return? Su Jun's tone was humbled to his greatest extent, so much so that it even contained traces of pleading. As the eldest young master of Xuanqing sect, when had he lowered his attitude as such? However, everything was worth it for Lin Ruobai. Lin Ruobai was dumbstruck. Having a close relationship with Xiao Mo was to anger Su Jun. She didn't even consider this before. Xiao Bai, how did you live with his blockhead for a year? A cold glint streaked across Xiao Mo's eyes. He tightly grabbed Lin Ruobai's hands, as if displaying his ownership, while holding his head high and looked at Su Jun. Su Jun did not bother about Xiao Mo. In his heart, Xiao Mo was only a pitiful guy Lin Ruobai took advantage of and she would ultimately return to his side. But Xiao Bai pouted, feeling wronged, I didn't know he was such a blockhead in the past. Su Jun immediately flared up after hearing Xiao Bai's words as his cold eyes stared at Xiao Mo. Stop teaching Xiao Bai bad things, she's an innocent and kind girl. Following beside someone like you, she'll be led astray sooner or later. Yun Yi. Suddenly, the young lady's wicked voice abruptly sounded. In that instant, a tall and sturdy figure stood before her. This robust and powerful physique was hugely oppressive to others. Su Jun's expression completely changed and he had the feeling of being unable to breathe as if this robust man could easily end his life. Xiao Mo was betrothed to Xiao Bai many years ago. Yun Luofeng's penetrating gaze shot towards Su Jun. Therefore, if you dare to have designs on Xiao Bai, Yun Yi will immediately break your neck. Su Jun was shocked into silence. At this moment, the elders of Xuanqing sect did not dare to stick out. After all, the oppressive feeling Yun Yi brought them was too powerful. More importantly, there was a group of sky falcons glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. Those who are capable can get the treasures on this Wormwood Mountain, and if you lack the ability, you can't blame anyone. Yun Luofeng wickedly smiled. Xiao Bai, Xiao Mo, since they wish to snatch the treasures, we shall travel on our own later on. Chapter 1477, Bountiful Harvest 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. After this, she walked towards the King's Sky Falcon egg. Witnessing her arrival, those Sky Falcons unconsciously revealed the path. Yun Luofeng obtained the egg with no difficulty and casually threw it to Lin Ruobai. At that moment, not to mention humans, even the hearts of the Sky Falcons tightened as they nervously stared at the egg thrown in the air, afraid that it would be dropped. Ultimately, it was a false alarm as Xiao Mo handily caught the egg and then placed it in Xiao Bai's hands. Master, this King Sky Falcon egg is for me. Lin Ruobai was filled with joy as she impatiently stared at Yun Luofeng. That's right, a present for you. Yun Luofeng quirked her lips. Furthermore, this present was extremely easy to obtain and there was no difference compared to picking it up off the ground. Every one of the Xuanqing sect nearly vomited blood, and their faces were ashen. They had exhausted all their might with countless deaths and didn't manage to obtain the egg. Yet in her eyes, it became extremely easy. This woman was definitely doing it on purpose to anger them. One of the Sky Falcons landed before Yun Luofeng and gradually transformed, morphing into a handsome man. This Sky Falcon was the one that had battled against the Xuanqing sect. Yun Luofeng sensed that Sky Falcons will and inquired, you want to follow us? The handsome man nodded. I am the King Sky Falcon's bodyguard and now that my king has passed away, my duty is to protect His Highness. Wherever His Highness is, I will certainly follow. His gaze stared at the King Sky Falcon egg within Xiao Bai's embrace, while his original callous-killing expression became very gentle. The Sky Falcon egg isn't mine. Yun Luofeng pointed towards Lin Ruobai. If you wish to follow, she'll be your new master. Hearing her words, the man knelt on the ground with one knee and said in a determined tone, my name is Yin Zhao. And protecting His Highness Master will be my mission. Su Jun's eyes were bloodshot from jealousy. A sage god advanced level spirit beast and a mysterious King Sky Falcon egg. If these two items belonged to him, the Xuanqing sect's influence would definitely increase a notch. However, this was all because of Yun Luofeng. Su Jun tightly clenched his fist and was filled with flames of fury while staring at Yun Luofeng's back. If it weren't because he couldn't defeat Yun Yi, he would definitely rush over and dismember this evil woman into pieces. Let's go. All along, Yun Luofeng had ignored Su Jun's existence as she spoke to Xiao Mo and others. Fu Jin stared blankly for a moment and hesitated. Should we follow her? Yan Qi pondered for a moment and concluded, if we stay here, the Xuanqing sect will never let us go. The best choice now is to follow Miss Yun. After that, she hastily caught up to Yun Luofeng. Seeing Yun Luofeng didn't reject them from accompanying her, they also caught up and followed her closely. The Wormwood Mountain produced medicinal herbs in abundance. Along the way, Yu Nuofeng had discovered countless precious medicinal ingredients, but unfortunately, she had yet to uncover a millennium-old medicinal herb. N. Suddenly, Yu Nuofeng's line of sight stared at a stalk of dark green medicinal herb. This herb was similar to a water snake, radiating light as if a living spirit. It's jade snake grass. She vaguely remembered in the records within the God Code world that this grass could evolve into spirit snake grass if placed within the space. Chapter 1478, Bountiful Harvest 3. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. The effect of spirit snake grass was to increase the speed of cultivation. For example, if 3 months were usually required to advance from Sage King low rank to intermediate rank, she would only need half a month with it. Not only that, if the juice of the spirit snake grass was extracted, it could help with the cultivator's bottleneck, allowing someone who was stuck to break through immediately. Of course, this spirit snake grass could only be consumed once every 2 months, and the effect of each stalk only lasted for half a month. If consumed after half a month, it would produce an effect opposite to the desired results. As for extracting of the juice, it required countless spirit snake grasses. You could only consume 1 bottle in your life, and consuming more than that would result in having difficulty advancing in the future. This is a good item. Evidently, Xiaomo also discovered the jade snake grass. Miss Yun. As the sole physician out of the small group, Qi Xiao naturally had a broad knowledge of medicinal ingredients. Seeing Yun Luofeng walking to the jade snake grass, he was surprised. This is jade snake grass, and although it can slightly increase spirit energy, the energy provided is minimal. There isn't much use for people of our level. From the start, perhaps they thought that Yun Luofeng was weak, but after Yun Yi's strength was revealed, no one dared to look down on Yun Luofeng. To be able to bring a powerful bodyguard, how could her strength be lacking? Perhaps this jade snake grass is useless for you, but it's very useful to me. Maybe because she discovered the jade snake grass and was in a good mood, she happily answered Qi Xiao's question. His eyes were brimming with questions, seemingly not understanding how the jade snake grass was useful to her. As Yun Luofeng had been harvesting medicinal herbs along the way, the other factions had also caught up. Their expressions were unsightly. After traveling a distance, not to mention treasures, they didn't even discover any medicinal herbs. There was no need to think, and they knew that Yun Luofeng had harvested everything. However, everyone dreaded Yun Yi and the Sky Falcon's strength, so no one dared to cause trouble for Yun Luofeng. After they had continued traveling, those behind her had voiced out curses in succession. This woman is too evil. She didn't even leave us a single stalk on the way. If all the experts of our sect came, I'd like to see if she dares to continue being arrogant. Hearing their cursing, Su Jun had instead turned taciturn. Abruptly, he smirked and said, "Second brother, have you noticed all the medicinal herbs she harvested?" "You mean jade snake grass?" Su Luochen's eyes flickered and asked. "That's right," Su Jun nodded. "Although we aren't physicians, we've seen several medical texts. This jade snake grass is ineffective for our level, but this woman claimed that it was beneficial for her." A mocking smile quirked on Su Jun's face. "As such, I can conclude that this woman is very weak, and should be below sky-level cultivation." Pooh. Unable to stop himself, Su Luochen spurted a mouthful of water. "Big brother, are you joking with me? This woman's strength is beneath sky-level cultivation, not even reaching god or sage level." Chapter 1479, Bountiful Harvest 4. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. In the original continent that Yun Luofeng lived in, sky-level cultivators were powerful existences. The reason was that the most powerful cultivators in Longshao continent were merely at god level. However, this was the 7-province continent, with geniuses and countless experts gathered together. Sky-level cultivators were bottom-ranked existences. Even the servant maid and manservant of some large factions were of sky-level cultivation. Jade snake grass is only effective for sky-level cultivators and below. Even if it is very old, it's still ineffective for us. Su Jun gently knitted his brows. Therefore, have the elders draw that bodyguard away in a moment, and it'll be easy for us to kill Yun Luofeng. As for why he didn't personally do so. With the bodyguard's strength, wasn't it seeking for death if he personally acted? This type of dangerous task would naturally be for others to complete, and he only had to deal with Yun Luofeng. "Big brother," Su Luochen was somewhat excited, "don't kill her immediately. Give her to me, and I'll make her go through a living hell." Su Jun snorted and revealed a grave expression. "Letting her have a living hell is letting her off easy. How dare a sky-level trash dare to hoot in my presence? At the very least, I've attained a Sage King level cultivation, and how can trash compare to me?" "Big brother," Su Luochen recalled something and continued, "the bodyguard alongside her is very powerful. Could she originate from some large faction?" "Impossible. The largest faction in Spirit Province is the Jun family. I've met Miss Linger from the Jun family previously, and it's clear that this isn't her." Su Jun shook his head. "Furthermore, I will eliminate everyone, and at that time, even if she has a formidable background, they won't be able to uncover who did it." Of course, he dared to say this when the other factions were rushing on their journey. Otherwise, if they were aware of this, there would probably be an internal conflict before dealing with Yun Luofeng. "What about Miss Lin?" Su Luochen hesitated and asked. Su Jun's appearance was of confidence. "Xiao Bai loves me, and I believe that she would never betray me. Right now, she's angry, but there will come a day when she realizes that the person she loves is me. Besides, he thought that only he was worthy of Xiao Bai." Wherever Yun Luofeng walked past, not even an ordinary medicinal herb remained. For her, any stalk of herb could become the hamster clan's rations, and she was someone who never wasted food. Therefore, people behind her didn't even manage to pick up a single medicinal herb. Thus all of them openly voiced the discontent. That is, soul fruit. Yun Luofeng stared blankly and suddenly stopped. Her gaze stared at the flickering scarlet petals at the mountain summit. A fruit was enveloped in those scarlet petals, and the aura of the fruit caused people's soul to tremble. Hold on. Just as Yun Luofeng wanted to step forward, she seemed to have sensed something else and retreated a few steps. She looked away from the soul fruit and turned to the ancient jade green tree beside it. Xiao Mo furrowed his brows and spoke to Yun Luofeng via Strud voice transmittance. This is the Saintly Virgin tribe's life tree. However, why would this tree appear here? Rumor has it, the life tree could bear life fruit, and upon consuming this fruit, it would extend your life for 100 years. What's more exaggerated was that this life fruit was different from the juice of the Strud snake grass. There was no repercussion from continuously consuming one every 100 years. Chapter 1480, Bountiful Harvest 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The only drawback was, the life fruit would only emerge every 10 years. That was to say, only 10 fruits would be produced within 100 years, and could only extend 10 people's lifespan. Miss Yun, Yankee went up to Yun Luofeng. A few days back I heard that indications of godly treasure appeared on Wormwood Mountain in the form of a dark green ray of light enveloping the entire sky. As such, countless experts flocked here to obtain this godly treasure. If my guess isn't wrong, this tree is the widely rumored trace of a god. Yun Luofeng didn't speak, but she was staring at the life tree all along. She was tempted. A human's lifespan was different from Strud beasts, and there was a limit. If one did not make a breakthrough in a certain time frame, they would exhaust their lifespan. For example, General Yun was only at Earth-level cultivation at his age, and there was still a huge distance to advanced sky-level cultivation. According to a human's typical lifespan, he could at the most live till 80, and he was already 70 years old. Without any fortuitous encounters, he would only have another 10 years of life. However, it was different with this life tree. This tree could allow one's lifespan to increase for 100 years, and after that, he would have an endless lifespan if General Yun were to keep consuming the fruit. Where's the god traces? Wasn't it said that there were traces of gods here? Why is there only a fruit and a withered tree? People from other factions had already arrived, but only saw a soul fruit and a wilted ancient tree at present. Even though the soul fruit was precious, there was a huge difference compared to their expectations. Therefore, how could they not be bitterly disappointed? Impossible. I saw a green light soaring past the horizon, but why is there nothing? A young man had a disappointed and bitter expression. I lost numerous subordinates on this trip to Wormwood Mountain. Don't tell me I'll be returning empty-handed. What use does a wilted tree have? Even if it were given to them, they would disdain it. It must be you. Su Jun's eyes suddenly reddened. You arrived here before us, and you must have hidden the treasures. Immediately hand them over, and I will spare your lives. After Su Jun spoke, everyone also looked at Yun Luofeng. In this instant, Yun Yi's strength was of no importance in their eyes. They were just a bunch of greedy humans, wanting to obtain the treasures. Hand over the treasures. That's right, all of us came together to Wormwood Mountain. What right do you have to take everything? Forget about the medicinal herbs, but you have to hand over the god's treasures. Otherwise, we won't let you off. How can you alone oppose us? If you don't hand over the god's treasures, even your family will not be spared. Currently, after sensing no threat from the life tree, she walked to the soul fruit and easily harvested it. Under normal situations, there would definitely be a powerful guardian beast near a soul fruit. However, for some unknown reason, the guardian beast that was normally born together with the fruit did not appear. Turning a deaf ear to their accusations, Yun Luofeng walked to Lin Ruobai after harvesting the soul fruit and passed it to her. This is the last soul fruit. You'll completely recover after consuming it. Leave what happens after that to me and sleep in peace. Lin Ruobai understood that Yun Luofeng did not wish for her to witness this bloody scene. Chapter 1481, Bountiful Harvest 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Therefore, she obediently consumed the soul fruit. Puchi. After consuming the soul fruit, Lin Ruobai suddenly spat out blood, and her body swayed before falling into Xiao Mo's embrace. Su Jun saw Lin Ruobai in Xiao Mo's embrace and fumed, but seemingly recalling something, he sneered, according to what I know, people who consume the soul fruit will enter a sleeping state for many days. Exactly how many days she'll be asleep depends on her physique, and she'll most likely regain consciousness after half a year. Su Jun's eyes twinkled, and he sneered, do you know how huge a mistake you've committed? I don't know what I've done wrong. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow, looking at Su Jun and spoke with a cold tone. I only know that you've committed an unforgivable mistake. Yun Yi, kill everyone who came today without exception. Yan Qi and her company were surprised, perhaps not expecting that Yun Luofeng intended to slaughter everyone. However, after thinking it through, they understood. She had a personality of returning what was directed to her, so what was wrong if she killed those who wanted to kill her? A weak person was often bullied, and only by being evil would others fear you. In a flash, Yun Yi dashed forth and killed. His silhouette was similar to a killing god, easily turning him a corpse by raising his hands. Su Jun cast a meaningful glance at Su Luochen, and after understanding his intentions, he attacked Yun Luofeng behind Yun Yi's back. Damned woman, I will cripple you today, and let's see if you dare to be so overbearing. Seeing Su Luochen dashing towards Yun Luofeng, Yan Qi and the rest hastily shouted, Miss Yun, careful. Although Yu Ni was strong, they were unaware of Yun Luofeng's strength. Therefore, after witnessing Su Luochun's action, they hastily shouted in warning. Standing in the breeze, the young lady did not move in the slightest, with her white robes fluttering along with the wind, radiating wickedness. The moment Su Luochun arrived before her, she quirked her brow and her eyes filled with indifference looked at the vicious man. Her hand lightly raised. Pa! And a slap landed on Su Luochun's face. This slap was very soft, and seemingly no energy was used behind it. Various factions who witnessed this scene shook their heads and sneered. Only Yan Qi and the rest had bitter smiles on their face. They were a distance away from Yun Luofeng and were unable to help her. Only now did they have the time to stop Su Luochun. However, what followed caused everyone to be dumbstruck. Su Luochun's head was like a spinning top, turning without stopping with Yun Luofeng's soft and gentle slap. He wanted to scream for help but wasn't able to produce any sound. This lasted until a cracking sound was heard as his head broke off, tumbling on the ground with fresh blood spraying everywhere, freeing him from the dizziness. On the mountain summit, it was deadly silent, to the extent the sound of the wind blowing could be clearly heard. Su Jun was long shocked into silence and what followed was fear and happiness that stemmed from his heart. He feared Yun Luofeng's strength and felt happy that he did not attack her earlier on. Otherwise, under this slap, it would be hard for him to survive. The irony was that he actually believed that Yun Luofeng was a sky-level cultivator. Suddenly, Su Jun seemed to recall something and ground his teeth. You did this deliberately. You must have deliberately harvested the jade snake grass, making us lower our guard and fall into your trap. How can a woman be so evil? If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be so many deaths. Chapter 1482, Bountiful Harvest 7. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. That's right. If Yun Luofeng hadn't harvested jade snake grass and coincidentally allowed him to chance upon her actions, which resulted in him determining that her strength was weak, he would not make use of others to encircle and annihilate Yun Luofeng. Therefore, everything was Yun Luofeng's fault. On purpose. Yun Luofeng smirked and her tone was eerie. Are you deserving? Su Jun's expression was deathly pale. He retreated and looked at Yun Luofeng in fear. The reason was that he realized that Yun Luofeng's figure was gradually disappearing. That's right. Her figure was gradually fading away, disappearing from head to toe as if she was blending into the surroundings. Master. Xiao Mo saw the strange phenomenon happening to Yun Luofeng. He dashed toward her without hesitation while holding Lin Ruobai, and hastily grabbed her hand. After touching Yun Luofeng, Xiao Mo's body also started to fade away, slowly disappearing. Miss Yun. Yan Qi and the others also wanted to dash over, but by the time they arrived before Yun Luofeng, she had already disappeared. Without Yun Luofeng's commands, Yun Yi began to brandish his fists in confusion. He was just like a brainless machine, and his killing became irregular. Let's go. Su Jun did not dare to oppose Yun Yi, and taking advantage when he was attacking others, he led the Xuanqing sect and hastily evacuated. This was the aftermath of Yun Yi without wisdom. A puppet without wisdom would only battle in accordance with their master's commands and would not have independent thoughts. Thus, he didn't know that he had to stop the Xuanqing sect from escaping at this moment. Of course, there was another characteristic with this type of puppet. It was similar to the little lowly Yun Luofeng gave to Old Han. When their master encountered danger or was injured, it would attack on its own accord. However, they would not have independent thought. Although they had a powerful body, they wouldn't know how to utilize it. What now? Yan Qi foolishly looked at the spot where Yun Luofeng and Xiao Mo disappeared, with confusion contained in her gaze, evidently not knowing what to do. They only disappeared and didn't die. Fu Jun clenched his teeth. We can wait for them here. They will return. Yan Qi sighed. Right now, this is the only viable action. Unfortunately, those from the Xuanqing sect escaped. If they manage to locate Miss Yun's family, perhaps they might cause trouble for them. Speaking of that, this incident was caused by us. Hearing her words, all four of them carried remorse on their face. If it weren't for them, Yun Luofeng wouldn't have been in a dispute with the Xuanqing sect. Just as Yan Qi and company was feeling confused by Yun Luofeng's disappearance, Yun Luofeng had appeared within a room. The interior of the room was ancient, with a few books placed on the table. There were even a few trees acting as pillars within the room, evidently for someone to take a rest. I finally waited for your arrival, the successor of the saintly virgin tribe. A voice from far away, seemingly passing through a millennium of time and space entered Yun Luofeng's ears. Turning around, Yun Luofeng saw a woman in green robes with 2 emerald green tree leaves on her head walking over slowly. Her appearance was lucid and elegant, beautiful as if a tree immortal was walking out from a painting, and was unforgettable. This is within the life tree. Yun Luofeng lifted her brow, looking at the woman before here. Why have you brought us into the life tree's body? The woman gently smiled, slowly walking to Lin Ruobai who was unconscious. Web page not available. The web page could not be loaded because internet disconnected. Chapter 1483, Bountiful Harvest 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Many came here to explore during this period, but they weren't the one I'm waiting for. Therefore, I killed them all and made the corpses disappear. Yun Luofeng finally understood why she had seen so many corpses on the way, but after arriving at the mountain summit, there was not a single corpse. So as it turns out, it was this tree spirit's work. The guardian beast of this soul fruit was also killed by you. That's right, the woman smirked. Anyone who sees the life tree should die. Of course, except for her. The woman raised her chin, while her voice contained arrogance. I spared your life only because you have a close relationship with her. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes, and a cold glint streaked across her eyes. You mean, without Xiaobai's existence, you would kill me too? That's right, only the Saintly Virgin tribe can possess the life tree. The green-robed lady's expression looked down at her. However, the successor of the Saintly Virgin tribe has yet to awaken, and I want her to stay in the tree. As her friend, it's inevitable and right that you have to stay and accompany her. Yun Luofeng's chilly eyes glanced at the green-robed lady and she coldly said, what if I refuse? Egotistical human. The green-robed lady snorted, and instantly, a huge wind appeared with a raise of her hand, attacking Yun Luofeng. Bang! Although Yun Luofeng blocked the attack, she had been struck by the force and her body recoiled at high speed until she hit the wall. Master. Xiao Mo's expression changed and furiously glared at the green-robed lady. You're just a tree that formed a spirit, yet you dare to injure my master. Don't think that I won't pluck all your leaves. The green-robed lady smirked with contempt. With your strength, if I'm not wrong, you should be in love with my tribe's successor. Unfortunately, our tribe has never allowed any dealings with men from the outside world. Don't even think about having her in your life. Yun Luofeng stopped Xiao Mo, who was overflowing with rage, and her wicked and sinister eyes slowly turned towards the green-robed lady. Neither will I stay here nor give Xiaobai to you. From the start, Yun Luofeng was indeed tempted by the life tree. However, after knowing that a tree spirit existed within, she temporarily abandoned this thought. The top priority matter now was to bring Xiaobai and Xiao Mo out of here. After coming, you're thinking about leaving. The green-robed lady laughed mockingly. It's because of my tribe's successor that I didn't kill you. Don't win an inch and want a foot. Yun Luofeng coldly smiled. If you don't let us go, even if I have to slaughter my way out, I will definitely leave. No one could stop her path. Keke. The green-robed lady sneered, then let me see your strength. Boom. In a flash, she rapidly rushed to Yun Luofeng. Her foot was similar to a gust of wind, kicking Yun Luofeng's stomach at high speed. Even though Yun Luofeng nimbly used her arm to block her attack, she had still been sent flying by this kick and her body heavily rammed against the ice-cold wall. This woman was very strong. She should be more powerful than Huohuo. However, she hadn't advanced above Sage Lord level yet and was still within that range. Master. Xiao Mo was extremely anxious, and even his voice contained panic. Don't come here. Yun Luofeng slowly stood up from the ground and looked straight at the green-robed lady. Is your strength only at this level? Chapter 1484, Bountiful Harvest 9. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Not expecting Yun Luofeng could stand up after receiving her attack, a trace of shock surfaced in her eyes. You're different from the humans I've seen before. Unfortunately, humans are still humans. Humans were excessively avaricious, selfish, vicious and merciless, incomparably sinister. Forget it. Meeting her pair of wicked eyes, she waved her hands while her tone softened. I don't need you to stay and accompany my successor. Right now, you can leave, but I hope you will draw the line with her and never to meet her again in the future. Yun Luofeng stood upright before the green-robed lady, while determination could be seen across her gorgeous appearance. I brought Xiaobai here and so I have to bring her away. HMPH. The green-robed lady snorted. I've given you a living path, but you don't know what's good for you. Right now, I'll let you have a taste of the consequences for offending me. Whoosh. The lady slightly raised her hand and countless tree branches came from all directions, attacking towards Yun Luofeng. These tree branches were similar to a moving dragon, flexible with vitality. The dark green branches seemed to be infused with life and hastily attacked her. Master, be careful. Xiao Mo carefully placed Xiaobai on the ground and rushed towards Yun Luofeng without care. Fury surged forth from his eyes while flames of wrath ignited from his body. However, just as he was about to reach Yun Luofeng, the tree branches that were infused with life wilted in an instant and weakly drooped. The green-robed lady turned pale from fright and retreated, while her dark green eyes stared intently at Yun Luofeng. A white light flashed past and in an instant, a little boy in white clothing stood before Yun Luofeng. This little boy's appearance seemed to be carved from jade and his round eyes were filled with menace, different from his previous innocent and naive look. At this moment, he was like a blood-soaked little demon, while the aura on his body caused one to feel fear. A little tree like you dares to bully my mother. The little boy's enunciation was clear yet filled with killing aura. Although this little one hung around Yun Luofeng with an innocent and naive-looking appearance, don't forget about his identity. He wasn't a human or a spirit beast. He was a tree that transformed into a human, and this tree had actually existed thousands of years ago. However, he had received grave injuries and so had regressed back into a tree. How could this tree that was filled with killing aura be innocent and adorable as a human child? He was the most dangerous existence alongside of Yun Luofeng. While being flustered, the green-robed lady once again directed the tree branches to attack Yun Luofeng and others. The next second, she was dumbstruck. The tree branches that were supposedly directed towards Yun Luofeng had actually reversed and attacked her. Under the abrupt situation, the lady's clothes had been torn by the tree branches while the sharp ends sliced her tender skin and fresh blood oozed out. Fortunately, the recovering ability of the life tree was very strong, so her wounds were enveloped by a layer of faint green light and were currently recovering. However, at this moment, she could not attend to her pain as her eyes filled with shock stared unwaveringly at little tree, and her whole face revealed disbelief. How? How? We are different types of tree species, how could you possibly control my branches? Unless you are. Chapter 1485, Bountiful Harvest 10. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The green-robed lady bit her lips tightly, unable to speak her last few words. How was it possible? Why would someone of that existence appear here and willingly acknowledge a human as master? However, other than him, who could have such abilities? Kneel down. The little boy had his hands behind his back as he coldly shouted. He seemed to be a monarch seated up high, looking disdainfully at the green-robed lady from the corner of his eyes. Putong. Unable to control herself, she knelt before Yun Luofeng with a plop. Cold sweat surfaced all over her forehead while her delicate body suddenly trembled. Mother. After Little Tree glanced at the green-robed lady, he turned towards Yun Luofeng and his monarch aura suddenly disappeared, recovering to his previous naive and innocent look. This bad woman dared to bully you. Should I beat her up to vent your anger for you? Originally, Little Tree intended to rush out to teach this woman a lesson upon witnessing Yun Luofeng getting bullied. However, since she was afraid that the spirit beasts would be in danger due to their impulse, she had severed the connection with the God Code World and he was unable to come out. Although Little Tree was very powerful, the God Code World did not listen to his commands. If the connection was severed, he couldn't come out. Fortunately, Xiaomo tried everything as a last resort, taking advantage of when Yun Luofeng relaxed her vigilance and had secretly used his own power to recover the connection with the God Code World. As such, Little Tree was able to come out and teach this green-robed lady a lesson. Thinking of this, Little Tree angrily pouted. Mother, Sister Huohuo told me to tell you this. Although she knows you're worried about them, your action of acting on your own initiative made them very angry. She said that the moment she decided to follow you, she already intended to face life and death beside you. Yet, you're facing all the dangers alone every single time, so what use do they have? Furthermore, aren't spirit beasts supposed to block all the dangers for you? Yun Luofeng's expression darkened and she sternly said, Little Tree, I admit that I'm self-assertive and didn't consider your feelings. However, all of you are extremely important to me and if your deaths are needed in exchange for my life, I'd rather die. That's right, I'm selfish to the extent that I don't wish for any one of you to disappear. Furthermore, spirit beasts aren't tools for battling but my family that'll accompany me throughout my life. Seeing Little Tree's downcast appearance, Yun Luofeng stroked his head. Previously I severed the connection because I wasn't aware of your ability. Therefore, I'll promise all of you that I will not casually sever our connection in the future, but I don't require you to die for me. The warmth from her palm caused Little Tree's mood to change and he pounced into her embrace, with an adorable innocent look surfacing on his face like carved jade. Without witnessing his previous actions, perhaps everyone would treat him as a human child. Mother, it was you who gave me life. In my life, I will never leave you. Yun Luofeng smiled. Suddenly, she recalled something and her expression froze. Little Tree, you've been following me for nearly 4 years but I've never known about your identity. Can you tell me what you are exactly? Little Tree had an expression of being wronged. I'm not sure. I'm still young and I've only inherited a small portion of the memories. After a few years later, perhaps I will recall everything of the past. Chapter 1486, Bountiful Harvest 11. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Inheritance Memory. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow. She had only heard of spirit beasts having inheritance memory, and wasn't aware that tree spirits could also have them. The green-robed lady lowered her head, not daring to look at Yun Luofeng and Little Tree. However, the shock in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Did humans' views change after all these years? In the previous world, weren't humans fond of enslaving spirit beasts, making them sacrifice for themselves? However, why had these spirit beasts become a human's comrades now? It seems like it had been too long since she last came out to the world. Little Tree left Yun Luofeng's embrace, pointed towards the green-robed lady and asked, Mother, how do you intend to deal with this tree spirit? The little body's immature voice caused her body to tremble and she lowered her head even further. If she knew that this lord was with Yun Luofeng, she never would have made things difficult for her. This life tree has existed for long and I think there will be quite a number of life fruits. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin. After obtaining the life fruit, she could have her family members live for another 100 years without a problem. Oh, that's right. There's still Tian Ya. Tian Ya's wife was a spirit beast and had a long life but Tian Ya was merely a sage-level cultivator. His lifespan was only 120 years. Without the life fruit, they might have to separate after a few more decades. I only have 2 life fruits with me. The green-robed lady carefully took out 2 fruits, passing them to Yun Luofeng. 2. Yun Luofeng frowned. If my memory serves me right, the life tree would produce 1 fruit every 10 years. Hearing her words, the green-robed lady bitterly laughed. The life tree producing 1 fruit every 10 years was true years in the past. During that period, spirit energy was abundant on the continent and naturally, I would produce lots of life fruits. Subsequently, it became 1 fruit every 20 years. However, every time I produced a fruit, it was taken away by the saintly virgin tribe. This is the reason why the lifespan of the tribe's experts is longer than other factions. Unfortunately, a traitor appeared in the tribe that year and she stole the life tree. However, she was unaware that I remained in the tribe because the spirit energy there could still support my existence. After leaving, I started to wilt. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before asking, Since you've wilted, why can you still continue producing life fruit? Wilting is a process and I didn't immediately wilt. 40 years have passed and it was by coincidence that I produced another life fruit not long ago. Right now, I've completely wilted. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow. She finally understood the god miracle Yan Qi and the rest mentioned. This miracle was evidently caused by the life fruit's emergence and as a result, attracted a crowd of people, assuming the treasures had been unearthed. Yun Luofeng walked up and took the life fruit, storing it in her space ring without the slightest trace of politeness. She lifted her brow and asked, "Your name?" The green-robed lady lowered her head and answered, "Bishao. I require numerous life fruits. From today on, you shall follow me. What do you think?" The young lady's voice was overbearing and arrogant, yet causing Bishao to be in a daze. "I have already wilted, and if you wish to sustain my production of life fruit, I require large amounts of spirit energy. Otherwise, I won't be able to produce any." Chapter 1487, Bountiful Harvest 12. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Bishao wryly smiled. "Furthermore, so what if you can allow me to revive? I can only produce one fruit every 20 years, and even at my peak, 10 years was still needed. If you wish for mass production, I'm sorry, but I can't achieve that." It wasn't that Bishao didn't wish to produce life fruit, but she was incapable. "Xiao Mo, what do you think?" Yun Luofeng turned towards Xiao Mo and asked. Xiao Mo replied after a while, "Give her the contract, and there will be no need to worry about her betrayal." "All right." Yun Luofeng was indeed afraid that Bishao would betray her, so they agreed to a contract. After establishing the contract, Bishao suddenly felt her body jolting, with an endless amount of spirit energy converging into her. What's going on?" Bishao turned pale from fright and hastily extended her spirit power to scan the scenery outside of the tree. As Bishao was unable to leave the tree, she could only utilize this method to survey her surroundings. When the outside scenery registered in her eyes, she was instantly stunned. She was originally at the summit of a mountain, and now what she saw was wilderness and densely packed medicinal fields. The medicinal herbs planted in the fields were different from what she had seen, with an abundance of spirit energy within the herbs. What made her happy was that the density of spirit energy in this wilderness was very thick. She had lived for countless years and had never seen the continent filled with so much spirit energy. "That's great, this place seems to be tailor-made for me." Bishao stood up, revealing excitement on her lucid and elegant face. "As long as I live here, 2 years. Wait, at most 1 year, I'll be able to produce another life fruit." Xiao Mo glanced at Bishao and snorted. "If it weren't for your ability to produce life fruit, I would already have had Little Tree extinguish you, with your previous behavior towards my master." Bishao's flushed red. Thinking back to her previous actions, she was filled with guilt and remorse. She had always looked down on humans, and if it weren't for Lin Ruobai, she wouldn't have allowed Yun Luofeng to enter the tree. However, who would have thought that this woman could actually obtain the Lord's loyalty and devotion? In particular, she had carried around this powerful space along with her. Seeing Bishao's ashamed appearance, Xiao Mo's internal rage gradually disappeared, but he did not forget to flaunt. "This space is closely related to my master's strength. The more powerful my master is, the denser the spirit energy will be. In the future, producing one fruit every month would be normal." "Is that true?" The green-robed lady was very excited. She hesitated for a moment before fishing out an item from her sleeves. "This was something I stole from the saintly virgin tribe 1,000 years ago. At that time, the tribe was very powerful, unlike its current state that can't even protect me. Therefore, I secretly stole this from a tribesman. I can give it to you if you need it." In her hands was a bottle of green liquid, faintly radiating a gem-like radiance, appearing dazzling. "This is..." Yun Luofeng stared blankly. She was actually momentarily unable to recognize the item Bishao gave her. After scanning through his mind, Little Tree said with a cute voice, "It's dragon blood." Chapter 1488, Bountiful Harvest 13. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Dragon blood. What are its uses? Normal dragon blood only has the effect of strengthening one's physique. However, this is not ordinary dragon blood. It belongs to a spirit dragon from the legends. Spirit dragon. Seeing their confused expression, Little Tree continued explaining. A spirit dragon doesn't hatch from a dragon egg but is naturally formed from spirit energy. Consuming its meat can allow an ordinary man to advance to sky-level cultivation in an instant. Its blood is even more precious, allowing sage god-level cultivators to break through. In addition, there will be effects of strengthening one's physique. Little Tree, how do you know about this? Yun Luofeng glanced at Little Tree and asked. Little Tree revealed a brilliant smile. My inheritance memory told me. However, the density of dragon blood in this bottle is too thick. If directly consumed, you'll immediately explode and die. Therefore, you have to dilute it before absorbing. Xiao Mo's eyes instantly brightened. Earlier he had only slightly poked Bishao and this woman and she took out a treasure. Having been alive for countless years, how could she not have any treasures with her? Perhaps if he poked her more, she would take out even more. Even though the jade snake grass could allow a sage god-level cultivator to break through, it had yet evolved into spirit snake grass. Furthermore, jade snake grass only had effects of causing a breakthrough without strengthening one's physique and was different from the spirit dragon's blood. Not only could it help in breaking through, it could also strengthen one's physique by several notches to become as tough as iron. Bishao, Xiao Mo looked at Bishao with a big smile, while his eyes flickered with an evil glint. There's no lack of benefits for you if my master would break through. If you have any more treasures on you, take them out and give them to master. Bishao cautiously looked at Xiao Mo. Why did she feel that this young man's smile was very crafty? There's nothing else. Bishao shook her head. I've only stolen this one item and there's really nothing else. Xiao Mo was somewhat dejected. Seems like Bishao was indeed very poor. All these years, she had only stolen one item from the saintly virgin tribe. It's a pity. I'll absorb the spirit dragon blood right now. All of you, take a step back. Yun Luofeng flipped her hand, taking out a bottle and poured the dragon blood inside before using spring water to dilute. After two liquids had mixed together, the green-colored dragon blood became faint, no longer a pure bright green. After that, Yun Luofeng poured the blood into her mouth, using a trace of spirit energy to wrap and deliver it to her danshan. Soon after that, she sat cross-legged and began to absorb the energy within the dragon blood. As the dragon blood was too overbearing, she didn't dare to immediately absorb the energy contained in the blood. Therefore, she had to absorb it drop by drop, allowing her body to withstand this tyrannical energy. She sat there for half a month, slowly absorbing the energy until a powerful storm caused by her advancement spread out in the room, and with a bang, she entered a whole new level. However, it wasn't over. After breaking through, Yun Luofeng felt a powerful energy swimming in her meridians, causing her to twitch all over. Mother, this is the spread dragon blood helping you to remodel your physique. Little trees stared at Yun Luofeng. Therefore, you have to hang on. Chapter 1489, Xuanqing Sex Doomsday 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. C. Even though Yun Luofeng had high endurance ability, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air under the extreme pain. Her teeth tightly clenched together, with determination in her eyes. No matter how painful was the remodeling of her bones, she had to endure the pain. As long as she could become stronger, she would never return even if she was 1 foot into hell. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, everyone clearly heard the sounds of bone cracking from her body. However, other than the cold air she sucked in initially, she did not utter a single sound and endured this severe pain. A trace of shock streaked across Bishao's green eyes, perhaps not expecting that this human could actually endure this severe pain. Even those experts from the saintly virgin tribe couldn't compare to her. It was only at this moment that Bishao changed her view of Yun Luofeng. Seconds and minutes elapsed and Xiao Mo anxiously looked at Yun Luofeng, wanting to help her but having no means of doing so. He knew that this hurdle had to be personally overcome by his master. If he forcefully utilized the spirit energy in God Code World to ease her pain, it would produce the opposite desired result. That year, when Yun Xiao extracted blood from his heart, he had the God Code World's spirit energy to ease the pain. At this moment, the pain Yun Luofeng was experiencing was not the slightest bit less than extracting blood from one's heart. Remodeling of the bones and skin was equivalent to crushing all her bones and binding them back together again. Can you imagine what kind of pain she was enduring? Even some renowned experts would lose consciousness and pass away under such extreme pain. Yun Luofeng only clenched her teeth and endured the pain. The young lady's back was drenched in sweat, while her gorgeous face was deathly pale. Her body faintly trembled but she didn't produce a single sound. Master, if it's painful, it'll be better if you scream out. Xiao Mo particularly felt heartache when seeing Yun Luofeng forcefully enduring the pain. This woman had always been so unyielding. It was the same in the past in Huichia and now, she was still so firm and indomitable. Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes. If she couldn't endure this pain, then how could she even talk about stepping on the summit of the continent? How could she fight alongside with Yun Xiao? Bishao could no longer continue looking and spoke after hesitating. You've broken through with the help of spread dragon blood and even if you give up now, you won't lose anything. I have a method that can instantly alleviate your pain. That year, the tribesmen were also unable to endure this pain and utilized this method immediately after breaking through. However, the consequence is that the remodeling of physique would fail.